Queensland friends joined us, but what do you make of it? Is the weather a factor in this, because it's the temperature's up near 30 degrees?
I don't think so, Tim. I know that I heard the hottest days were, in recent times was West Coast at Hawthorn back in 2015, I think it might have been, when Hawthorn belted West Coast. And I played in a hot day. I don't know what the temperature was against the Lions in 2001, and they did beat us and they steamrolled us at the end, but had nothing to do with weather.
It didn't, because that's sort of when that's remembered, that it felt like they came over the top of it and just wilted a little bit.
James Hird and Mark Mercuri were injured. We took them into the game underdone when they probably shouldn't have played. And I remember sitting in my hotel room, though, Hutto, we had to get ready for the function afterwards, and I was drained, but on the day itself, there's too much going on, and the will and the want is there, and you can every player can handle it. They've been training since December, so there's no excuses for any side.
Jimmy, you had the experience in 2008, which might have been quite this warm, but it was a pretty warm day, and Hawthorn were 2 men down by half time. That was about the first or second year of rotations really becoming a part of the man management in football matches. They had to get by with 20 after half time, and they did what was thought impossible, and they beat an all-powerful Geelong lineup.
Yeah, we had one down ourselves, but I think I'm with Lloydie. I don't think the weather was the factor. I think Hawthorn had a fantastic game plan. They had a great 6 weeks if you go back and have a look. And Lloydie, you touch on this, the build-up to the grand final. And Hawthorn were in great touch, played a great game of footy and capitalised too, like Stewie Dew's quarter we all talk about, but they just won the big moments in the game, and I didn't walk away from that game thinking, geez, the weather played a factor.
And more important than that, as we go, is goal kicking, Tim, and the Cats missed critical shots that day, and that'll be more important today than the weather.
We have formalities lying ahead before the first bounce. The umpires will be on the ground in a bit over 6 minutes from now. The Premiership Cup to be delivered by that great Hawk initially, and then Sydney Swan, Josh Kennedy, who is the Premiership Cup ambassador this year. Then we'll have the Welcome to Country, the national anthem, and the first bounce in the grand final. Don't go away. You are going to hear it all here on 3AW in Melbourne and 4BC in Queensland. We look forward to bringing it to you for McDonald's.
This year, together with Adelaide Exposed Concrete, we're hitting the fairways for 5AA's All-Star Golf Day. Featuring your favourite 5AA presenters and some sporting superstars, it'll be an unmissable day out on Friday the 6th of October at the stunning Glenelg Golf Club. For more information, booking info or to win your way there, visit 5AA.com.au. Drummond Golf for all your golfing needs. See Australia's biggest golf retailer, Drummond Golf, Enfield, Darlington, Mile End, Tea Tree Gully and West Beach Driving Range.
Fuel the footy feeling with Shell V-Power. You could be saving on Shell fuel every time you fill up. Just download the AFL Live app on the App Store or Google Play. Then click the Shell V-Power banner on the bottom of the app homepage to register and activate the offer. Shell V-Power, the official fuel partner of the AFL. T's and C's apply.
Her mum's on the phone while she's on her skates.
Careful, honey, don't get too close to the road. Wait, stop!
Let Automasters test your brakes before someone else does. Call 1300 Automasters.
Are you ready for massive Mazda savings? Mawson Lakes Mazda is having a huge demo clearance across the entire Mazda range. We are overstocked on current model Mazda demos that need to go. So be quick to snap up a demo deal in your favourite model and colour. There is no better time to take advantage of these amazing deals. Be quick, stocks won't last at these prices. Mawson Lakes Mazda, just a short drive from the city, Salisbury Highway.
Turn your humble barbie into a humdinger with Hot Shots barbecue briquettes. They burn longer and hotter, offering more consistent heat when cooking. So if it's some quick snags for the kids or a full day cook for family and friends, Hot Shots barbecue briquettes will fuel your flame. To help celebrate the little occasions, check out our Barbie recipes and tips at hotshotsfuel.com.au. Hot Shots barbecue briquettes, 100% Aussie made. Look for them at your local Bunnings today.
When it comes to flooring for your home or office, you've got the world at your feet at Floor World, with 4 locations in Adelaide's northern and eastern suburbs, servicing the entire Adelaide region. Floor World keeps prices low on a huge range of flooring options, including wool and synthetic carpets, engineered timber flooring, laminate, hybrid and vinyl flooring. At Floor World, you can choose from the best Aussie and international brands at the best prices. Visit floorworld.com.au for a free in-home consult, plus mention 5AA for 15% off.
Thinking of painting and don't know where to start?
We do, because we know paint at Crowe's.
So, visit Crowe's. And while you're there, join Crowe's Club to get 10% off everything.
We know paint at Crowe's.
It's Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale. Get the power to score a great deal on selected Toyo tyres and go in the draw to win one of 20 trips for 2 to Vegas. This sensational trip includes return flights, accommodation and $2,000 spending money. Talk to the team at Tyre Power about Toyo tyres and get the power of a safer drive this September, plus the chance to win a trip to Vegas. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
5AA's coverage of the 2023 AFL Final Series.
This is 3AW's coverage of the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
The bounce of the ball in the 2023 AFL Grand Final is just over 20 minutes away. It is a glorious sight over the MCG as Collingwood and Brisbane prepare for battle. Our footy preview brought to you by the White Glove Mover here on 3AW and 4BC for the best of the best, local, country or interstate, and they'll even make your bed. So while we get a moment or two, Matthew Lloyd and Jimmy Bartell along with Tim Lane, let's just explore what we might expect, particularly early in this game. What are we going to be looking for to get the feel of whose terms this game is going to be played on?
I think Brisbane has to settle quickly, and it might sound strange, Lloydie, that Brisbane can lose it in the first 15 minutes. I don't think Collingwood can, because we know they've got that, I guess, belief that they can run down any margin, and they've done that for the last 2 years. I just need, for a really close game or for Brisbane to win this, I think they need to settle quickly in the first 15 minutes. And that doesn't mean you have to score, but just settle into the game, take the big moments, just take the ball cleanly and just take a bit of territory off the opposition.
I'm 100% with you, Jim. Players are creatures of habit, and the Pies know this back to front. They know their change rooms. They know their locker. They've been in their own bed last night. They've eaten their same meal. They've done everything that's normal. I know that today's a little bit different because your pre-game's different to what it normally is, but that's about the only change for Collingwood, whereas Brisbane, they don't play here very often. They don't have great records here. They're in hotel rooms, they're eating buffets, all the different things. So I think it's critical that Brisbane do start well. Sydney were off very, very early in last year's grand final and never recovered. So I think that's where Collingwood brought the heat to Melbourne in the first final and won them the game. They were up early in the final two. So, it's critical for guys like Brisbane to put scoreboard pressure on early in this grand final.
Down on the boundary, I can see the two men who, one of whom will present the Premiership Cup, Lee Matthews, to the Brisbane skipper. I think it's Harris Andrews who might be accepting it. He and Lachie Neale, of course, are the co-captains. Or Peter Moore, who could have the incredibly uplifting and perhaps emotional task of delivering the cup, presenting the cup to his son Darcy. Lee, a familiar face and voice to all who listen to our coverage on this radio network. He's down there speaking right now to Jackie Reid, so we won't go down and interrupt her. Well, I think we can, actually, and maybe she can even get a word with Lee. Jackie.
Yeah, actually, thanks for that, Tim. I was having a chat to our good buddy Lee Matthews. Lee, any last words for the Lions fans?
Forget about last words. It is such a buzz to be on ground level when you don't have to play and coach. And it is just such, the emotion's unbelievable. Last word, I'm Lions by 6 points is my tip, but there's no particular logic. I just hope they win.
Well, best of luck, Lee, and I hope you have a great day. Guys, it's an amazing atmosphere down here. I just did happen to catch Lee. He's getting ready to go out there with the Premiership Cup alongside Peter Moore as well. The last minute preparations happening here. The banners are ready. They're out there waiting for the teams to run through them. I can't see a spare seat in the house. So we're looking at well over 100,000 fans here. And I tell you what, a lot of very nervous fans down here as well.
A no change in the comfort factor down there on this warm day, Jackie?
Do you know, this is one of the rare occasions I love that we have a shaded seat. So the ones over there in the Shane Warne stand, they're going to have to slap today, and hopefully they've got some hats as well. They'll be pretty warm for the first half at least, and well into the third quarter until that sun disappears. But down here there's plenty of Collingwood fans. There's a Richmond fan behind me actually as well, who's sitting in the second row. But the Collingwood fans, their confidence that they've had the last few weeks definitely isn't on their faces today, so it's pretty interesting.
The umpires, thank you for that, Jackie. The umpires have just made their way. It's a big day for them, and we're going to be looking early, aren't we, to see what sort of tone is set by the umpires. A lot of discussion around what we saw or didn't see last Friday night in terms of blowing their whistles.
Spot on, Hutto, and I think we'll see that they do pay more than they paid last week. I know they... It was, what's her name? The new boss, footy boss?
Oh, Laura
Kane said that, you can't pay free kicks that aren't there after Lee's comments, but that was ridiculous. The blokes having their heads ripped off last week and they weren't being paid. So that'll change today and they'll get the balance right, you'd think.
They're getting their pre-match photo taken, and it is a big occasion for them. You referenced kicking for goals. Yeah. We see vision of the Lions starting to mill down in their rooms. There's a few Lions that have got pretty dodgy records.
The Yips, you're saying?
Hugh McCluggage is one through his career, 11-13, and for this season, you even look at Lockie Neal. He's kicked 3 goals this year from 18 shots. So he's not the main key forward, but that rests heavily, I would have thought.
Joey as well. Hipwood's had his moments at times. So I'm big on that. Like first quarter of a grand final. I saw the Giants last week look nervous. They missed some bad ones in the first quarter, didn't they, Jim? Callum Brown and a few others. So it's critical. They take their chances on the road.
Here come the Lions. Harris Andrews leads them out. Strong cohort of support. Plenty of anyone but Collingwood type of people, footy fans. And they are not without love at the MCG, but of course ultimately they will be overwhelmed in size by the Magpie Army, which extends north, south, east and west across the great brown and some would say black and white land. The Lions go through their banner and they settle in to have their photo taken as well. Jackie Reed's given us the ground conditions with thanks to Greyhound Racing Victoria and Premier Racing, Thursday nights at Sandown Park and Saturday nights at the Meadows. We await the Magpies, and there will be one heck of a roar as they arrive on the ground. Brisbane have played them here in grand finals, as we've mentioned, in 2002 and 2003, and I think Hutto made the point that 2002 was very much the opposite to today in terms of the climate that it turned on. It's actually an interesting part of the grand final that you just never know what you will get from one year to the next.
And this has been just a sublime September weather-wise, really. Yeah. It's the warmest consistently I can remember in Melbourne.
And it's funny, if you look at the weather forecast as I did this morning, next Friday is going to be 12 degrees and raining. So Melbourne, you never know, do you?
Yeah, much rather this than the alternative.
When the weather really warms up in Melbourne, the northerly wind blows, and we were getting some of that this morning. It can become quite uncomfortable, and I can imagine it could be swirly, Jackie, but how is it at ground level?
Yeah, I was just keeping an eye on the smoke from the fireworks, and it is whipping around at the top of the stadium roof there. It's very, obviously no wind in the stands, but as I mentioned before, I think we're on vortex alert today. There might be a pocket where it can really get underneath it.
So as the Brisbane cheer squad take the remnants of the banner from the arena at the MCG, the Collingwood players inside the rooms going through their very final warm-ups, and the Collingwood banner has been lifted, and we are really feeling the anticipation around the MCG. It'll be interesting, Tim, to get a sense of how big this Collingwood roar is. A lot's been made of the purity of preliminary final day as compared to grand final day, where there's a lot of corporate tickets and people just choosing a team, but you can certainly see plenty of the bays are filled with the diehards, and as Darcy Moore leads the Pies out, we're going to hear a tremendous roar, and it's not far away.
They're big, the Pies. I'm playing with a smile on your face. They try and relax each other. Look at them coming up the race for those who can't see it. Listening to us, Darcy Moore, massive smile on his face. The Dacosses are roaring. The Goey That's what they do. That's their mantra, the Pies. Play with a smile on your face.
Darcy Moore about to reach the top of the incline and lead his team through the gate and onto the MCG. The observation's been made many times during the course of this season that so likeable is the Magpie coach Craig McRae and this bunch of players that he has piloted so effectively that even non-Collingwood folk have kind of warmed to the black and white, and there is a sense of momentum behind them that has built through last year when they lost on preliminary final day in Sydney by a point, but into this year as they've led the ladder almost all the way.
The great unknown, Jimmy, though, is that their form really has tapered. They've just got over the line in the other two finals, haven't they?
Yeah, but you think how much of that is off the back of them just been treading water for the last few weeks. But Tim, I'm with you. They play an exciting brand of footy and a coach who's just so likeable, and it's hard not to enjoy watching them play their footy. It's exciting. There's plenty of stars across all the lines that play the game the way we love to watch it.
All right, we might take our final break, Tim. We've got both teams out on the ground. The brilliant sunshine, which has filled the MCG. And we are going to take a very short break and be back. And the bounce of the ball in the 2023 AFL Grand Final is only minutes away, and you'll hear it on 3AW Football, all with thanks to Macca's and the new McCrispy. It's a star on debut.
Fuel the footy feeling with Shell V-Power. You could be shaving on Shell fuel every time you fill up. Just download the AFL Live app on the App Store or Google Play. Then click the Shell V-Power banner on the bottom of the app homepage to register and activate the offer. Shell V-Power, the official fuel partner of the AFL. T's and C's apply.
For nearly 40 years, no one has done certified used cars quite like Steinborner Automotive, with dedicated yards including SA's best range of commercials loaded and ready to go, including SA's only dedicated small car and SUV centre, and SA's only large SUV and 4x4 centre suited for any lifestyle. Steinborner still also has the best range of Commodores, from ZBs to the collectibles. View all late model used vehicles at steinborner.com.au. Steinborner Automotive. It's well worth a trip.
It's Ian Healy, and I'm here to talk to you about back pain and Keezer. If you're one of the 80% of Australians who suffer from back pain, it's tempting to do nothing. But this can cause weaknesses down the road. The best place to start with back pain is exercise, and the best place to exercise is Keezer. Keezer's physios and Swiss-designed strength training equipment help you build strength in a supervised environment. I go to Keezer, and you can too, at our new clinic in Norwood. Book your initial assessment at keezer.com.au.
It's a great time of the year to be out and about in the garden, but the place to be in first is Vidoulis Garden Centre. Right now you'll find a huge range of pots in all shapes and styles, fresh from the Orient. Outdoor pots for any garden, plus thousands of indoor styles to suit your home. Vidoulis has a huge range, but the prices are staying small. Pick up or delivery available. Vidoulis Garden Centre, Main North Road, Gawler, opposite the racecourse. Vidoulis Garden Centre. It's closer than you think.
Hi, Bronte Manuel from Toop and Toop. There's a lot of speculation about the state of the Adelaide property market, from people coming out of favourable fixed-rate loans to the rising costs of building a home. Now more than ever, you need an agent with genuine experience who knows what it takes to navigate more turbulent times. With a history spanning almost 40 years and a team that has been through the highs and lows of the Adelaide real estate market, Toop and Toop knows what it takes to maximise your results in any selling conditions. Go to toop.com.au to find out more.
It's Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale. Get the power to score a great deal on selected Toyo tyres and go in the draw to win one of 20 trips for 2 to Vegas. This sensational trip includes return flights, accommodation and $2,000 spending money. Talk to the team at Tyre Power about Toyo tyres and get the power of a safer drive this September, plus the chance to win a trip to Vegas. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
Macular degeneration is Australia's leading cause of blindness. If you're over 50, have an eye test and macular check. Early detection is vital. You can have the very early signs without even knowing. Information, guidance and support is only a phone call away. Call the Macular Disease Foundation on 1800 111 709 for a free macular degeneration information kit.
5AA's coverage of the 2023 AFL Finals Series.
This is 3AW Football's coverage of the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final between Collingwood and the Brisbane Lions from the MCG.
And what a spectacular sight the MCG is at about 22 minutes after 2 on Grand Final Day in the year 2023. Collingwood and Brisbane to fight it out. The first bounce is about 8 minutes away. We have some formalities ahead of us. The Welcome to Country, the National Anthem. We should get down to business and just firmly commit ourselves to our predictions. Winning team, Norm Smith medalist.
So, Tim, I'm going with Collingwood. I think they'll win by 2 goals, and I know it's boring, but I think if they are to win, Nick Dacos needs to be one of the best few on the ground. He attracts the umpire's attention, so I think Nick can win the Norm Smith.
I've gone with Collingwood, I have all week. I think they've been the best side all year, and even the last 2 years they've been the most consistent side. I think they're just very consistent. They're good from their bad. He's a very small window. I think they'll handle today, and Jack Crisp will be the Norm Smith medalist after Collingwood win by 19 points.
And for our audience via 4BC in Queensland who aren't familiar with our routine, we do have a little moment in the lead up to matches where we make bold predictions and usually make fools of ourselves. It's brought to us by Foodworks. And it's Grand Final Day. They better be good. Lloydie.
I'm going to say the 2 veterans who are premiership players for Collingwood way back in 2010, Steele Sidebottom and Scott Pennery will both kick a goal and be instrumental in this game of footy.
Jimmy?
Jack Ginnivan into the 22 will finish with more than 3 goals.
Wow.
It's bold.
Jackie Reid has been outstanding in this particular category during the year, just before the players line up, Jackie.
I think Zach Attack is the mood of the day. Zach Bailey to kick 3 goals and have 5 tackles.
Hutto time's beaten us. We won't have to stick our necks out. Here's
Smoke and
Hamish,
Joe for me, Tim.
Hamish McLaughlin, the on-ground announcer.
Premiership Cup to our club champions. Would you please welcome Premiership Cup Ambassador and Sydney Swan Premiership player and former captain, Josh Kennedy. Representing Collingwood is a 2-time Brownlow medalist, member of the Australian Football Hall of Fame, and father of the Pies skipper, Peter Moore. Representing the Lions is Australian Football Hall of Fame legend, member of the Team of the Century, and the man who took the Lions to back-to-back-to-back premierships, Lee Matthews. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners on the land of which we gather today, and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, would you please welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered this afternoon. But I always like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us. I'd like to acknowledge them and pay my respects to them. Woomajeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Bullock, Yiman Kundi Big. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no Bunambor War, Konding Nangnak Dulbin and Big Bullock Bor Tillican. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Walrong language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Woomera are welcome. Enjoy the day. Thank you.
If you're able, would you please rise, remove your caps and join with Kate Miller-Heidke as she performs the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for our war is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and history's page, let every stage advance Australian fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia.
Magnificent. And as the teams head down to either end of the ground, the Lions to the Punt Road end, the Magpies to the City end, Darcy Moore made a quick dash to greet his father, who may present him with the cup at the end of this day. And bear in mind that Peter Moore captained Collingwood in the 1981 grand final when they lost their third consecutive grand final, and they presented losers' medals that day, the silver effectively, and Peter Moore threw his into the crowd and said, "I'm sick of these, there's only one kind I want," and that basically was the end of the idea of the silver medal to the losing team on grand final day. We're not far away from a start. The players are prepared all in their own different ways. In fact, we heard earlier in the day that Jack Ginnivan had gone to the Moonee Valley races last night.
Yeah.
Jimmy, did that surprise you?
No, not at all. Look, you just do a lot of sitting around. I remember after I did the grand final parade, we got put up in a hotel. A couple of us went and just played some cards at the casino for a couple of hours. You're just sitting around doing nothing, and you don't want to just waste energy and play the game over in your head. So anyway, you can get a bit of a break, and Jack clearly loves following the Nags and went and had a look.
Yeah, we had to pre-record Brodie Mycheck last night, Tim, because he wants to be in bed by 7:30. So we had to. Yeah, he wants to be in bed. That's his routine. So
that's earlier than you, Lloyd.
I know it is. So Ginnivan's at the races and he's in bed at 7:30. So you just got to let players be themselves, and they know how each other wants to prepare. But what I did notice is the Collingwood smiles and faces. There might just be something that Craig McRae, even I get to coach with Scott Pendlebury on a Saturday, and he says to the boys, "I've not seen enough smiles. Not enough fun's been had out here." He challenges everyone about that's what you play footy for. And Brisbane a bit more serious, so we'll see how that pans out in this first few minutes.
Is there any way you can avoid butterflies going absolutely berserk in your stomach at a moment like this?
No, you can't. But you've got to acknowledge it, and that's the first bit. It is unusual. The build-up is different. It's longer, and you just got to try and settle into the game and narrow your focus. First time you see the ball, just take it cleanly. Don't worry about whether you're handballing it or kicking it. The opposition's got it. Just stick to tackle or spoil it, whatever it may be, whatever area of the ground. Just do the basic core fundamental well the first time.
For what it's worth, Lockie, Neil won the toss. and has gone to the punt road end in the opening quarter. Is there a discernible breeze either way, Jackie Reid?
At the minute, I think that there might be, and it might be favouring the punt road end, but it is pretty swirly down here, as I described it before. The vortex alert is well and truly on.
As Billy Frampton has gone to the goal square, taking it Harris Andrews as we expected.
Simon Meredith holds the ball aloft. That magic moment. Anthony Hudson at the first bounce.
First versus second. We're about to decide the 2023 AFL Premiership. And unfortunately, Simon Meredith doesn't quite meet the moment. A skew-if bounce, so he will now throw it up to the hoots of the crowd. And it's Cox beaten by McInerney. First to it, McCluggage. A desperate handball, a fumble by Neil. Pendlebury gives it to Josh Dacos. Collingwood in first. Underneath it, Gardner. Knocked away. Wilmot in an instant. Got a handball away. Vigorous tackle laid by McCreary. It was high. It was high. And there you go. An early high tackle decision. And it's going the way of the Lions, and Leicester plays it super short, so short in fact that Zorko was called to play on, and McKenna goes short to Wilmot, who made his debut in last year's finals and hasn't missed one since. Now Neil kicks up along the wing. Mason Cox went with one arm. It was just out of his reach. Opportunity for Danaher, tried to blast it through. Came off the chest of Hipwood, and then he turned tackler on Howe. And didn't he get him thumped down into the turf right down in front of us? We'll have our first ball up in general play, about 60 metres out from Brisbane's goal as they head to the punt road end.
There's a miscue from Danaher, and it surprised Hipwood, who normally would have been expected to mark it. Crisp to mark off, and now to Maynard. A delicate little kick finds Bobby Hill between half-back and centre. No one stands the mark. He's almost on the centre line. He checks himself, and with the left he pokes it wide to mark off for a second touch of the ball. A little dabbing pass, and De Goey, star of the preliminary final. His best performance in this colourful career. Into the forward pocket. Frampton had the sit, dropped the mark. Maybe with a bit of hindrance from a teammate, and the ball's over the boundary line for a throw in. Left forward pocket for Collingwood. 30 around from the behind post at the city end.
Dunkley has to go at every stoppage.
Frampton back to the goal square. Cox takes front position. McInerney knocks it down, and then the bodies just pile up underneath. Another ball up required.
Couple of bad fumbles, Jimmy, from Neil and Hipwood early on. So we'll see whether they can settle here, the Brisbane Lions.
Thrown up again. Cox got there late, but he got the palm down away from goal. It's skittled side bottom. Dunkley sends it. Berry sends it across half back, and it's marked safely and soundly by Rayner, who just pauses for a moment for Brisbane. Then he lags the kick well short. And it was a pretty comfortable chest mark and intercept mark for Murphy of Collingwood.
He is closer to the centre line than half-back. He pokes a pass into the middle, and Jack Crisp, whose career started in Brisbane, takes the mark. It's led into a couple of Copeland trophies, and he looks to be cherry ripe. He kicks to Myercheck. Still 85 from goal. He goes long. Frampton got his hands to it, as he has once or twice already. Couldn't hang on to the mark. He lays a tackle and forces a ball up in a very good spot for Collingwood. It's 10 metres out, just out of the goal square towards the right forward pocket, and a bit far for the Magpies just to immediately, or for the Lions to play for the touch behind the ball. From the ball up is under a pack. The umpire lets it go for a bit, but then concedes. Another ball up, same spot.
Good signs early for Bill Frampton. He looks strong in the contest against Andrews.
Thrown up, hacked it back by Myercheck, grabbed though by Wilmot. Ball stripped. Here's Bobby Hill spinnering, lowering his body, and the umpire deciding a ball up was the call there. Yeah, Billy's trying to make his presence felt out there with that defensive job on Andrews. Still close to goal, Collingwood. Tap down from Cox, connected with it. Dacos. Was that high? Yes!
Hutto, I'm not sure it was there, so we'll see the Bunnings replay. And is it the player gets bowled over afterwards? No 50. But he tried to reverse it, actually, a Brisbane player playing for it. But I reckon, did he force the issue there?
I think it's the extra one coming in. It's actually Berry, a quick arm across.
So Nick Dacos, at the tender age of 20, he wasn't even alive when these two sides met in that 2003 grand final. He now has the perfect opportunity in the sunshine of the MCG to the city end as his football dreams continue to come through. The first goal of the 2023 grand final belongs to Nick Dacos and Collingwood.
Just taking the territory early. Collingwood, they found a little bit of composure through the middle of the ground. Crisp's kick in the middle to Myercheck allows them to get deep and take that entry, and that's where you want to be early in the game. You want to take the territory, just force the opposition to make good quality tackles. He did slide forward, but Lloydie, I think it was Berry who was coming across the front of the Dacos, and the tackler just clipped him around the ears.
So honestly, a few concerns for Brisbane. I've touched on Neil fumbled, first centre bounce. Hipwood had an opportunity to score, fumbles, and then Rayner, shocking kick off halfback. So, they need to settle here, the Lions, otherwise they could go 2 or 3 goals down.
Cox and McInerney, 2 giants. Umpire Gavin negotiates the bounce well. Cox got his hand onto the ball. Dunkley stole it, couldn't release it. Side bottom soccers it to the 50 for the Magpies. Danger! McCreary onto his left. Now he's right to Hill.
Another fumble. Under Ryan Lester. And they're into him. They are into him, saying, you just dropped one. I love this from Collingwood. Psyching out players who are vulnerable for the Brisbane Lions. Are they up for this on the biggest stage of all? He kicks this bobber. You can see the energy that Collingwood are charging at their players when they do score. Yeah, it's on, but they're in the face of the Brisbane Lions here.
Brisbane have to just soak it up. They came back last week after conceding the first 5. Hill comes in, slight angle, no problem. 6 minutes into the grand final, the Magpies lead by 2 goals. The crowd are in good voice.
Even comes back to the centre bounce, Lloydie. Dunkley just need to hold on to the footy, not cough it up at ground level. I know he got tackled, but you just can't let the ball spill out like that. You've got to be stronger over the contest. Leicester drops an absolute pudding, and Collingwood are onto it. And Bobby Hill is such an emotional starter to the game. He tries to get involved in everything, and you get his confidence up. Look out.
Barbecue stats, thanks to Barbecues galore. They're allowing too many easy marks too. Collingwood are just finding marks, 7 marks to 3 uncontested possessions, and then that's an easy mark inside 50 early in the grand final.
Jackie, before the bounce.
Well, that loud noise, just then that cheer got a little bit of an extra leg when Jack Ginnivan ran on for his first run of the day.
Back in the middle, we reconvene. Collingwood has the first 2 goals, and tapped down by Cox to the outside. Dunkley versus Mitchell, 2 experts at extracting it, but they nullify each other on this occasion. And we'll have a ball up a little closer to that southern wing. More bodies close in as the umpire tosses it up. Knocked away by McInerney, but volleyed straight back by Maynard decisively. Which way will the ball bounce? Hacked by Elliott. Almost the opportunity for Myercheck. Leicester, he was more sure of himself that time. That's a good mark back with the flight. Cautious little short kick to Coleman. Still operating inside defensive 50. Uncertainty written all over his face. And a lot of gratitude as Dunkley popped up and gave him a way out. And then wide to Berry. Still in their defensive half. Now in the shade of the members' stand. As Berry goes forward and low, hoping to link up with McCarthy. Danaher waited at the back. Sound tactics. Blasted towards his mate Hipwood. It's gone over his head. The bounce favoured Hipwood. Side bottom right with him. Made it difficult. Moore arrives. Hipwood, did he cop one high? He did. This is big for Brisbane now. After Collingwood have made the start they have, and have 2 goals on the board. Eric Hipwood. Collingwood crowd's mood not helped after seeing the replay.
Well, the interpretation has changed massively in a week.
And that is our game. 33 goals, 25 from set shots this year. Eric Hipwood. None more difficult or important than this one. 35 metres out, improves the angle slightly, unconvincing kick. Danaher could have taken the mark, but it wouldn't have mattered. It's out of bounds on the full, and a shaky start from the Lions.
I thought the umpire was nearly going to pay 50 against Danaher there, who just punched the ball into the crowd, but he missed an easy one inside forward 50, Danaher, which would have settled the Lions.
Jackie.
C. Cameron's just been doing some run-throughs on the bench. He hasn't started the game just yet. He had a chat with the doctor pre-game, so he's not 100%.
Darcy Moore, long ball, and Cox takes a towering mark. Everything he does in football or in life is towering. Very tall man, of course. Short kick to Mitchell. Between half-back and centre, members' side of the ground. Collingwood going to the city end as Mitchell pauses for a moment, waving towards corridor, and that's where he's going to go. and he'll place it towards half forward. It'll land 65 out. Myercheck in front, couldn't mark. Nick Dacos roves one way, the other, and then finds another, and he kicks it high into the 50. Elliott from behind. Harris Andrews did well. Little hand pass, hoping for Coleman. Got it. He gives to Berry, back to Coleman, who followed up his own disposal. Kick to the centre line. McCarthy 2 against him, and the numbers prevail, but Howe ran into a tackle, and his hand passes over the boundary line for a throw-in. Collingwood side of the wing. The Magpies are on top. 10 minutes in, they lead by 2 goals to none.
It hasn't been a physical grand final yet either. There's no real brutality to this, so that's where they've got to harden up here, the Lions.
Still only early, 10 minutes in, and there's a free kick which will assist, and it goes to the ruckman McInerney at left half back. Zorko just waiting for the little handoff, which he kindly provides. And in game 250, the former skipper drives to Danaher. He's the focus of so much, didn't mark it, but he now gets it back from Hipwood, and then he ran into a brick wall. Howe, he was able to get a handball out wide. Bailey can't get a hand on it, and Collingwood beat them to the footy again and force a ball up. That time it was Josh Dacos.
Braden Maynard has the job on Charlie Cameron when he's deep.
Throw up a left half forward for Brisbane, batted away McInerney. That's better. Bailey got himself set. Oh. What a kick! Zach Bailey, just the tonic that the Brisbane Lions needed. An early goal, and it's a genuine contender for the Star 21 goal of the day. Discover the difference, and Zach Bailey has that knack for big goals in big games, and Collingwood fans know all about that from the past. It's back to a 1-goal game.
He's such a dynamic player who doesn't need a lot of possessions, Lloydie. He can have a dozen and kick 3 or 4, but it's his ability to break away from the stoppage, and just great communication with Big Oscar, who pushed the ball a little bit outside the bubble, and there's always a lot of space back towards the boundary, but the quality of finish, he's actually kicked it on the outside of his boot to get it back towards the centre of the goal, and Jackie Reed's vortex brought it back to the middle.
As good as it gets by a ruckman. That hit was as good as it gets, and what a finish.
So, big win to McInerney. Now he's got Cameron as his opponent for Collingwood. McInerney used his body well, and now he picks up the footy. Got a little hand pass to Dunkley. Hurried kick out of the middle. Will bounce to the 50 at right half forward. First there is the veteran Zorko. Little soccer. He can collect now. In the pocket. Side bottom. Took him high. There won't be a free kick. And yet there had been 3 paid. That looked about the most glaring of all. He hadn't picked himself up after collecting the ball, but this time the umpire calls for a ball up.
And now he throws it up in the aftermath, and it's gone straight back over the line and out of bounds. And instead of a ball up, it'll be a throw in.
Only argument is he went searching for it.
He did a little, and from the umpire's view, he would have taken that as the cue.
Still high.
Throw in the forward pocket. The argument can be a prolonged one, but the footy won't wait. Brisbane have kicked a goal. They're back within 6 points. McCarthy has a crack. A handball to McInerney below his knees. Not as sure that time. Pendlebury, then Mitchell, and then back towards the wing. Awkward for Gardner, and flying the pack was Jamie Elliott in his typical fearless fashion. Takes the mark. A little handball forward to side bottom, and they've worked their way up to the wing where Myercheck takes it, waits, and will now deliver.
An open 50, long to a one-on-one. Frampton, Leicester did well, outsized, but he got a fist to it. Harris Andrews, a little hand pass to Zorko, who can trot off half-back. He has a bounce and then decides to go backwards as he was running into trouble. Kicks to Berry at the top of the goal square, and he switches play to Robertson over on the members' side. A little poke to Dunkley, who's unmanned.
They're bringing a free kick all the way back.
A mile back, about 4 disposals ago, something happened over on the southern side of the ground.
He got dealt with after he kicked it across goal, Zorko. So it was in the back as Zorko was kicking that big switch kick to Berry. But you'd think that'd be advantage.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you, eventually?
You'd think so.
Nonetheless, everyone's settled, and it's an aggressive kick, and it's paid off. It's marked by Dunkley at centre half back to Coleman, who goes short, too short. He was trying to look up with Danaher, but Markov stepped in and took the mark and quickly kicks to McCreary. 60 from goal. He thought about it. There was leads to Warner. Instead, he goes long. It's floating deep. Myercheck holds his ground. Hill almost had the chance, but Harris Andrews makes his first most significant impact thus far. Puts a big fist into the footy. and knocks it to safety over the boundary line and out of bounds in the left forward pocket. It's Collingwood 2 straight 12. It's Brisbane 1 straight 6. 14 and a half minutes into the opening term, and it's all with thanks to Maccas.
Collingwood have been kicking to Frampton, just hasn't been able to clunk a mark. Cameron and McInerney. McInerney the better of it, stolen by Mitchell, dispossessed, side bottom mops it up, took it away from goal straight to Danaher, who sold a bit of candy, swings it to the wing, nothing there for Brisbane. If it bounces okay, it's Murphy's ball. It got away from him, but he just got there in time to keep it alive and go back into the corridor and howl behind the centre. Ball kick not clean to Ginnivan, who had time to collect, give to Pendlebury, who gets a kick from a standing start. McCreary from behind, almost marked it, fought on, crumbed his own ball and gold. Oh, he hit the post. He kicked it off the outside of his boot. He might have done better just to go flush. And he kicks it behind. Collingwood 2-1, Brisbane 1 goal on the Shell V-Power scoreboard.
Ball back at full back for the overworked Lions defence. Wilmot is going to favour the members' side. Cameron in the best position, and almost politely Hipwood got there. The ball came his way unexpectedly. Off to Dunkley, another blind kick forward, and Murphy is positioning himself perfectly, regularly. Wins it and kicks it to Markoff as they design a way forward, and the path is clear for the skipper Moore. Off the instep, you can see what he was trying to do, and it does arrive with Bobby Hill. Slower than he might have hoped. Back to side bottom, a lovely short to Elliott, who is commanding that left half forward flank and wing at the moment, and he knows all about kicking long goals from there.
Jackie Reid for spotlight before his kick.
Eric Hipwood was down behind play. He's just hobbled off the ground with the physio. The doctor was out there to check on him pretty quickly. I'll get back to you on what that injury is.
Hutto, you said the Lions defence has been under siege for barbecues galore. 10-3 the entries so far Collingwood's way.
Missed the complete 2018 season, Jamie Elliott, and thus missed Collingwood's last grand final. But he's here now, and unfortunately, in striving for that extra metre or two from outside 50.
Game wasn't online yet, so that's why I missed it.
It's a bit early and not quite important enough for Jamie Elliott. He tugs it, and Collingwood have their second behind. 2-2-14 to 1 straight 6. And this is 3AW Footy with thanks to Maccas.
It's on the Shell V-Power scoreboard as Coleman brings the ball to Lester, the veteran, who gets around a tackle, drives long and high to the wing, not much there for the Lions. Howe arrived, almost took a Jeremy Howe special, couldn't quite hang on, it's in disputed ground level. The umpire will intervene, there'll be a ball up Collingwood side of the wing. The first 17 minutes very much Collingwood's way, but only translated into an 8-point lead, 2-2 to 1 goal. In ruck, Big McInerney brought it down, rather Danaher down to Bailey, who had to kick in a hurry from a standing start. It went to the line on the bounce and is called a kick that lacked sufficient intent to be kept alive, and it'll be a free kick to Josh Dacos between half-back and wing for the Magpies.
Quick survey from Dacos. He kicks along the half-forward line, but Danaher, anticipating that, takes a pretty comfortable mark to repel for the Lions. He too just waits a moment. He's had 5 disposals so far, sets them up towards half-forward. Of course, Hipwood is off at the moment. Not much marking power. McCarthy flew. And in the end, the spoil went to Mitchell. A handball to Quainer, who didn't want to be rushed. Step to the inside, kicks towards Elliott again. Coleman reaches over, made the spoil to Wilmot, who is swamped. And there was no extra steps to be taken. It's another ball up right on the logo. Collingwood 2-2-14, Brisbane 1 straight 6. It's on the members' wing.
Jackie for spotlight.
In positive news for the Lions, it looks like it was just a hit to the breadest basket, as Jimmy would say to Eric Hipwood. He'll be okay.
From the ball up, another pack. Now it squeezes out. Robertson's got it. He's brilliantly tackled and taken down, and there will be, I think, a ball up. The Magpies, emphatic it should be holding the ball. They won't get it, as Ginnivan picks himself up last. He was the tackler. Ball on the centre line, umpire Stevic throws it up. Danaher doing some ruck work, and he's doing okay. Ground level contest at the feet of the ruckman. Once again, ball doesn't come out. Another ball up.
It's a clear plan here from Collingwood in slow possession, especially coming off their back line, to bring the ball into the corridor. It's like they're avoiding all boundary throw-ins or further stoppages, Lloydie.
Danaher rucking, knocking it forward, and then towed forward by Robertson for Brisbane. Hipwood's back out there, gave it to McCarthy. This is what he's in the team for. He's one of the sharpest shooters in the competition. And Link McCarthy, who might have thought this day would never come, is making the most of it. A career in the early days racked with injury. He's played 4 preliminary finals, and now he's kicked a very important grand final goal, and somehow the Lions are back within 2 points. It's 2-2-14 to 2 straight 12. 2 points the diff, 20 minutes into the opening term. Matthew Lloyd and Jimmy Bartell on 3AW Football.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why just there, Lloydie, goals from stoppages, and this is where Brisbane have been so dynamic throughout the season, but especially in finals, they can score heavily because they've got that dynamic midfield and they're able to get the ball on the outside.
2 goals from ball-ups, and Tommy Mitchell is running with Lockie Neal at every stoppage, as he did in the last game. Neal just the 1 disposal, so a huge win, but he hasn't been involved yet.
Bounce of the ball, slew Danaher's way, probably favoured Cox, it fell to Pendlebury, got a hand pass to Nick Dacos, worked it into the 50, DeGoey lays a tackle and forces a ball up 45 out from Collingwood's goal. The Lions have done well. The inside 50 numbers would be Collingwood's way, but the margin is just 2 points from the ball up. Archie had it, lost it. Nick Dacos kicked into a smother, captures the ricochet on the boundary, gave to Elliott, sold Hill rather, sold it, gave it off to Dacos again. His kick smothered. Brisbane's defence.
And he's hurt himself.
Standing. The smother has injured Nick Dacos.
Oh, that's it.
Picking himself up.
He's up.
And there'll be a ball up right in the left forward pocket for the Magpies.
It was a direct contact injury to Goey. Even his brute strength couldn't get out of there cleanly. It's rushed away by McKenna, but it's a free kick. It's coming back to Brisbane in that last line. Just repeating that Shell V-Power scoreboard. You can fuel the footy finals feeling with Shell V-Power. Collingwood 2-2-14 lead Brisbane 2 straight 12. And it's Kadeem Coleman who played perhaps the best game of his career last week when his team really needed it. Against Carlton, he kicks Brisbane back towards the wing into relative safety. A jump handball from Josh Dacos was nifty to Maynard. Lugs the kick forward, a true bounce for Hill. He tried to craft a little kick in short for DeGoey, but Bailey was well aware, and he was able to read the drop of the ball. Takes the mark and swings it to McKenna.
He's actually given him a bit of composure around the ball. Zach Bailey started forward. Now he's been around the contest.
Tim, you asked about entries. 12-4 it is.
Yeah, amazing. Brisbane could be well pleased. McKenna's kick excellent. Finds Robertson just clear of the defensive 50. Slots it into the corridor, and Coleman, who is becoming a real force for Brisbane. He kicks to Neal, midfield, the dual Brownlow medalist, hands off to Wilmot, running forward, driving long, 2-on-1 Collingwood's way, and the boundary line is their friend in Brisbane's right forward pocket. 22 minutes on the clock. Collingwood 2-2, Brisbane 2 straight goals on the Shell V-Power scoreboard.
They won't mind this. They're very good at forward 50 stoppages, Brisbane, and they were outnumbered then.
No possessions yet for Charlie Cameron from the throw-in. Grabbed by Cox. Was that a clean legal disposal?
No.
It's very questionable, and Eric Hipwood is posing that to the umpire. Simon Meredith, who's deaf to all pleas, goes in and throws it up as the crowd see the replay. Danaher, the ball shaken away, grabbed by Mitchell. More to side bottom, back to Murphy. He had more time and he got the clearing kick, and didn't he kick it well? It's the Magpie favourite Jack Ginnivan. Into the 22 this week, issues the instructions as he kicks from half forward. It's a tough one for Leicester. The bounce for Elliott, he muscled him out of it. Well played, Leicester. Back to Gardner and then to Robertson. They work the triangle handballs, and then the kick back to where, again, there was a bit more room for Coleman to work his kicking magic to slice them open through the middle. And Lockie Neal starting to work into the game. Takes the mark, but just applies the brakes.
Just behind the centre. Brisbane with the ascendancy in the last few minutes. A kick to the members' wing. An easy mark dropped by McKenna, but plenty of time to recover things. Got it now. Drills it along the half-forward flank for McCarthy's lead. He can't hang on to the mark, and off his hands. It's over the line for a throw-in just outside the 50. Connor McKenna, a real story of this season, had missed 2.5 seasons of football. An Irishman who came to the game late. He stepped straight in, played every game for Brisbane, and is playing terrific footy. The ball at their 50. Danaher shoved Cox out of the way. Tackle laid on Danaher, and this time it's holding the ball. Mason Cox to take it at halfback for the Magpies.
Another one of those where he tried to drive his head through, and he didn't win it, so was holding the ball.
Oh, Cox's kick is smothered. Bounces back to Danaher. He just barges through Quaynor. It slowed him down. Bailey already has one goal. Gets through the first line of resistance. That's even better. That is a grand final goal to remember forever. Zach Bailey has produced some absolute magic. It is most certainly a goal of the day for Star 21. Discover the difference, and what a difference that can make. And for the first time, the Lions are in the lead. It's 3 straight 18 to 2-2-14.
This guy's always a danger and a threat. You can put all your eggs in the Charlie Cameron basket, but Bailey gets you up higher at the ground in the contest, and he never loses his feet. So if you don't stick the tackle, he'll keep pumping his legs like he did there. They had him hemmed in against the boundary line. He was the one with the initial smother on Big Meso. Got back up. Murphy had him pinned in, but a weak arm tackle. Away goes Bailey.
Playing with such confidence, Zach Bailey, which has to be lifting those around him. Brisbane, for the first time, are in front. 4-point lead, 3 straight goals to 2-2. Cox and McInerney. As a shepherding free kick against Cox. McInerney, hand passes to Dunkley, drives into the 50. Maynard brave. Murphy was his main opponent, knocked it away from his teammate as he brought him down.
No, that's not a free kick.
Collingwood free kick.
And he's gone. He looks dazed here.
He does look dazed every time, though.
But look at him, though. That's when it's concussion, it's a different story.
I reckon he's fine, Lloydie.
No, it's Murphy.
Yeah, it's Murphy. So he's fine. He got hit in the shoulder.
But then he gets hit here in the head, the back of Lincoln McCarthy.
Yeah, not sure.
It's Collingwood's ball at centre half back.
He does get hit though, Jim. Whether you respect him as a tough player or not.
I'm not questioning his toughness.
Did he get hit or not?
I don't know whether he did, though.
He did. So all I'm saying is I already has to go off for 20 minutes.
He's been taken to the boundary line. Jackie, what are you seeing for Spotlight?
Yeah, you're right. The doctors are escorting him off the ground at the minute, so they'll have a quick discussion with him to assess him and then decide whether or not he needs a SCAT 5.
There's no way I'm questioning his toughness, Lloydie. I haven't seen where he got collected, that's all.
Maynard to Moore. Stretches the kick out, and same for the handballs to Josh DaCosta McCreery. They need to settle here, Collingwood. They charge forward. McCreery driving. Ball Cox! From nowhere, Mason Cox has taken the mark. And if a big guy can come from nowhere, that is. What a terrific take. Just too tall, and his timing was perfect.
It's a good set shot for goal too. In the big moments, Big Meso. He's got a very sound goal-kicking technique.
Mark of the day, thanks to Stan. And you're right, Jim, this is his range.
Yeah.
So any further out, he's not the best, but this range is pretty good.
And a terrific temperament. He's a player who seems to revel on the big occasion.
He showed that a couple of times in 2018 in the preliminary final, and then twice on grand final day. Still searching to become a premiership player. His story is amazing, and he stands up after all of that and misses to the right.
We mossed him.
After Collingwood have done so much right in this opening term, they haven't actually kicked a goal for over 20 minutes, and just a little pall coming over some of the Collingwood fans as they look up to the Shell V-Power scoreboard. 3 straight 18 Brisbane, plays 2-3-15 Collingwood. 28 minutes in, a sound kick in is marked by Starcevic, and he's going to favour the Sunshine on the southern side of the ground.
And Gardner, high at half-back, well clear of the 50. No one standing the mark, but he's not to be lured into getting excited and taking off. He dabs a short pass to Coleman.
Too much.
Umpire says not 15. Coleman forced to play on and kick laterally. Starcevic there. Horrible bounce for the Lions. Taken by Ginnivan, but immediately brought down in a tackle applied by Dunkley, and there'll be a ball up 60 out from Collingwood's goal at right half forward. The Lions by 3 points as we near quarter time in the grand final.
The thing about Mason's missed shot, he's more fatigued than normal as a forward. McInerney's really working him over.
Coleman with 10 possessions from the restart. Dunkley's turn to cop it. Picked up by Mitchell. Hacks it inside 50. Coleman's got another possession here. Takes a pretty comfortable chest mark, locked up against the boundary.
He's one of the few players who can kick beautifully off no momentum. He just stands there and lasers them.
He's at 11 now.
Which he does here. Back to Andrews, and Moore safe short stuff. They are a kicking team, but they're a low disposal team normally, not panicking, and Coleman again makes himself useful on the way out. Reluctantly goes back behind the mark, but doesn't want to be rushed, even off the right boot this time, along the wing. Cox against Hip with the challenge in the air. Brought a couple down with him. Path for Will Hoskin. Elliott opens up. Guess who's in the weight again? And it's Kadeem Coleman, who takes another mark and goes short, and that's possession 13 across to Zorko. And he is going to make the full switch to Archie in the sunshine. Crisp was set for it. Put the fist into it. Gardner at the boundary line and McCreary, the three combatants. And the boundary line wins. It's still Brisbane 18, Collingwood 15 on the Shell V-Power scoreboard. Fuel the footy finals feeling with Shell V-Power. Still 2 minutes to go in a prolonged opening turn.
7 marks so far for Coleman.
Who'd have thought a couple of weeks ago that he might be the quarter-time tearaway leader in the race for the Coleman medal? That's what he is. Throw in. Oh, big win to McInerney. Edged out Cox. Took it out of the air. Got a quick kick to Rayner. Caught in a tackle. Had to release. Stolen by Hoskin Elliott. Left foot kick forward for Collingwood. McCreary taking out Gardner. Has support from Myercheck. On the boundary. Around the body. And the rest is history. Collingwood back in front. 3-3 to 3 goals, and another goal of the day contender thanks to Star 21. Discover the difference.
The thing about Collingwood is, can they keep the scoreboard ticking over throughout the day, because it does dry up for them. They're not a high-scoring team. They were in the first half of the year, but not in the second half of the season. That's what Brisbane can do. They'll keep theirs ticking over, but Collingwood, that was a critical goal because things had dried up. A massive one for their confidence just going into quarter time. Jackie Reid.
Just confirmation, Nathan Murphy has gone downstairs into the rooms for a concussion test. And for Brisbane, Josh Dunkley just had a dislocated finger pop back in.
And that's for Spotlight. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, you wonder if Brisbane, the 2 minutes ago with Zorko off the half-back flank, where they just could have closed it down to quarter time, but they just want to keep attacking, as you mentioned, Lloydie.
Spotlight celebrating 50 years and a proud sponsor of MKR. Back in the middle, late in the opening term. Socket forward for Brisbane. A tough bounce for Danaher. More right. Committed his body. Spillage goes to Bailey on top of him. Carefully checking with Steele's side bottom. And gets the neutral result he was after. It's a ball up. Half forward for Brisbane as they assemble around the throw-up. McInerney the tap to Goey. Hasn't had a lot of it so far. Forced handball comes to Dacos. That's Nick. Took it from Crisp. Kicks towards Frampton. It'll bounce in front of he and Harris Andrews. And Frampton really had one thing in mind only. That was to take it back over the line and out of bounds. In front of the members on this gloriously hot and sunny day at the MCG. It's Collingwood 3-3-21 who have made the early running. But the Lions have hit back hard and they have 3 goals of their own. Oh, just socket out of the ruck by Cameron. Knees up stuff. Pendlebury handball. McCreary, they get closer. Now Crisp, it's there for him. 50 metres away, the goals. And he just didn't quite get it right in the hunt for the distance. He's tugged it and they've missed a few in this opening term. It's 3-4-22 now, Collingwood to 3 straight 18. None really easy, but ones they could have easily got.
Some big jobs being done. Dunkley's kept it going to 1 touch in this first quarter.
Taken by Berry as the Lions work it well, clear of immediate danger, but Nick Dacos shoots a hand pass to Pendlebury. From 65 out, he shanked the kick. And in the hole, Rayner takes a slightly juggled mark, 20 metres up from the goal front. Only half a minute left. He's kicked very poorly. Second time he's completely miscued. Nick Dacos gives to Quaynor, drills the pass, and the aforementioned DeGoey has marked it 50 1/4 metres out, directly in front.
Yeah, just 1 kick so far in this first quarter with just seconds to go. A horror moment. Rayner's been off this first quarter. 2 kicks, 2 howlers for Rayner behind the ball, not inside forward 50 where he likes it.
So after the quarter time siren, Collingwood lead by 4 points. DeGoey makes it 10. And Collingwood get something like, but perhaps not quite fair reward for a considerable ascendancy in the opening quarter. They lead 4-4-28 to 3 straight goals 18. Lloydie, a fair outcome, or should Collingwood have more?
I think it's fair. Their goals are hard to get, but they've had 8 scoring shots from 19 entries. The Lions are lucky. They've scored 3 goals from 7 entries. So, you take that, Collingwood, 10 points up in the grand final.
Quarter time in the grand final of 2023. Collingwood 4-4-28. Brisbane 3 straight goals. Jimmy Bartell and Jackie Reid to join Lloydie with their quarter time summation. After this, the Shell v Power scoreboard. Collingwood 4-4-28. Brisbane 3 straight goals. This is 3AW Grand Final football, brought to you by Macca's.
This year, together with Adelaide Exposed Concrete, we're hitting the fairways for 5AA's All-Star Golf Day. Featuring your favourite 5AA presenters and some sporting superstars, it'll be an unmissable day out on Friday the 6th of October at the stunning Glenelg Golf Club. For more information, booking info or to win your way there, visit 5AA.com.au. With thanks to Floor World, more than just flooring. Choose from the best Aussie and international brands at the best prices.
Fuel the footy feeling with Shell V-Power. You could be shaving on Shell fuel every time you fill up. Just download the AFL Live app on the App Store or Google Play. Then click the Shell V-Power banner on the bottom of the app homepage to register and activate the offer. Shell V-Power, the official fuel partner of the AFL. T's and C's apply.
Thinking of painting and don't know where to start?
We do, because we know paint at Crowe's.
So, visit Crowe's. And while you're there, join Crowe's Club to get 10% off everything.
We know paint at Crowe's.
With hoodie up and head down, he's crossing the road, testing his new headphones. And then, he's testing your brakes too. Let Automasters test your brakes before someone else does. Call 1300 Automasters.
It's Ian Healy, and I'm here to talk to you about back pain and Keezer. If you're one of the 80% of Australians who suffer from back pain, it's tempting to do nothing. But this can cause weaknesses down the road. The best place to start with back pain is exercise. And the best place to exercise is Keezer. Keezer's physios and Swiss-designed strength training equipment help you build strength in a supervised environment. I go to Keezer and you can too at our new clinic in Norwood. Book your initial assessment at keezer.com.au.
Unit 13's charcoal cheesecake might not have been funny at all. And 32's ironing incident definitely wouldn't have been. Not to mention 6's electric blanket mix-up. But thanks to Safe Fire Electrical, they've had the building in stitches for weeks. A little fire safety can be the difference between a comedy and a tragedy. Keep the little things in order with Safe Fire Electrical, your local fire safety experts. Visit safefire.com.au.
Before you do a thesis in dishwasher, depart on an oven odyssey, or make a pilgrimage up Mount Washing Machine. Just trying to work out what appliances to get? Drop into Adelaide Appliance Gallery. We're here to make your life easier. We've got the best advice, best appliances, and the best offers all in one place. Like 10% off Asco appliances, plus a 10-year warranty. Make your life easier with Adelaide Appliance Gallery, Paynham Road, St Peters.
It's Tyre Power's big footy final sale. Get the power to score a great deal on selected Toyo tyres and go in the draw to win one of 20 trips for 2 to Vegas. This sensational trip includes return flights, accommodation and $2,000 spending money. Talk to the team at Tyre Power about Toyo tyres and get the power of a safer drive this September, plus the chance to win a trip to Vegas. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
5AA's coverage of the 2023 AFL Finals Series.
Stolen by Hoskin Elliott. Left foot kick forward for Collingwood. McCreary taking out Gardner. Has support from Myercheck on the boundary. Around the body. And the rest is history. Collingwood back in front. Nick Dacos gives to Quaynor. Drills the pass. And the aforementioned DeGoey has marked it. Collingwood lead by 4 points. DeGoey makes it 10. And at quarter time, that is the margin. Collingwood's way, 4-4-28. Brisbane, 3 straight goals. Bailey, the only multiple on either side with a couple. Hill, Dacos, Myercheck and DeGoey. Collingwood's 4. McCarthy has 1 for Brisbane. Jackie Reid for her favourite sponsor.
Thanks very much, guys. Good news for Collingwood. Nathan Murphy is back out there. He has passed that concussion test, so he is right to start this second term. For Brisbane, Eric Hitwood was cleaned up by Jeremy Howe. He copped a hit to the Bretta's basket, and he's okay to go. And Josh Dunkley had a dislocated finger. It looks really sore. The doctor went out to him at quarter time, but he's ready to play on.
Ironically, we're hearing Country Road being sung at quarter time, Lloydie. We haven't heard it, even if we were at the Gabba. Charlie Cameron doesn't even have a possession. Lockie Neal only 3. How big was that to-goey goal, though?
Huge, and Dunkley would have been filthy because he'd held him to one touch in the first quarter, and then it's a Rayner shank that gets him into the game, so that would have hurt. But, yeah, Charlie, no touches, and his body language hasn't been great, to be honest, in this first quarter. Joey Danaher has blasted the ball a few times and could have used him, but he's got to get past that.
Jimmy?
Yeah, I think Brisbane, last minute and a half, they coughed up 2 goals where you could have just closed down the quarter and played a bit of tempo. They're trying to keep a bit of risk in the game, but it cost them 2 goals late in that quarter, and they're trying to avoid, Collingwood trying to avoid stoppages because that's where Brisbane's been great.
10 points in arrears, the Lions on the Tyre Power scoreboard as we enter quarter 2 of the 2023 AFL Grand Final. And it's Cox and McInerney, a better bounce to start this quarter. The tap favoured Dunkley, though. To go, he kept his feet as Dunkley went to ground and has earned... No, he's given away a free kick. He's going the way of Josh Dunkley. A premiership with the Western Bulldogs in his first year there, and who knows, maybe the same with the Lions. A handball to Leicester. Up in front, McInerney push forward. Here's Charlie. Here he is. Left foot snap is a goal. And if we were in Brisbane, we'd be playing a bit of John Denver right now. Brisbane has the first goal of the second quarter, and they couldn't have hoped for a better player to kick it. Enter Charlie Cameron into the grand final. 4-4-28 to 4 straight 24. And Brisbane are taking their chances.
The Brisbane crowd are trying to get the song going. Yeah. They had it at quarter time and it was met with boos from Collingwood fans, but they're trying to get the tune going. But just class finish and great contest there by Big Oscar, who pushed forward hard and a soft drop which brought Charlie Cameron into play.
Before the ball up, Jackie Reid for deep heat.
Just on Nathan Murphy, he came off the ground after quarter time and was doing some laps, and he's indicated that he's not 100% now, so he's taking a seat in the second row of the interchange bench. It looks like he's been subbed out and Pat Lipinski is in.
Cox the tap for Collingwood. Nick Dacos tried to whisk it away, couldn't do so. McCluggage got his head over the ball. Fletcher into the fray for the Lions. Fights for it at ground level and would be happy just to hold up the Collingwood charge. They had numbers there. Umpire Gavin calls for it, just the Lions side of the centre. That's a morale boosting start to the second quarter for Brisbane, and Murphy out of the game by the look of it. At the ball up, it is Brisbane's footy. They do well. Starcevic leans back, lobs it into half forward. Hipwood brought it down. Lovely collect by Charlie, who takes on Jeremy Howe. Forced wide. Skids a kick into half forward. It's good. It found Archie. Gives to McCluggage. Quick snap. Goal. Lions back in front. Hugh McCluggage, who's inclined to miss as often as he hits on that occasion, made no mistake with the non-preferred. It's 5 straight Brisbane, 4-4-28 Collingwood, the Lions by 2 points.
Little things that aren't normally exciting. Dunkley strengthened the contest just to get the hands free, which allowed Starcevic to get it forward, but Eric Hipwood just holding his ground. Howe had him in the box seat to outmark him, but he was able to get his hand to it and make it drop again just at his feet. And Charlie Cameron, I'd hate to be Jeremy Howe. You don't want to be chasing Charlie Cameron flat out on the MCG.
2 goals in 67 seconds, and now with Murphy out of the game, Lipinski in, now Jeremy Howe has to go back to the last line of defence. So I just wonder if Frampton at some stage may have to go back and Howe has to go forward to find goals.
Back in the middle, it's rushed onto the boot. The Lions get it to centre half forward. It comes back towards Zorko, who traps it, flings the handball across half forward. Robertson, can he step through Maynard? Yes. Handball to Danaher. They're lining up again. Picked up by McCluggage, taken to ground. We all turn to the umpire to see his decision. It's a ball up this time.
It's since that first one from Dacos, Hutto, they're all swinging around at the umpire to try and get one.
Thrown up in the pocket. McInerney knocks it away. McCarthy was ready, so was Sidebottom. Loose handball. Now an opportunity for Neal. Scoops it up, runs away from goal. Turns, screws it back, and just overdid it a fraction. And it scrapes through for a behind. They are pressing here, Brisbane. 5-1-31 after their first behind. Collingwood 4-4-28 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Wonder if they need to just slow it down here for a little bit and take the speed out because Brisbane are red hot, wanting pace in this game.
Terrific 4 minutes for the Lions. Jeremy Howe plays on, kicks out over half back, but Lester crumbs it for Brisbane. His hurried kick falls for Maynard. Ooh, to a mixed reception. I think the Hoots started it and the Magpies decided we'll quash that. And they did. Maynard kicks to Josh Dacos between half-back and wing, Members side. Covered by Fletcher, standing the mark. Dacos, a little loop to his little brother, who marks it just behind the wing on the boundary. Steering kick, magnificently weighted for De Goey to mark. Give to Mitchell. Kick into the 50 and Hill. On his chest. 45 out, 45 degree angle. In fact, the man on the mark would be just a bit over 40 metres out. It's a kickable shot. His initial instinct was to look for a target, but there wasn't one.
Beautiful kick by Tom Mitchell because Coleman lays off so much. He just weighted the ball out in front. Got to play through Coleman's man.
So Collingwood looking to regain the lead. Hill comes in from just inside 50 when he kicks. It is very, very, very good. We've got a game. Collingwood back in front, 5-4-34. Brisbane 5-1-31. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, Bobby Hill gets his second.
Just good composure there from Tom Mitchell. Everyone was sort of losing their head, but as you mentioned, Lloyd, he just waded into the space and forced Bobby Hill to come back up it. They also had Ginnivan, who was free of the footy, so they're still getting their numbers out forward of the ball, but it's just how Collingwood can control the tempo, because when they take possession back off half back, there are holes in this Brisbane Lions defence who all like to sag off their direct opponent.
He's had a good final series, Bobby. He's been so sharp, dynamic. I didn't think he was at his best last week, but the Melbourne final where he kicked 3, and today he's looked exceptional with pressure and also winning the footy.
Yeah, 6th goal of the final series so far, and we're only early into the second quarter of the 2023 AFL Grand Final. Pies back in front, lead by 3. Loose in the middle, picked up by Penalty, their most experienced. He got almost a 7-20, had that latitude. Handball loose from Dacos. It's kicked forward by Robertson for Brisbane. Howe was interfered with. Surely he was held without it, according to the umpires. He went for the mark against Hipwood and went tumbling to ground. The ball came free. Now Howe, challenging kick back to the middle, but a successful one.
He also caught a plastic bag as well, Nick.
Oh, that's how good he is.
That's Nick Dacos. He's the day. The handball, though, goes to Quainer. It could have come aground. Recovered handball to Markov. Forward of the wind now with still Sidebottom. He too issuing the instructions as he kicks off the instep forward, threatening Lipinski. He's on the ground, of course. Substituted into the action. Didn't have to wait long. And now the umpire calls him to attention as he decides it's going to be a ball up 35 metres out from goal.
He caught a plastic bag in his left hand and the ball in his right.
That is as remarkable as it sounds. From the ball up, McInerney gives to Coleman, who keeps on getting it. He kicks towards the wing. Hipwood low down. Should have held it. Didn't. Picked up by Howe for Collingwood. Gave to Hill. Hand passes to Sidebottom, or in his general direction. Put him under pressure. Sidebottom takes it away from goal to Markov, whose kick smothered. Ricochet to Archie. Left foot kick in a hurry. Might give Cameron a bit of a chance. Forward to the centre. Has McCarthy running. Goal unguarded. Back to Cameron. Good bounce. Good collect. Good pace. Good kick. Goal. Lions back in front. 6-1-37 to 5-4-34. 8 minutes in, and the lead is going backwards and forwards.
It is, but it's 3 goals to 1 in this quarter, and I just wonder whether Collingwood, it looks like Brisbane can kick their 12, 13, 14 today. Collingwood capable, Jim, of doing the same down that end. So just scoring weapons everywhere for Brisbane, but who can find them for Collingwood?
Yeah, I'm with you, Lloydie. When the tempo on this game is high, it suits Brisbane. So at different stages, Collingwood's got to take the air out of the game. But fastest things in the world, a jet. Charlie Cameron heading back towards goal inside forward 50. Good luck catching that, Hutto.
He hit the tape pretty hard, didn't he, on that occasion? As they say, Lions back in front. Their grand final nerves have dissipated at the start of the second. They have the lead out of the middle. The tap goes back to De Goey. Couldn't shake the tackle. Got a handball to Dacos. A rush kick is a good one. Marked by Lipinski. So he has his opportunity earlier than he would have expected. Frampton deep, holds his ground against Andrews. The ball's headed his way. Myercheck there, the combat in the air. And now underneath with side bottom. A rush ball. McCreary runs, he jumps. Defended by Berry. And now it's tucked away into multiple players. And the two ruckmen will have to hand it over to the umpire, Cameron and McInerney, who's going to throw it up back in the air. The umpire, tap down from Cameron, top of the goal square, not getting any closer to goal. And Matt Stevic called upon again to throw it up. Crowd just sitting back in their seat for a moment, but lean forward now as it's thrown up. Grabbed out of the ruck by Darcy Cameron. Ready for him was Berry. Put the smother on. Elliott, a desperate handball. McCreary, Kudjado. He's swinging in and swinging the kick back. And it's all Brisbane supporters behind the goals. They gave me no cues whatsoever as to whether that was going to be a goal. In the end, it swung back too far, and Bo McCreary has two behinds. Collingwood has five. As Coleman kicks in, it's 5-5-35 to 6-1-37 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
It is a scintillating and superb contest. Long ball out towards the wing, side bottom, turned into trouble. Tackled, lost it, free kick to Ryan Lester, who gives a hand pass to Coleman, edging up the ground and driving to nobody. Unusually for him, it might work for McCarthy, although he stumbled at the key moment, taken by Howe for the Magpies. Quick kick back towards Pendlebury, can't mark, fisted away to the boundary, side bottom, kept it alive. Pendlebury's got it again, tackled, had to get it onto his right boot and hope. And his hopes are repaid because Nick Dacos took the footy, took contact, it was high, and it's his ball between halfback and wing. The Lions lead by 2 points, 11 minutes into the second term on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Another line ball call, but I think the umpire got it right. The kick though runs aground on the wing. Coleman another possession. Handballs to Bailey. Rush kick inside 50. Quainer on red alert. Robertson came charging through. McCarthy goes to ground. Fierce Collingwood resistance. Howe to Crisp. And then a handball. And just a moment to pause for Josh Dacos and consider. And after all of that, he kicks to Myercheck. Gardner out of position but did well. Closed when it mattered. Put a big wraparound tackle. And almost a bow on top of Myercheck. Striding the line. And we'll call it a draw as the umpire blows the whistle. It's either a throw-in or a ball up. It's a throw-in right down in front of us. It's still Brisbane leading by 2 points. Accuracy in their favour and a 2-point margin. 6-1-37 to 5-5-35.
Cameron of Collingwood, McInerney of Brisbane. They don't gain a clearance tap between them, and a pack forms over the footy. There'll be a ball up. Member side, forward of the wing for the Magpies. Brisbane 37, Collingwood 35. There's a whistle of the ruck contest. A Collingwood free kick. Cameron to take it. The Collingwood Cameron, as opposed to the Brisbane goal-sneaking speedster. Kick into the forward pocket for the Magpies. Frampton was the target. Harris Andrews, been good back there, makes the spoil. And there'll be a throw-in. 30 around from Collingwood's goal at the punt road end. Left forward pocket.
Just on that, Billy Frampton yet to touch the footy, but Andrews has taken one mark and had 3 disposals.
So he's doing his job.
So yeah, you take that if you're Collingwood.
They're back in the goal square now as we reconvene. Boundary throw in 40 metres out. Cameron took front position, tried to dictate turns. Dunkley, though, a clever handball. Archie in a hurry. Collingwood well represented, gathered by Crisp. Keeps it in. Attacking mind frame as always to Mitchell. Crafts to Dacos. 45 out, smothered unexpectedly. And again, it's that man, Josh Dunkley. And he tries to rub salt into the Dacos wounds. Not a big wound with what he's done already in this game in his short career. But it was letting him know this is not going to be easy for the day. It's back out of bounds and in the hands of a busy, overworked boundary umpire. Hauls it back 55 out from goal this time. Tap down to the front. Slung in the tackle, McCluggage. Goes to Josh Dacos this time. Ginnivan waits as the wrestle is on with Andrews and Frampton. And the Lions defenders did their job. It's worked through for a behind. Another one for Collingwood. 5-6-36. Plays 6-1-37. 1 point ball game for Tyre Power in their big footy final sale. Buy 3, get 1 free on Toyo Passenger and SUV tyres.
Coleman takes 2 or 3 stuttering steps out of the square. Kicks long in the McInerney direction. It'll be crumbed by Jasper Fletcher, who gets a little hand pass over the top, and it's banged forward by Rayner for Brisbane to Danaher, who marks, plays on, kicks very skillfully, finds Hipwood, 70 out, right half forward flank. The string bean Hipwood goes to the forward pocket. McCarthy in front of Quaynor, very nearly juggled it on one hand, couldn't quite hang on. There'll be a ball up in Brisbane's right forward pocket in shade at the city end of the ground, which will be welcome.
Just overkicked it. Hipwood, he was trying to get Danaher leading back to goal.
Yeah, they did pretty well, though, considering they were heavily outnumbered. The tap goes into open space. Lipinski, good hands. Out of there in a rush. Hoskin, Elliott. Fingertips of Elliott. Couldn't claim the mark. Back in dispute, but Elliott bounced back. And in a heartbeat, the handball goes to McCreary. He has the speed. He has the determination. Bought some time. Tried to sum it up. Could he kick it 55? You know what he could. But the bounce, just the wrong side of the big post. And it's another Collingwood behind. Enough to tie this game up. It's 3 behinds for Beau McCreary, what might have been. It was good play, the cut and thrust of a terrific grand final. Scores are level at the 15-minute mark of the second. So much more yet to be told, Tim.
Indeed. Lions are playing on very quickly, bringing it in, wasting no time, and perhaps feeling that any sapping effect from the heat would favour them more than the Magpies due to conditioning. Work it across ground to Gardner, who chips forward and inside to Leicester, and he pokes to the middle, and Wilmot takes the mark. He has Leicester going past, doesn't give. He gives it now by foot in the Hipwood direction, but Darcy Cameron saw it coming. He brings it down, it's in dispute. There is a Collingwood free kick to Nick Dacos for high contact. Plenty of Lion fans here making their feelings clear. Dacos between half-back and centre.
But you have to adjust now. You know, any time a tackle's going to come, he's going to try and get that arm up above his head.
And that didn't work out as planned as Nick Dacos tried a little cute kick to his brother. It bounced and went end on end at a concern. Craig McRae down in front issuing the instructions. We'll have a throw in instead. 16 and a half minutes into the second term. It falls short of the ruckman on the throne, reaching for it Cox, grabbing it Rayner, out of his control to a degree. He lands safely, left foot kick, screaming through. Hipwood did well, disrupted the pack. Robertson beaten by Maynard, loose hands Fletcher, brilliantly creative to Robertson. One more and it's a goal to Danaher. And their weapons are sharpening at the MCG, the Brisbane Lions. Charlie Cameron twice, and now Joe Danaher, who adjusts his moustache as he walks away. 7-1-43 the Lions. Collingwood 5-7-37. You take your chances in grand final, it makes all the difference.
Maynard, who won the ball at ground level on his knees, he just didn't see Fletcher sitting on the outside, probably lost him looking into the sun a bit, and Fletcher was able to intercept. But Dev Robertson, it was just body lining the ball, he just kept surging forward. He was brave. He could have been cleaned up from the other direction, but he just zeroed in on the footy, took it cleanly, which allowed Danaher to get out the back.
The second quarter for Barbecues Galore, 4 goals, 1 to 1 goal 3. So it's been a brilliant quarter by the Brisbane Lions. It's 10 inside 50 to 7. They're winning all the key stats, and just that front half for them. Weapons absolutely everywhere. For the Pies, they just don't really have those natural goal scorers like the Lions do.
Bunnings replay, little twirl of the moustache by Danaher at the ball up. De go, he tried to plough it through, he did okay, but then the bounce of the ball didn't favour him. Starcevic got it his way. Rayner prized it out for Brisbane, but knocked it to Hoskin Elliott for the Magpies. Kick back to the 50. Hill made a spoil on McKenna, helped it to Josh Dacos. Tackled, lost the footy. McCluggage for Brisbane, shoots it clear to Neal. Hand pass to Fletcher. Tackled on the kick, which fell a little short into half forward. Magpies pretty well set up, and they'll force the ball up right on the 50. Lions by 6 points, 7-1-43. Collingwood 5-7-37, 18 and a half gone, second term.
Thrown up just inside that 50. It comes to Lockie Neely, weaves his way through, waiting for it. McCluggage ran into resistance inside bottom of McCreary, but he's tackled. A diving lunge from that man, Zach Bailey, who has done so much right in this grand final so far. This time a perfectly timed leap and lunging tackle, and he is rewarded. He's had 5 disposals, but most importantly, he's kicked 2 goals.
Tackle of the day, thanks to light and easy Zach Bailey, and what an influence he's had on this grand final. Every touch means something with Zach Bailey. He's kicked 2 of the best goals you're likely to see in a grand final, and could kick another one here.
Part of this cohort, these medium stars, the rare mediums that can do so much damage. It's not the best kick from 55, Zach Bailey. Just tugged it ever so fractionally, searching for the 52 metres required. It's a Lions behind, and they're 7-2-44 to 5-7-37. Collingwood put themselves under pressure on the way out, and the mark taken by Andrews prevailed. Got it to the inside to Coleman. He's usually the sharpest of kicks. A flying was Maynard, made the spoil. Still very much up for grabs. Great handball, McCluggage. An even better kick by McCarthy. Oh, they are kicking them from everywhere, the Lions. Just take a moment to soak that in. Running away from goal, Link McCarthy has kicked a second, and the fears of Collingwood fans are being realised. The ability to score when it matters on grand final day is with the Lions now, and they are out for them to a game-high 13-point lead. What a goal.
Lloydie, you touched on this only about 2 minutes ago. Because of their weapons and how dynamic they are inside forward 50, they only need a sniff. They don't need a lot of entries, but what they can do is make the most of their opportunities, because some serious class on the forward line. Collingwood can work their way back into this. They just need to find that mark, take some tempo out of the game.
Just got to be in touch, Collingwood, at half-time. They can't afford to give up another 1 or 2 here and be 4 goals down. The goalie needs to lift. They need goals from Nick Dacos. They need Elliott to score their weapons.
A goal of the day contender thanks to star 21. Lincoln McCarthy second. Brisbane's biggest lead. Collingwood a clean takeaway though. Mitchell, hand pass to McCreary outside 50. Has to go back to Mitchell by hand. A kick to Crisp, who marks it at the 50. Arriving Berry, the umpire giving a push motion. The mark had been completed. Might have had fans wondering whether there was going to be a 50 paid by Robert Finlay, but no. Crisp capable of kicking it from here. The man on the mark just inside the 50. He's out on the left flank. Former Lion. Copeland Trophy winner of the last 2 seasons. Collingwood needing one. They're 13 points down. Crisp kicks it beautifully. Could not have been better. It is raining star 21 goals of the day. And Collingwood, as they do, find an answer. Margin back to 7. Tyre Power scoreboard 8-2-50. Brisbane 6-7-43. The Magpies.
Been treated, aren't we, to some absolute beauties. Magnificent finish there from Crispin. As soon as he took the ball, he knew what to do. He took the time, the composure. You've got to take some sting out of the game, but some class from Chris. He's absolutely smashed that from outside 50.
And a clearance win, and that's what they have to do. Keep the ball away from those forwards of the Brisbane Lions. It was De Goey who just fisted it forward. Elliott came charging out. So a few guys who haven't started this grand final very well got their hands on the footy, and Crisp and Bobby Hill have had 2 class finishes in this second quarter.
What an acquisition he's proven to be for Collingwood. 213 consecutive games played. Back in the middle, it's back to 7 points. Smashed forward by Cox this time. Underwood penalty. All he can do is toe it. It runs into Ginnivan. Neal copped it. A loose handball. Fisted forward by Ginnivan. Closer to goal. Lovely hands from Myercheck to the outside. Hill threatens. He's able to shake the tackle. Kick fell well short though, and it's Bailey. Slapdash goes the kick. Out to the wing. It's going to be rounded up by Quainer. Had time and space on his side. He can drill it back through the middle to Hoskin Elliott. Markov is ready and charges. Takes the ball. Bounces once. Gets close enough to full forward, but it was a bit of an in-between kick. It landed short, and Coleman was able to knock it through for a conceded behind. Collingwood 6-8-44. A number of them rushed. And Brisbane 8-2-50. It's a goal the difference on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Coleman plays on, kicks long. Danaher comes from behind, takes a lovely mark. He was the biggest man in the contest, but judged it perfectly. Nice receptive hands. He's high at half back. His kick clears the members' wing. Rayner from behind. Cox in from the side. And it's a Collingwood free kick for a Shepherd.
Yeah, Link McCarthy just tried to block Maynard coming third man up. Just got him a little bit too good.
Maynard between half back and wing. Jeremy Howe advances. Takes a mark from the middle. Drive long. Hill takes a screamer. From behind in a one-on-one. Came over the top of Starcevic. A mark of the day contender thanks to Stan. And a chance to level the scores.
Unbelievable. And what about the kick inboard to Jeremy Howe? That's been the feature of this grand final, the way the two teams want to attack this corridor. And Bobby Hill, finish off your work because you deserve it.
Mark of the day for Stan. Catch the Stan original series caught. Now streaming. Hill kicks his third and levels the scores. 25 gone second term. 8-2-50 Brisbane, 7-8-50 Collingwood on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Yeah, I love it as well, Lloydie. Maynard, first instinct, let's rip the ball up through the middle. Howe just took off, backed himself in, and that's all the forwards need. And there was immediate space. Starcevic is staring into the sun, and next second he's got Bobby Hill sitting on his head, not knowing what to do. But 3 goals for Bobby Hill in the first half. It's been huge.
What a quarter of football this has been. 3 goals for Bobby Hill, and scores are tied up again. A high-scoring contest. We have 7-8-50 to 8-2-50. Again, slightly crooked bounce, reaching over the top. McInerney, chucked though by Mitchell. Handball to Dacos in a flash through Lipinski. To Goey, out wide. McCreary was waiting, shapes a little one around the corner, and Ginnivan takes the mark. And he's within range. He is within range. He is 45 metres out as he stands now. He'll start his run from just outside the 50.
Hutto, this is tough. So he looks like he's setting up for a snap from this range. And that's a long, long way out to try and curl one around.
He's got it in him.
Considering where he was at the start of the year, banished from the club, been the sub, hasn't always had the opportunities, and the kick does fall short. And it's worked through for a behind, so he didn't quite get the logistics right that time.
It's a wrong option. That's too far out. You know, the other 2 boys have just gone back and kicked the drop punch from there, which he should have.
Another rushed behind. It gives them the lead back. 7-9-51. Plays 8-2-50 on the Tyre Power scoreboard in that big footy final sale.
They were looking wobbly about 5 or 6 minutes ago. They're back in front. Clearing ball for the Lions. Collected by Archie. Taken down by Sidebottom. Ball up. Members side. Pretty much on the wing. Umpire Stevic using the whistle and now tossing the ball up. McInerney beats Darcy Cameron. Fists it forward the Lions' way. Covered by Nick Dacos. His momentum, though, taking him to the line. There'll be a throw in. Now just Brisbane side of the wing. Getting close to half-time. 27 gone in the quarter. Still time for a score or 2. Collingwood 51, Brisbane 50. Cameron and McInerney sharing it. Cameron has it now. Got a little hand pass to Elliott. Just walked into trouble, was tackled and let go of the footy when tackled. Free kick to be taken by Coleman of Brisbane just behind the wing.
Not sure how many kick-ins he's had, Hutto, but this is disposal 21 now for Cadine.
And over 500 metres gained in a half, less than a half. Bailey found a way through and got the handball to the outside to Dunkley. Stabs the pass to Cameron, and Quainer was able to just hold him at bay as the danger seeded. And it goes through for a behind. It is 7-9-51 now to 8-3-51. 28 minutes into the second term, 3.5 to go in this spellbinding second quarter.
And Tommy Mitchell doing a sensational job on Lockie Neal. Lockie Neal just 7 touches in the half. Tom Mitchell 11.
Dacos brings it back into play. Highest was Andrews to put the fist into it, and now it's locked away again at right half forward for Brisbane. Another ball up required.
Mitchell just harassing him at stoppage. Neil trying to charge through, at a rate of knots, just not getting on the end of them.
The last grand final where scores were tied at halftime was 1909. Don't think even you were here for that one, Tim. The handball from Neil. Back to McCluggage. Sky high goes the kick. They come forward. Danaher! He leapt but doesn't bring the ball down. And we're not going to have a ball up yet. Umpire let them keep playing. And it's over the line and out of bounds. Sorry to be rude.
Heard it all before, Hutto, and it's not far wrong. That's the trouble. Throw-in coming up just outside Brisbane's 50. I'll tell you what, if this game continues to be played like this over 4 quarters, it will be spoken of as one of the great grand finals. From the throw-in, Nick Dacos steals it from McCluggage. Couldn't do much with it, but helped it to Cameron of Collingwood. Got a kick out towards the wing. Lockie Neal in the way, gives to Coleman. Drops it onto his left. Kicks to within 30. Big pack. Danaher just couldn't get into it. Taken by Darcy Cameron. Kick to Elliott. Having a couple of bad moments. Dropped a mark here. Picked up by McCluggage. His kick semi-smothered. At the 50 to Goey. Having to fight hard. Took 2 tackles. Gave to Lipinski. To Mitchell running into trouble. Gives to Elliott. Sets him up. Elliott trots to the wing. Has a bounce. Left foot steering kick for Frampton. Waited for it to bounce. And then it got away from him. And will be thrown in high at left half forward for the Magpies. Beyond the 30-minute mark. Scores a level at 51 apiece.
He still hasn't had a possession yet, Billy.
I think while the scoreboard's in check, they'll stick with it.
Yeah.
But if they get 3 goals down later on, they'll have to make the swing. Him back and Howe forward.
Niggle in the ruck continues. Cameron behind McInerney, but he gets a second go at Cameron. Tackled without the footy, only momentarily. Lipinski, high ball, goal square. Bobby's there. Hill! Oh, he did everything but mark it. It mightn't matter. Duck back to the left. He's got 4. He has got 4, Bobby Hill. And no one loves playing footy more than him. Joy is spread around the MCG. Missed the grand final in 2019 after playing in the preliminary for the Giants. But what an impact he's had as a Magpie. And with his left foot, 4th goal, the Pies take the lead back just before half-time. 8-9-57, 8-3-51. How good is this?
Just no body contact, though, from the start. He's kicked 3 already before this one. So you have to have the arm or the finger pressed into the back. You can't allow him to have a little bit of time and space to move into the footy because he's more dynamic than pretty much anybody else out there on the field. He can sidestep. Leicester, he's going to sidestep Leicester every single time as soon as the ball hits the ground.
Yeah, what a response it's been. Collingwood, they looked in trouble and they've kicked the last 3 goals of the game.
Yes, from 13 points down, they grabbed the lead. Still time before the long interval. Rayner won a hard ball. Couldn't do much with it. Zorko at ground level. Now it comes to Robertson. Hurried left foot kick. McCluggage saw the drop of the ball quicker than anybody else. Gives a hand pass to Zorko, but the umpire says it has to come back. McCluggage 65 out. Places his kick. Danaher got it. Clunked it. Left forward pocket. He's marked it inside 30 metres. The angle is tough. For a long time in his career, his kicking was considered a point of vulnerability, but he's become a much more hardened footballer, I suspect, this year. And perhaps he can show that in this moment. And once again, level the scores. Let's see. It's only about 5 metres in from the boundary. Left forward pocket. He's a left foot kick. Comes in and he goes. He's done it. He's split the middle. And the game keeps getting better. Brisbane 9-3-57. Collingwood 8-9-57 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
I've loved his body language today, Lloydie.
Oh, amazing, Hutto. And he's playing on Darcy Moore and he's beaten him. Like he's looked so lively, dangerous. He's been commanding. He's gone in the ruck. He's smashed into every ruckman he's been up against, whether it be Cox or Darcy Cameron. So, and then to have the energy to go forward, like Mason Cox is exhausted as a ruckman. He's had no influence going forward. I know Joey's a class above Mason, but he's doing it in 2 roles. Joey Danaher. That was a huge clunk. Looks really, really confident and assured.
Quality finish too.
Yeah.
we wouldn't have been surprised if he sprayed it, but he just relaxed and absolutely nailed that dead straight.
Yeah, relaxed and confident. It's great to see. And unfortunately, quite say the same about that centre bounce. Beaver would name names, but I'll be kind. A recall, a rare chance to just catch our breath as the ruckman Cameron and McInerney prepare for a throw up, and Cameron reached over, got the tap, but Neil was onto it. Scurries away and kicks Brisbane inside. Hip one! Leaps up but can't drag it down. Maynard, a hand pass, knew where Howe was. Plays it through side bottom, implicit trust in his left foot. And he kicks to Ginnivan, who gave him an offering on the wing. Let's call it left half back now as we make the full assessment. 35 seconds to go in this frantic second quarter, this prolific second term. Loops the kick to half forward, and Harris Andrews got through to put a fist into it as we get down to Jackie Reid with thanks to Spotlight.
Well, Link McCarthy's having that left calf taped up on the bench. He's not moving all that freely at the minute.
Our injuries, of course, for deep heat.
And the sub for the Lions, Jared Lyons.
Throw in just Collingwood side of the wing. Just a few seconds left, perhaps time with quick movement for a shot to be set up. Nick Dacos, good man for that task. Little hand pass to De Goey, now to Dacos, on the burst, around a tackle, a centering kick will be marked for Collingwood by Hoskin Elliott. He's 70 out, he kicks quickly, and Crisp has marked it 55 out, 45 out, directly in front.
The Pies had wished this was after the siren at the end of the game. 57 apiece.
Let's pretend.
It'll surely give them the lead. And Jack Crisp's rapier-like left foot kick is likely to give Collingwood a one-goal lead. What a half it's been. Can't remember a better one in a grand final. Crisp comes in from outside 50. He's done it. He's kicked two in this 4-goal-1 onslaught from Collingwood late in the half, which has them a goal to the good at the long interval. 9-9-63, Brisbane 9-3-57. And apart from the fact that the first half has been very good, the even better news is that there's still half a game to go. A packed house at the MCG, and they are watching something quite magnificent.
Lloydie, one interesting stat. Collingwood 5 marks inside 50, 3 to Bobby Hill. Brisbane just 1, and that was that Joe Danaher mark.
Yeah, but what's great about these two teams is they're scoring in so many different ways. Talls, smalls, the works. So I'm with Tim. This is as good a game of football.
That second quarter definitely was.
I can remember one of the great games of footy. It may well be go down. If it keeps this up, this is as good a half of grand final footy I've ever seen.
Half time thanks to Sheen panel service. Sorry, Jimmy.
Oh, no, just again, another goal in the last 20 seconds to Collingwood because De Goey kicked his after the siren in the first quarter.
Okay, we'll draw a breath. I think everyone needs to. And when we come back, Jimmy and Lloydie and Jackie down on the boundary, we'll pick it all apart for Sheen panel service. Collingwood by a goal halfway in the grand final of 2023. Brought to you on 3AW and associated stations, 4BC in Queensland. And it's great to have you with us. Brought to you by Macca's.
Fuel the footy feeling with Shell V-Power. You could be saving on Shell fuel every time you fill up. Just download the AFL Live app on the App Store or Google Play. Then click the Shell V-Power banner on the bottom of the app homepage to register and activate the offer. Shell V-Power, the official fuel partner of the AFL. T's and C's apply.
You're on, Kent. Oh, right, Stunt. You know, folks, there are Walco families all over Adelaide. During the summer, they put their pool to bed with a Walco pool blanket.
It's not Walco, it's Walco.
Oh, well, why wouldn't it be Walco?
Because it's not, it's Walco.
Doesn't really matter how you say it, as long as you've got a Walco pool blanket for summer. Get yours now. Visit walco.com.au.
It's time to say goodnight to the pool with a Walco pool blanket.
Walco.
You know, sometimes, Studley, you can be a real wonker.
No, it's a pleasure. So
So look around at your leisure.
Experience caravanning the way it was meant to be. Island Star simply do it better. New or used, go to the people you can trust, Knowles Island Star Caravans. With Knowles, you're protected by a nationwide guarantee and better after-sales service. Knowles Island Star simply do caravanning better.
Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans, Knowles Caravans.
We're with Bronte Manuel from Toop and Toop. I'm sure you get this question every day, but how's the market?
Record low stock levels combined with really healthy buyer activity means we're continuing to achieve strong results for our clients.
Oh, that's interesting, especially given some of the stuff we keep hearing about living costs. Where's that buyer demand coming from?
Plenty of people are moving here from overseas, but the big change is interstate migration, with more and more people moving to Adelaide from other states.
So I'm guessing you don't expect prices to drop anytime soon then?
Adelaide's annual home values have dropped only twice in 42 years. So history tells us it's extremely unlikely Adelaide house prices are about to decrease.
To find out the value of your home, go to toop.com.au.
Thinking of painting and don't know where to start?
We do, because we know paint at Crowe's.
So, visit Crowe's. And while you're there, join Crowe's Club to get 10% off everything.
We know paint at Crowe's.
It's Tyre Power's big footy final sale. Get the power to score a great deal on selected Toyo tyres and go in the draw to win one of 20 trips for 2 to Vegas. This sensational trip includes return flights, accommodation and $2,000 spending money. Talk to the team at Tyre Power about Toyo tyres and get the power of a safer drive this September, plus the chance to win a trip to Vegas. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
Brain tumour, migraine, dementia, concussion.
Have you
dyslexia,
or someone you love
MSA,
been touched by a brain disorder, disease or injury?
motor neurone disease, stroke, epilepsy, Alzheimer's.
There can be no cure without research.
Parkinson's.
Help the ones you love by donating to research today.
Cerebral palsy.
Visit brainfoundation.org.au or call 1300 88 660.
5AA's coverage of the 2023 AFL Final Series.
Second quarter highlights.
Up in front, McInerney push forward. Here's Charlie. Here he is. Left foot snap. There's a goal.
Has McCarthy running. Goal unguarded. Back to Cameron. Good bounce. Good collect. Good pace. Good kick. Goal. Lions back in front.
Great handball, McCluggage. An even better kick by McCarthy. Oh, they are kicking them from everywhere, the Lions.
From the middle, drive long. Hill takes a screamer. Hill kicks his third.
Bobby's there. Hill. Oh, he did everything but mark it. It mightn't matter. Duck back to the left. He's got 4.
He kicks quickly. And Chris has marked it 55 out, 45 out, directly in front. Comes in from outside 50. He's done it.
Half time in the 2023 AFL Grand Final with thanks to Sheen Panel Service. Had a car accident, call Sheen first. They'll handle your repair process from start to finish, plus provide an accident replacement vehicle. Call 1300 Repair. It is half time, and what a quarter we've just witnessed. One of the best quarters in football history, dare to say, in a grand final. And it's Collingwood 9-9-63 leading Brisbane 9-3-57. The Lions kicked 6-3 to Collingwood's 5-5 in that quarter. So Matthew Lloyd and Jimmy Bartell, 11 goals kicked in that quarter. And almost all of the 11 were memorable in their own way. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, some quality football we're being treated to, and it's the ball movement. And Lloydie touched on it about 10 minutes into that quarter. Both sides just want to keep ripping the ball up through the middle and, keep taking the game on. And, Lloydie, you and I are talking off air. That last goal was, in particular, brilliant. Probably you don't notice it until you go back and go, how does Chris get the ball on the other side of the ground? And it comes off the back of Nick Dacos.
Yeah, down here you won't see it if you're watching at home on the television, but being here live, like Nick Dacos did something to create that last goal that 90% of the AFL wouldn't make happen for their team. And he got the 1-2 with Jordan De Goey, and then he just cut right and then opened up the the fat side of the ground, the open side where no players are, where Collingwood do always hold players out there, and Jack Crisp went back and banged it home from 50. So in terms of the numbers, Hutto, for Barbecues Galore, they've had 10 more inside 50s, Collingwood. Most of those came in the first quarter, those extras. So 18 scoring shots to 12. So they've just got those extra scoring shots. So I think they do deserve this 1-goal margin.
Right, you mentioned Barbecues Galore. Now it's time for this.
Now it's time to find out who's cooking.
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
With thanks to Barbecues Galore.
All right, and there'll be plenty of barbecues going around the country at the moment with thanks to Barbecues Galore.
Oh, well, I've gone for Bobby Hill, of course. He's just been brilliant today. He's been lively. You can't give him a 1 or 2 metre head start, because even though he mightn't get it first, the ball hits the ground. He's got that speed and momentum already built up. And poor Brandon Starcevich, he's put the hand up looking into the sun as Jeremy Howe's kicks coming in. And then next second, Bobby Hill sitting on his head. The next goal he kicked, the ball comes in deep on Leicester, and Leicester hasn't got any body contact on him, and you just allow Bobby Hill to go to work. And 4 goals and a half in a grand final is a magnificent effort.
And for the Lions, Hutto, Coleman's had a huge first half, 22 disposals. He's on track for about 1,100 metres gained, so 585 metres gained. And also I've loved Joey Danaher's first half of football for the Brisbane Lions.
As we speak, Mark Seymour and Undertow are entertaining the crowd at halftime with special guest Kate Miller-Heidke, who performed the national anthem earlier. I imagine he's going to finish with the Holy Grail. I'm not quite sure what number this one is right now. So what about the players who they're going to need to get more from for both sides? It felt like some of the younger players just struggling with the pace, which is to be expected. But who do you think has got more to offer?
More to offer. I think that's just they're both such good sides. You know, I thought Lockie Neal got going late. He got off the chain a little bit of Tom Mitchell. I thought DeGoey could do more, but again, he's been sat on a little bit by Josh Dunkley in terms of that. Darcy Moore and Howe probably haven't been quite able to create what they would like to do because of I think when you've got such a high quality forward line, there's no one really you can lay off, and that's probably the only forward line, Jimmy, in the comp where you're not capable of doing that. And for the Brisbane Lions, I think Hipwood needs to do more. Not really contributing too much. Lincoln McCarthy's sore, but he has kicked 2 goals so far in the game. And Jasper Fletcher's a young one you spoke of, Hutto, who he's only had the 3 touches in the game.
The fascinating matchup for me is the Harris Andrews-Billy Frampton one. So Brisbane will be sitting there, and we got pretty much down by 1 goal. So defensively, we're in the game, so we keep it. And Collingwood will be thinking, well, we're up by a goal, so we'll keep the match up. But you want Harris Andrews to still have an impact on the game. I don't think you can still sit there. I know we talk about Frampton swapping up, but there must be a moment in the Brisbane coaching box going, how can we get more out of one of our stars which can intercept the footy and launch some attack? So I'll be watching to see which team breaks that up first or does something a little bit different.
And they did swing Connor McKenna over to Bobby Hill a bit later on because he's got the speed. I think Ryan Lester at times just got caught out, running back towards goal, caught under the footy. So that wasn't a great matchup. So Connor McKenna is the one maybe for Bobby for the rest of the match.
What would the Norm Smith votes be at the moment, do you think?
Well, I'd be going Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby, Coleman, and then either Dacos and Bailey for the ones.
Yeah, that's a good one on Bailey, has been good. And Nick Dacos, just a phenomenal player, 19 disposals. And he's got that speed, that Brisbane have so much of it. They need him to keep doing that because they are the quickest side, the Brisbane Lions.
Joe Danaher would be another one if he has a big second half.
Yeah, he'd be top 5. And and what I love about Joey's game is big forwards don't really get hold of final series, in my opinion. Over the history of it, not as if Buddy ripped grand finals and Carey didn't rip grand finals apart. So to see a big key forward doing what Joey's doing has been great to watch.
I mean, he's been getting to some of those marking contests just late, but getting there.
Yeah.
And the mark and goal, he kicked it late in that second quarter to kick the goal. It's terrific.
I reckon there was
Jimmy Bartell territory out there.
There was a big contested mark just in front of us. So punt road end, interchange side on the half-forward flank. And that, for me, was a big moment for him because he came with about 2 or 3 other tools. There was Cox in that contest. There was a few other tools from the opposition. And he just towered above him. And you could almost hear the football just being squeezed. And you went, Joey's on today.
The other one who's been down, Hutto, is Quaynor. So just 4 disposals. So he provides so much run and drive for Collingwood. But that's the game. It's been an attacking game. No one could have imagined there'd be 18 goals enough. So it's been won by the offensive nature of it, whereas normally Collingwood play more that defensive game. If I was told there'd be 18 goals in a half, I thought would be Brisbane's one.
So can Collingwood sustain a game like that, or I suspect it might just tighten up a bit in this third quarter.
I think they can, and it points to what I keep touching on. The last 2 minutes of each quarter, Collingwood has finished the quarter out stronger. So I think Collingwood can maintain that momentum in the game. Where they've got to be careful, and I was talking to Lloydie off air about this, is the 4 or 5 minute patch Brisbane can get. They can kick 5 goals. Like that, they have that ability in them because of their high-powered forward line and when they get their tail up. So when they sense that, just take a bit of tempo out of the game because they can keep running through the game.
All right, let's listen in a little with Mark Seymour and Undertow here, and that famous anthem that we heard a bit through the 2000s when Lloydie was dominating and we were doing
Well, have you heard about the Great Crusade? We ran into millions, but nobody got paid. We raised 4 corners of the globe for the Holy Grail. All the locals scattered, they were hiding in the snow. And we were so far from home, so how were we to know? There'd be nothing left to plunder when we stumbled on the Holy Grail. We were dying like flies on those big black birds. They were circling in the sky, and you know what they say, yeah. Nobody deserves to die. I've been searching for an easy way to escape the cold light of day. I've been high and I've been low, but I've got nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to go. Oh yeah, won't you follow me now? That yellow brick road. I'll come looking for you. I'll come looking for you.
Well played, Mark Seymour. Great rendition of the Holy Grail. And after the break, the search will continue for the Holy Grail. It is Collingwood leading Brisbane by 6 at the half. 9-9-63 plays 9-3-57. Halftime. With thanks to Sheen Panel Service. Had a car accident, call Sheen first. They'll handle your repair process from start to finish, plus provide an accident replacement vehicle. Call 1300-REPAIR.
This year, together with Adelaide Exposed Concrete, we're hitting the fairways for 5AA's All-Star Golf Day. Featuring your favourite 5AA presenters and some sporting superstars, it'll be an unmissable day out on Friday the 6th of October at the stunning Glenelg Golf Club. For more information, booking info or to win your way there, visit 5AA.com.au. See the all-new Weber Q at Barbecue Adelaide Weber stores. It's packed with features and will be lit this summer. Get into Barbecue Adelaide Weber stores, Jeps Cross and Mile End, and prepare to get lit.
Fuel the footy feeling with Shell V-Power. You could be saving on Shell fuel every time you fill up. Just download the AFL Live app on the App Store or Google Play. Then click the Shell V-Power banner on the bottom of the app homepage to register and activate the offer. Shell V-Power, the official fuel partner of the AFL. T's and C's apply.
The Roller Door Doctor, this is Nurse Tracy.
I need help. It's making weird noises when it goes up.
Sounds like it needs a service.
A service?
Yeah, and if it's broken, we can install a new garage door for you. At the Roller Door Doctor, we have everything you need to get it up again.
The Roller Door Doctor, helping SA get it up for over 30 years. Contact the Roller Door Doctor for garage door repairs, service and installation. therollerdoordoctor.com.au.
Oi, Frank, you reckon this one's legit?
Nah, I reckon Ellie's just making toast again.
Yeah, probably.
Uh-oh, I reckon we're toast.
Communication is key when it comes to fire safety. And it's a whole lot easier to communicate with Safe Fire Electrical, headquartered right here in SA. Get in touch with your local fire safety experts. Safe Fire Electrical. Visit safefire.com.au.
Ray White, big name in real estate, but also the biggest name in business broking. What makes us big? Our people, like Brett Buckley and his team. MBA, lecturer, and multi-time SA Business Broker of the Year. Brett doesn't just read a P&L, he feels it. If you're selling or expanding your business, Brett can take your business apart and find you more money. And we're not talking small change. Go on, touch base with Brett. Search Ray White Business Sales SA.
Find your Outback Spirit with Outback Spirit and Phil Hoffman Travel. Discover Cape York, Arnhem Land, the Kimberley or Corner Country with Australia's leading all-inclusive small group tour operator. Experience exclusive luxury camps and lodges, sumptuous dining and remote landscapes on board a four-wheel drive Mercedes-Benz vehicle. Save up to $3,000 per person with 2024 early bird savings. Book by September 30. T's and C's apply. Phil Hoffman Travel, pht.com.au.
It's Tyre Power's big footy final sale. Get the power to score a great deal on selected Toyo tyres and go in the draw to win one of 20 trips for two to Vegas. This sensational trip includes return flights, accommodation and $2,000 spending money. Talk to the team at Tyre Power about Toyo tyres and get the power of a safer drive this September, plus the chance to win a trip to Vegas. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
5AA's coverage of the 2023 AFL Finals Series.
By strong winds. More than 20 appliances are fighting the blaze. Residents of Hayfield are advised to stay informed and be prepared. A teenage boy has been seriously assaulted in North Melbourne. It's believed an altercation occurred between a group of males on Sutton Street around midnight. Global factors are being blamed for pushing petrol prices to record highs. Some MPs are calling on the federal government to reinstate a pause on the fuel excise, which would temporarily bring the cost down. In Melbourne, unleaded petrol is selling for between $2.10 and $2.30 a litre. New York City is experiencing major flash flooding. Almost 200 millimetres of rain has fallen in some parts of the city. We can expect an overnight low of 17 in Melbourne, partly cloudy tomorrow, a top of 22. We'll have more news after the football.
Through 6pm in Perth, 5AA in Adelaide, 4BC and nationwide via the 3AW app. You're listening to 3AW's coverage of the 2023 AFL Grand Final.
And back at the MCG, it is half-time, no resumption as yet, but it's not too far away. Collingwood lead Brisbane by a goal, 9-9-63 to 9-3-57. Just having a look at the record book, and I've been out in the general media congregation area getting a cup of tea, and everyone is raving about what they've seen in the last hour and a bit. It has been quite extraordinary for a grand final where things over the last couple of decades have been so defence oriented, or else one team has just blown the other out of the water, such as we saw last year. But this has had everything. And it's had scoring. 120 points kicked between the two teams. Distinct possibility on the current rate of progress that both teams will kick 100 points. And the last time that happened in a grand final was 1989, which is still remembered as a classic. Collingwood 63, Brisbane 57. Before we hear more from Jimmy and Lloydie, Jackie Reid down on the boundary, just having a look at a Bunnings replay. Bunnings can help you unleash the potential of your garden this spring, and there's always a hard luck story in a grand final, and the first half one is Collingwood's Nathan Murphy, who was subbed out of the game before it was terribly old, Jackie.
Yeah, that's right. He was subbed out with concussion early in the second term. He was pretty distraught on the bench and spent the rest of the term downstairs in the rooms. He was replaced by Pat Lipinski, and for the Brisbane Lions, Lincoln McCarthy has got that left calf strapped up, and Josh Dunkley dislocated a finger on his left hand. And I do have an official crowd figure to halftime at least. 100,003 people are in the house today.
Ooh, the three, I wonder. Just had a look at that footage again, Lloydie, because I said I didn't see it, but he got absolutely flushed by Link McCarthy coming from the other direction, and actually did well to regain his feet. But we saw some shots down the Collingwood rooms. He was around his teammates, high-fiving and everything. And as they were coming up the race, Lloydie, the great Peter Dacos was down at the bottom of the race for the Pies and high-fiving, cheering everyone on. Cheering him on. The legend, Peter Dacos.
Hey, Tim, just on what you spoke of, you'd love to be a fly on the wall in both rooms. Is there a coach who's saying, I'm not that happy with our defensive mechanisms here, we need to tighten up? Or do you go, awesome, keep taking it on? And, you know, I've just, Hutto made the point that, you know, let's see if it tightens up. How many goals will we get in the third quarter? It's hard to imagine there'll be another 18 goals, but the mindset of a coach to go in, does he say, I'm wrapped with this? You know, it's just whether you've got an offensive mindset or a defensive mindset, what you're looking for, but you can't be safe. You can't be safe. I heard Joel Selwood this morning, interviewed him at a function. He said, we were too safe in the first final last year against Collingwood, and we said in our prelim and grand final, we've got to attack more. And I think that's what we'll continue in this second half.
So much for Collingwood not being able to match Brisbane's firepower. I mean, it looked as though Brisbane might open a gap, but just when it did, Collingwood rammed on 4-1. And 9-9 at half-time is pretty good going for a team that's been kicking about that over four quarters during this final series.
What they've done well, especially late in quarters, is they've punished Brisbane for just not paying attention to detail, just being slightly off their direct opponent. And we know with both of these sides, you give them an inch, they take it a mile, especially if you give a player a little bit of free space. And Collingwood have punished Brisbane when they've just sat off a little bit from their direct opponents and tried to sort of take a little bit of ground. They're trying to help out each other, Brisbane, but you still have to be up on that next one, and Collingwood have made them pay.
Well, they come out and pretty much start all over again. Collingwood, courtesy of a goal after the half-time siren, 6 points in front, and it is 6 points, 9-9 to 9-3. Interestingly, both teams have just the 5-goal kickers. Bobby Hill making maximum impact for Collingwood with 4, a hat-trick in the second quarter, a couple of crisp singles to De Goey, Nick Dacos, who got the first of the grand final, and Myercheck, who kicked a beauty in the first term. And for Brisbane, 2 each to Danaher, McCarthy, Cameron and Bailey, and a single to Hugh McCluggage. So Collingwood it is, going into the second half with a 6-point lead. Crowd of over 100,000. We know that much. As Jackie told us, the early figure was 100,003. Matt Stevic ball in hand. Second half to get underway. What does it hold in store? Mason Cox on one side of the circle. Collingwood go to the city end. And the behemoth Oscar McInerney on the other side. Perfect bounce from the veteran Stevic. Ruckman share it. McCluggage over it. Was tackled. Lost the footy. Play on the call. Spillage with Dunkley. Hurried kick. Deflected by the Magpie pressure. Josh Dacos has it. A hand pass to nobody in particular. His first possession of the day, I think. Now De Goey's got it. Gets a kick forward for Collingwood. Bobby Hill dangerous again. His hand pass just a bit too quick, and Lipinski fumbled it. Hill goes back to try and help out. Lions arrive in numbers and force a ball up a bit over 60 metres out from Collingwood's goal in the heart of the corridor.
Quickly up, Cox gets the tap, has a second go, left foot kick, rapid fire, Elliott full forward, Frampton brings it to ground, Andrews restrained momentarily, tumbling off the ground goes the kick from Frampton, through for a behind, and it's another behind to Collingwood. 9-10-64 now, plays 9-3, 57, 56 seconds into the third quarter.
At least Billy got a disposal there, Hutto.
We'll give him that.
First of the day.
Wilmot entrusted with a responsibility, brings it back to the members' side. Danaher leans back into Moore, who made the spoil. Dunkley without the footy play on the call, so Lipinski does. Handball was a bit wild to Fletcher, uncertain. They cough it up, picked up Lipinski, back to Josh Dacos, crafts a kick off the outside of the right boot, but wouldn't you know it goes straight onto the chest of Starcevic, who has it moving through Charlie Cameron to Coleman, wiped out in an instant by a Quaynor smother. He got taken down by two. One was fine, surely the second was high. The umpire says no, and he calls for a ball up.
Agree, Hutto. Certainly high contact there. Umpire Gavin throws it up, just marginally Collingwood side of the members' wing. Cox gets a kick at a loose ball after the ruck contest, but it goes straight to Zorko, the Brisbane veteran, who gave their supporters something to hang their hats on in lean years when there wasn't much hope around for the Lions. Short kick here to McCluggage, who just is well covered as he wanted to go. He's forced to cross ground. Starcevic marks it behind the centre line over on the southern side. Short dab to Berry. No one stands the mark. He's not tempted to play on. He kicks short back to Starcevic. Brisbane now being careful, very careful. Starcevic takes a lot of time. Collingwood are back in numbers. Eventually he launches along the flank. Hipwood in best position, can't mark. Side bottom fumbled the crumb, and off him the ball deflects over the boundary line for a throw in. 70 from Brisbane's goal at right half forward. Lions to the punt road end. Collingwood lead by 7 points.
Should have been out on the full date actually. Came off side bottom's foot.
Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. 64 plays 57 in Collingwood's favour. Another ruckman got there on the shallow. Throw, and it's knocked back by Cox towards the wing, taken by Wilmot. Out of his hands, it's jarred loose. Gathered by Lipinski, having an influence. Creative hands more from Christ. Knocked forward by De Goey on a path for Hill, but Coleman coolly and calmly just paddled it to Starcevic. Adventurous handball through the middle, came unstuck. Parried away. McCreery running well away from goal, but had the brute strength to get through. Placed it well for Josh Dacos, held up by Leicester. Around he goes. Leicester helpless on the mark. Couldn't stop him. It's a terrific ball. Chest out. Jamie Elliott marches up to the footy, takes it and tells his teammates just to stay calm as he assesses a 60-metre kick.
A lot of talk around who will run this game out better. I've loved the first 3 minutes of Collingwood, the energy that they've started this third quarter with.
7 marks inside 50 to 1. That's usually a telling stat. It's in favour of Collingwood, but this is a 55-metre plus kick required. He kicked along behind earlier. He fools them here. Drops it short. Oh, Cox 1-2, but not the third beat. Quick kick or Leicester. A poor rush kick, which he instantly regrets. And this time, Jamie Elliott is well within striking distance. Same angle, but appreciably closer.
Oh, big Meso had it in his hands.
He's exhausted, Meso, I think, with the ruck work he's having to do. And McInerney works hard. Leicester's had some bad moments in this grand final, and Jamie hasn't kicked quite so well in this final series.
He really hasn't found his best goal-kicking form all year, Jamie Elliott. He stands 35 out, and that can... Oh, it's coming back! It's coming back! It went left! And Staten hasn't made it! What a journey! How the hell did that not make it? It's knocked through for another rush.
You're right, Hutto. He's not flushing them at all. Just didn't even make the distance.
Collingwood, as Lloydie said, looking dangerous right now. It's as though they believe they can run Brisbane off their legs. Lions work it around, backwards and forwards short. Wilmot has it between fullback and halfback. He stabs to Neil. And suddenly after the break, there is a look of extreme caution about Brisbane, which you can't help thinking equates to some level of concern. Neil in the Danaher direction. Terrific mark. Quaynor tried with every sinew in his body, just could not get a fist onto it. Danaher on the centre line, steers a low ball of daisy cutter, no one can mark it. Taken by Fletcher, tackled, got it onto his boot, towards sideball, beat him, it comes curling back but not enough. The ghost of Warne was lurking. Minor score, 9-11 to 9-4, Collingwood by 7.6 minutes in to the third term.
Jeremy Howe protects his eyes from the sun as he looks at what is on the horizon. He's going to be conventional here. Trots into the back pocket and kicks a hard ball out to half back. McInerney whacks it to the front. Fletcher gaining confidence. Good hands that time, Rayner. Dunkley had to guess with the next to the voice of Lachie Neale. And it was predictable for the Collingwood defence, which closes. Dacos and Elliott team up to put the necessary pressure on and force the ball up. Just forward of the centre for Brisbane. Try to take it out of the ruck, McInerney, and failed. Dunkley now copping it from Pendlebury and Lipinski this time. Same result, another ball up. 65 plays 58. The goals have dissipated for now. Spiked away. Cross arm by Cox. No one was expecting that. Myercheck adapted. Off to get him. Here's your moment, Billy Frampton. It bounced cruelly for him. But back to Bobby Hill. He's flattened by Starcevic, who basically just squashes him and wins the free kick. There wasn't much Bobby could do that time. And the free kick goes to Brandon Starcevic at centre half back for the Lions.
And you can see the value of the opening goal here. Its import on the game growing by the second. Brisbane defending hard. They can't afford to give that goal up. Short ball to Fletcher. Hand pass to Neale. High at half back. Pressured front on by Myercheck. Scrambles a kick to the centre. Quaynor, though, attacks it. Thumps it forward for Collingwood. Neale and Myercheck in the fray again. Gardner Roves gives to Neale. Myercheck's got him. Neale got a hand pass off to Wilmot. Gardner. Now Lester. Still inside the 50. Goes long to the wing. Cameron in good posse for Collingwood, can't mark. Taken by Dunkley, gives to McCluggage, lovely pass into the corridor and Hipwood. Forward of the centre, but his kick lacks the trajectory. It's intercepted by Crisp, who goes backwards to side bottom. 25 up from the goal he's defending. Has a bounce as he trots out towards the southern side. Then kick short to Nick Dacos, who's flattened after marking. There'll be a 50-metre penalty against Eric Hipwood. And Collingwood can build an attack and gather momentum out of this. Dacos comes to the middle. He stabs it short. Pendlebury marks it 15 metres forward of the centre.
Yeah, Dacos didn't take his full 50. He spotted Scott Pendlebury, who likewise spies Crisp. They're working a straight line towards goal at the city end. Crisp kicks it. It's going to land 25 short. Frampton froze as he tried to take the mark. It's still there at the top of the goal square. And now the numbers close out the space. Billy Frampton.
When you're not a natural forward, this is tough. You know, Andrews hasn't got away from them, but he's just not a natural down there, Billy.
Back on the goal square with his watching brief on Harris Andrews. The umpire tosses it up. Cameron of Collingwood got the tap. McCluggage just adapted the kick. It's not paid. Taken by Sidebottom. Wheels onto the left. Handball to Degoe. Wasn't room to take a kick. Maynard went short to Nick Dacos. Well anticipated by Dunkley. Dacos, big tackle. Helped by Maynard. Rattling bones on Dunkley. And it's holding the ball. Starcevic it is that was copping it. Great team tackle. Nick Dacos slowed him. Or was it high from Maynard, who came late? That's a light and easy tackle.
Replay thanks to Bunnings on the big scoreboard. Brisbane fans not happy. Bunnings can help you unleash the potential of your garden this spring.
So it's Braden Maynard on the wrong side for a left footer. He is literally trying to line it up with his hand now. He stands outside the field of players. He starts his run in.
Hasn't kicked one this year, Hutto.
What a time it would be. There was a time we didn't think he might be playing today. But thank goodness he is for Collingwood as he comes in. And it hits the post. It hits the post. They were up behind the goals. Thought it was going through. It wasn't. 9-12-66 to 9-4-58. And that goal becomes even more important.
All over him here, Collingwood. Brisbane Just finding it difficult because they're losing their forward structure. Everyone's coming up, but there's no movement forward of the footy.
Well, they've defended. Collingwood haven't kicked one. If Brisbane could, against the run of play, get the first, it could give them the shot of momentum that right now they badly need. Hipwood's got it. He goes wide to Dunkley, just behind the wing. There's the chance up. The Magpie fans are sensing the breakthrough moment is nearing. Kick towards half forward, McCluggage. He is really performing well at the moment. Trying a 50-metre penalty will bring him to within scoring range. It's against Markov.
It's a tough one, Tim. Those ones where instinctively you move on the mark. There's Markov. He was on McCluggage. He comes back. I think once the umpire says you've got to stay, you can't back off the mark.
Now, which one of you gentlemen highlighted McCluggage's goal kicking?
Well, Hutto did.
Yeah, Hutto.
Well,
this is the time to deliver.
Time to think about this. Time to be fully aware of the need, of the weight that he carries on his shoulders. He comes in from 45. He kicks truly, and he injects the Lions with life and belief. The margin back to 2 points. Collingwood 9-12-66. Brisbane 10-4-64. And that is on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard.
He's become such a complete player, hasn't he?
That mark that brought about the 50, that was a serious contested mark with a lot of pressure from Markov from behind. He can play inside, which he's doing a lot today at clearances, but he can play on the wing. We know his running power. We've all just been waiting for that set shot, goal-kicking routine, because he's a quality player. He's one of the top of the tree players, and he'd be a multiple All-Australian if he hits the scoreboard.
And we discussed potential Norm Smith medalists at half-time. We didn't name Hugh, but he's now up to 16 disposals and 2 goals.
Be great to get a Hugh on the Norm Smith medal too, Tim. Back in the middle, it's back to 2 points.
Hugh too can win a Norm Smith medal, Hutto.
Thank you very much. Centre bounce forward by McInerney. And it's a free kick, and it's going the way of Brisbane. And it's going to Zach Bailey, just forward of the small circle. He trots off, gives it plenty at the back. Hipwood, more at the front. Howe knocks it away towards safety in the boundary line. It sits up end on end. McCluggage tried to steal the march and take it in as it threatened to stay in the field of play, but ultimately it's a throw in. Collingwood 66, Brisbane 64. The MCG, at least at the punt road end, still baked in sunshine. And from the throw, Cameron had his way for Collingwood. Got the tap down to the front, where again there is just a mass of humanity and no way out for either team. We've almost reached the midpoint of a third quarter, which has been much tighter. Just the 1 goal compared to 11 in the second. Oh, Darcy Cameron's just grabbed it out of the ruck, thrown it on the boot. Was it touched?
Nope.
Out. It must have been. Oh no, it's out of bounds on the full. It was a curious decision to put it on the boot.
Just watching Matt Stevic there. So Maynard's going at Charlie Cameron. Charlie's gone to ground. Stevic straight up. Get up. Come on. We're not doing this today.
2 words here as Zorko lines them up.
Uh-oh. Don't say
Dom and Sheed.
Oh, dear.
That's where he finds himself. Bunnings replay showed why. Out of bounds on the full. Game number 250 for Dane Zorko. Covered in, doesn't take the shot. Went for the surprise little attack at the top of the goal square. Tom Mitchell was the first to wake up to that. And he takes the mark, has to deal with the sun on his eyes. And he's able to turn laterally to bring it across to Howe and now to De Goey, who kicks safely for Myercheck. It took 2 or 3 goes at it. And he also was impacted.
It's a free kick.
Yeah,
and advantage.
Advantage taken by Josh Dacos. Tried to straddle the line.
It's on the full.
Yeah, definitely on the full.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Or might have touched chalk.
Bit of chalk, yeah.
No.
He hit the boundary line literally, in the opinion of the boundary umpire. 75 from Collingwood's goal. Lions have kicked the only goal in 15 minutes of this quarter against the run of play. Margin, Collingwood by 2. McCluggage off the pack at the throw-in. Kick to midfield. Zorko marked it. Slipped away from Nick Dacos. A kick for McCarthy. Maynard with him and more. Sees it to the boundary line and there'll be a throw-in. 60 out from Brisbane's goal at left half forward. And that one grafting goal delivered by Hugh McCluggage, has changed the tone of things in this quarter. Collingwood look to be grinding their way to the front. Throw in the ruckman tangle. It's taken by Neil at the second bite. Corralled by Nick Dacos. Little hand pass. Fletcher in the forward pocket had a bite. Couldn't quite swallow it. Near the boundary line. Pack over it. There'll be a ball up. A very short kick out from Brisbane's goal, but right on the boundary. Collingwood by 2, 16 gone.
Those replays today for Bunnings, they can help you unleash the potential of your garden this spring. What a spring it has been in Melbourne. And speaking of which, the spring in the step, Darcy Cameron tapped it down. McCluggage has been the man of this third term. He is swamped with Collingwood bodies, besieged in that forward pocket, and will now return it to the umpire. Getting to his feet ever so slowly. Matt Stevic, the one with urgency there. Clear out. Joes.
There's players going down everywhere with any little bump.
Quick throw up. Cameron allowed to do the rucking on his own. So that put the pressure on the Collingwood mids underneath, and it was Mitchell that was copping it and absorbing the repetitive pressure that came his way.
It's a strategy, Hutto. They're not even trying here, the Lions, wanting to put the Collingwood ruckman under pressure.
Danaher, a very clever kick from the throw-in, but Jeremy Howe saw it coming, takes the mark in the goal square and goes out the other back pocket, southern side to side bottom, who looks as though he's had an extra shave of that dome of his, and it looks more pale even than usual. He bangs it long, out over the 50, crisp, comes down with the ball, and he took the mark. He did enough to get the nod, rightly so, from umpire Meredith. He's high at half-back in the sunshine, which is now just shining on one quadrant of the ground. Right forward pocket flank area at the punt road end. Long ball, Mason Cox arrives, can't mark. Darcy Cameron does the crumbing. Thought of the hand pass, went the kick, not to Collingwood's great advantage. Myercheck, though, brings it down to Ginnivan in the pocket. Little left foot runner, another poster. Collingwood 9-13-67. Brisbane 10-4-64. Robot Building Supply scoreboard 18 minutes, third term.
Short on the way back into Berry for Brisbane. And more of the same. This is a bit more of a difficult kick. And Josh Dacos made it even more so for Archie. Made the spoil and gets it over the line. And so it stays in Collingwood's forward half. Still just under 8 minutes remaining in this ever so tight and gripping third term. Collingwood's lead whittled away to 3 points. It was 6 at the half. Cox with the reach, got the tap down to go. He sends it back towards the hottest of hot spots. Myercheck almost. He's taken down after he didn't quite complete the mark. McKenna cautious enough not to give away the free. Just for a moment it looked like he latched on Myercheck, but it wasn't to be. So the umpire comes in and will throw it up ever so close to goal. McInerney taps it. Everyone paused for a moment. Lipinski, the sub, came rushing through. Didn't get it right at all as he tried to snap it. Came off the wrong part of the boot. Straight out of bounds on the full. And still it is 67 playing 64 in the third quarter on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Robot's got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
Berry runs, drives long, almost to the wing, and Danaher takes a mark and kicks quickly, opportunistically, skillfully to Archie, running forward, got a man out the back, delivers well, and Robertson takes the mark and goes for the Lions, who now have the only 2 of the quarter and are in front by 3 points, 11-4-70, Collingwood 9-13-67 on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard. Is it possible? I know you both said you didn't feel the heat was a factor, but might Brisbane now be psychologically favoured by the fact that they are more familiar with conditions like this?
I felt like Collingwood's had the run of the play in this quarter, and it's just been 2 big moments. It's been the 50-metre penalty to McCluggage and Joe Danaher again. A huge moment here on centre wing, and and summed it up really well, and then delivered a little grubber kick, sat up beautifully to Archie, and I thought Archie might have kicked it a little bit early to Howe, but he actually had so much pace behind it. It beat Howe back trying to get to Devon Robertson.
And Collingwood fans mightn't have recognised Robertson with his jumper on after what happened last time they met.
Who's that guy?
11-4-70 to 9-13-67. It's enough to give Brisbane back the lead. First time in the third quarter. Danaher lumped it onto the right boot. Cut off, though, by Crisp, who's thinking forward again for Collingwood. Across to Mitchell and then short to left half forward Elliott. Marks and turns, just hesitates. Wants to make the right call. It's a short call to side bottom. And then more of the same. Just loops the kick, but safely enough to Myercheck, so bit by bit. They almost are close enough now. Myercheck, this would take an absolute monster. He runs around. He's just going to set it up. Here comes Cox. 1-2, but not the third. Andrews is now, they now compete underneath. Waiting, and the umpire knew he was going to be called upon. We've seen a lot of this. Ball up's close to goal. Brisbane lead by 3. Collingwood deep in attack. Cox the tap. Underneath it, Bailey. They collapse on top. Mitchell, the primary tackler, does his duty. It's another ball up. And once again, it's 20-odd minutes since the last Collingwood goal.
The Lions defending their territory ferociously. At the ball up, Mitchell has it. Got a hand pass. Cox has got the footy. He snaps across the face. Another miss. Collingwood 9-14-68. Brisbane, in contrast, 11-4-70. Collingwood, they make it 4 rush behind, so it's not quite as much down to inaccurate kicking, but they have missed too often. McKenna plays on here and drives long for Brisbane. Hipwood, premier position, will get a free kick for being tampered with from behind.
Yeah, Darcy Moore, that was not having his best game. Moore.
Low ball to nobody in particular. Mitchell Brave for Collingwood. Paddle the ball to Crisp, who hand passes into midfield, and Pendlebury gives to the speedy Markov. Gave to Maynard. Got a kick right on the tackle and hit Jamie Elliott between the eyes. He's got Bobby Hill sneaking forward and receiving gleefully. 45 out, slight angle, and will line up for his 5th goal in a moment of serious need for the Magpies.
Just fundamentals again. Hipwood's kick was an absolute shocker. He had Zorko well and truly out, but missed him by a good 15 metres, and Collingwood punished them on the turnover.
Hill, 4 straight to make it 5. It's a straightforward shot, but from some distance. Puts it on its way and pushes it right. And the margin is 1 point on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard. Brisbane 11-4-70, Collingwood 9-15-69 beyond the 23-minute mark of the third term.
The Robot's got it and deliver. That's 6 behinds for this third quarter for Collingwood. Without a goal, Dunkley stretches, marks, kicks quickly, kicks well to Zorko. Collingwood just trying to press up, but they were just a beat off. So Zorko can go forward. Almost got himself into trouble, and it did affect his kick. He splayed it wide, out of bounds on the full. Well done, Jeremy Howe.
If McCarthy had marked that and played, they had to spare forward of the footy again, the Lions.
Instead, it's Jack Crisp, who just tucks the kick to the interior somewhat. Maynard marks, spinning the ball around. Umpire says to Bailey, you're on the spot now. Maynard goes short to Jeremy Howe. 1 long sleeve, 1 short from his injury early in the season. Howe still searching for his first premiership, searching for Mason Cox at half forward. Loose ball to be won. Archie got there and lost his footing. Tapped it away, picked up by Gardner.
Nice.
Oh, that's high from Cox. It's a free kick. The replay will be interesting.
Yeah, that's just, if he's got him in the head, Mason might miss round 1 of next year. Yeah, if there's enough force in it.
Gardner was searching for the height,
didn't he, a bit?
But he still got him.
Plays it back to Andrews. They're going to potentially make the full switch. They do now off the boot of Leicester, who links up with Starcevic, who marks in the right back pocket. 24 minutes has elapsed in the third term. It's Brisbane 11-4-70, Collingwood 9-15-69. A 1 point lead on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard.
Well, this is where each quarter Collingwood has kicked goals in the last 4 minutes.
Fletcher has the ball for Brisbane, lobs it long to the southern wing and off hands. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in, just the Lions' side of the wing. 18 goals kicked in the first half of the match, just 2 in 25 minutes of this quarter, which will be a shorter one than those which have preceded it. McInerney and Cox, and McInerney wins against his opposite number 46. He takes it out of the air and swings it high, but Hoskin Elliott read it well. Beautifully balanced player, Hoskin Elliott. Looks almost aristocratic as he plays the game so skillfully. At half-back for the Magpies in the sunshine, as Collingwood look to kick a goal or two late. High to the wing, Cox and McInerney again. It's too strong for Cox, can't mark. Follow the ball, Collingwood have numbers around it. Lipinski shovels to Mitchell. A hand pass over the top to Nick Dacos, who let it go, kept it alive. Sockers forward, and Myercheck takes a good mark with a teammate at his face. He kicks to Hill, who's got it again within range. 30 out, almost on the boundary line, left forward pocket.
I know who's not looking too good at the moment is Gardner. He played his first game last week, which was only his third game for the season. Hadn't played for about 10 weeks. He's not going well with Myercheck at the moment. So that's one to look out for. Myercheck starting to get off the chain involved there. And Bobby loves these. He's going to snap this one around his body.
Let's see if he can restore the lead for the Magpies. He shot passes because Pendlebury had been left unchecked and has marked it 25 out on a 45-degree angle.
It's where fatigue and decision-making sets in. And that was a lapse, a big lapse by Brisbane. A lot of hands on hips. This would bring the house down if Pendlebury could kick this one and put the Pies back in front.
Again, attention to detail from the Lions in the last 3 to 4 minutes of each quarter.
5-time Copeland Trophy winner, Norm Smith medalist in the Premiership winning replay in 2010. He comes in and he does it. Just his 9th goal of this season. And it gives Collingwood the lead late in the third quarter of the grand final. 10-15-75, Brisbane 11-4-70 on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard.
You just need to be zeroed in at every single moment, in all games, but grand finals in particular, because it just could be one little moment that could make the difference and close the quarters out, and that's been Brisbane's problem.
What an amazing stat for Barbecues Galore. Brisbane have had 5 entries for the quarter. So there hasn't been many for 9 to 5.
For 2 goals, 1.
Yeah, 2 goals, 1. So you look at it in playing, and if I'm McRae, I'm saying, boys, we own that quarter. We only kicked 1, but we only conceded 5 entries, yeah.
It's not many entries full stop,
no,
though,
it's not
a quarter.
No, it's tightened up, as you said. It may well happen at half-time.
Collingwood back in front, they lead by 5. McInerney and then helped forward by Dunkley with Energy. Robertson released the handball to Berry. A bounce handball to Dunkley, that's better. To the outside, McCarthy and DeGoey tangle. Hard the other way, Markov rode the bump with a grin. Handball forward, gathered by Crisp. 2 slowed him but didn't stop him. Kick back to the wing. It evades Nick Dacos. That just allows McCreery a path to goal. A bounce and then tucks it back towards Elliott. Just overplayed his hand. Starcevich, this is your time. Takes it and hairs off. Or Zorko looking backwards, just trying to hold things up because it was all Collingwood ahead. He settles on a blasting torpedo. Howe may be interfered with. Play on the call. Collingwood have the host of numbers still. And that's not a bad result for Brisbane.
Oh, McCreery. Oh, they were everywhere. And missed that kick to Jamie Elliott.
Thrown up 60 metres out from goal. McInerney broke through, got the tap. Straight to Crisp. Handballs it straight back to a spinning Neil. Across to Rayner. Rayner delicate short on McCarthy. Made it his. That's an excellent mark. He had to lunge forward under severe opposition and pressure. And well played Rayner and well played Lincoln McCarthy.
He does look proppy and sore, but he's throwing everything at it. Lincoln McCarthy, I wonder how much the calf will play on his mind as he tries to drill this one through.
In terms of Lions, I think Berry's the one that's not travelling overly well for Brisbane in terms of potential like-for-like sub.
Bedevilled by injury through his time at Geelong. No one ever doubted his talent. His second home, Brisbane, has provided the tonic. It's a big kick from 40 metres out, but Even for one who's so accurate, it wasn't easy on the set shot. They've made the most of so many today, McCarthy, but from 40 out on a tighter than 45-degree angle. Wrong side for the right footer. He kicks it behind, 11-5-71, trailing Collingwood 10-15-75 on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Robot's got it and deliver.
Probably the last score of the quarter. Collingwood bring it back to a running Darcy Moore, who miscues the kick. It doesn't matter. The siren signifies the fact that we have one quarter left in this grand final. I was going to say in this season, but the draw is certainly not out of the equation. Well, and that would mean extra time. It wouldn't mean a replay. Collingwood lead by 4 points, 10-15-75. Brisbane 11-5-71. The scoring dried up. Collingwood led by a goal at half-time. In that term, Brisbane kicked 2 goals, 2, and the Magpies scored 1 goal, 6. Collingwood by 4 points, a quarter left. Lloydie and Jimmy and Jackie and Hutto after this on 3AW Football, brought to you by Macca's.
Fuel the footy feeling with Shell V-Power. You could be saving on Shell fuel every time you fill up. Just download the AFL Live app on the App Store or Google Play. Then click the Shell V-Power banner on the bottom of the app homepage to register and activate the offer. Shell V-Power, the official fuel partner of the AFL. T's and C's apply.
Australia, there's great value hands down for footy fans, with thousands of specials like selected Arnott Shapes crackers, 130 to 190 gram packs, half price, just $2. Only at Coles. Excludes multi-pack 150 gram. Offer ends Tuesday.
You don't live in a home. You grow up in one. At Metricon, we didn't become the most trusted by being the cheapest. We did it by caring more for over 45 years. It's our commitment to doing things the right way, the Metricon way. And right now, get the stylish 4-bedroom Delta 22 with peak facade from just $239,900. Metricon, love where you live. Conditions apply. Excludes land and site costs. BLD 231776.
Da-da-da-da! Bargy here from Barbecue Adelaide, Weber Stores. Over the last 20 years, you've fallen in love with your Weber Q. Me too. I love it. Now, the all-new Weber Q range is dropping in-store as we speak. They're lit with all-new features such as more cooking area, new colourways. They even reach higher temperatures for the perfect pork crackling. So, to check out the full range of the new Weber Q, come see me, Barnsey, at Barbecue Adelaide, Weber Stores, Jebs Cross and Mile End, and prepare to get lit.
How happy would you be if your energy bills cost a lot less? Find out with Costa Air. Act before the summer rush with Costa Air's pre-season deal. Get a new Daikin reverse cycle air conditioner and you'll receive a Daikin air purifier absolutely free. It has streamer technology to help neutralise allergies and viruses. You'll also get Costa Air's extended warranty. Don't pay the higher price, pay the Costa Air price. Lock in the pre-season price today. Go to costaair.com.au.
Thinking of painting and don't know where to start?
We do, because we know paint at Crowies.
So, visit Crowies. And while you're there, join Crowies Club to get 10% off everything.
We know paint at Crowies.
It's Tyre Power's big footy final sale. Get the power to score a great deal on selected Toyo tyres and go in the draw to win one of 20 trips for 2 to Vegas. This sensational trip includes return flights, accommodation and $2,000 spending money. Talk to the team at Tyre Power about Toyo tyres and get the power of a safer drive this September, plus the chance to win a trip to Vegas. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Hi, Craig Lowndes here. As a professional driver, safety is my highest priority. That's why I'm a proud ambassador for the Australian Road Safety Foundation. September marks Rural Road Safety Month. Now, it's a national initiative to highlight the horrific stat that 2 out of 3 fatalities occur on our roads happen either in rural or regional areas. We're calling on you to choose road safety every time you're behind the wheel. I choose road safety for every single road user. Who do you choose it for?
5AA's coverage of the 2023 AFL Finals Series.
Across the mark and goals for the Lions, who now have the only 2 of the quarter. and are in front. Let's see if he can restore the lead for the Magpies. He short passes because Pendlebury had been left unchecked. He comes in and he does it. Just his 9th goal of this season, and it gives Collingwood the lead late in the 3rd quarter of the grand final.
What a contrast it was after a free scoring second quarter. It tightened right up. Collingwood, though, with that goal to Scott Pendlebury lead 10-15, 75 to 11-5, 71 3AW football, with thanks to Macca's 1 quarter to go in the 2023 season. Let's get down to Jackie Reid for Deep Heat to give us an injury update. Fast targeted pain relief from a brand new Know and Trust. Always follow the directions for use. That's Deep Heat. Feel it work, Jackie.
Thanks very much, Hutto. Yeah, the major one was for Collingwood. Nathan Murphy was subbed out with concussion. In the second term, Pat Lipinski replaced him. Lincoln McCarthy's pretty sore through that left calf. He's had that strapped up. Josh Dunkley had a dislocated finger that's bothering him. Hugh McLuggage also had his fingers taped up in that 3rd term. They still haven't used their sub. Jared Lyons is on the bench.
Matthew Lord and Jimmy Bartell with 30 minutes to go. Who wins?
Well, it looked like Collingwood had more of the run coming out of half-time. They dominated field position. And I just think Brisbane capitalised on 2 good moments, Lordy, and I'm still going to stick with the Pies.
It's tough, Hutto, because it's been hard to judge all day, but Collingwood the best at scenarios, in my opinion. They are so good. We saw it last week against the Giants. So they're big moments players, and their ability to do it time and time again. I'll back them in within a kick, I think.
Well, all is in readiness for this final term. They've been the best 2 teams all year, and they have put on quite an exhibition this afternoon. We wait for the green light. Umpire holds the ball aloft and prepares for the final quarter of the season. And it's Collingwood leading by 4 on 3AW football. Close to the perfect centre bounce. Cox actually didn't get a hand to it, and so didn't get back to the ball, and therefore it's a free kick to McInerney. Bit of ruck lotto involved in that, but that's the interpretation.
Done that a bit. He sticks his knee out at McInerney rather than jumping at the footy himself.
So McInerney sends it forward, but straight down the throat of Cox, who takes a comfortable intercept defensive mark. Lays off the hands to Howe, driving low ball. Out to the wing, Bobby Hill. Up to take the mark. What an afternoon he's had. 4 goals and a critical goal assist late in the 3rd quarter. Fingers pointing everywhere as Hill hits out wide. Again, the sun the issue for those coming up to the footy. Andrews maimed by Frampton, and he's going to get the free kick at left half back. 75 Collingwood, 71 Brisbane. Opening moments of the final term on the Colorbond Steel scoreboard.
And now the tension grows. Half an hour left. Premiership flag, cup on the line. Zorko receives, kicks to Neil. A hand pass to Leicester coming forward. Driving long. Danaher gets to the drop. Darcy Moore with him. Made the spoil, did well, and earns the plaudits of his teammates. What an inspiring leader he's been in every way through the course of this season. His first year was captain of the club that his father led. Throw in, 45 around from Brisbane's goal at the city end. McInerney and Cox. Ground level. Maynard, Josh Dacos. Got a hand pass out to nobody. Bad bounce. Favoured Lipinski, gave to Crisp. Quick kick towards the wing for Collingwood.
Another
Frampton going the spoil, but he tangled himself with Harris Andrews. Another free to the Brisbane co-captain, who drives them forward. It'll land in the forward pocket.
Oh, and Danaher lifts himself up, doesn't mark. At the front where he should be, Bailey. Back towards Charlie Cameron Quainer. Back up was side bottom, cool and calm, and found Howe as a willing ally. He clears it back. He gets some treatment in the post, he did. And so instead of Brisbane having the numbers, and he's left in a heap too, Jeremy Howe. And it was late from Charlie Cameron, who body-lined him. The kick is taken. It goes forward to Myercheck, who waits and now delivers to Nick Dacos. They've got the half forward. They're threatening. Perfectly weighted on the bounce to Pendlebury. Has 1 goal. He left McCluggage behind. He fooled him not once but twice, and then guided it back to Dacos. The past, the present stars of Collingwood, and that was line ball. The kick from the tightest of spaces in the pocket from Nick Dacos, almost saluted, right on the line. It was rushed through by Harris Andrews for a behind only. Another rushed. 10-16, 76 Collingwood, 11-5, 71 the Lions. McKenna gets a bit fancy on the way back.
Goes long, Danaher from behind, more in better posse. Danaher's got it though. Oh, he missed the ball with his kick. DeGoey escapes for the Magpies. He kicks to Hill. 45 out directly in front.
So Tim, just on the Pies, they have rolls, and two have to, they have to hold their side. So you've got two small forwards, one on either side. Two link forwards, two have to hold a side each, and then the two targets. So whenever they go to the open side, they've always got a player out there on his own, which has happened time and time again, and Bobby has been the beneficiary here. This would be huge, 5 goals in a grand final to put them 2 kicks ahead.
It's stuff of Norm Smith medal contention. He comes in from 49, it is on its way. He's hooked it, and having kicked impeccably in the first half, he's lost the compass in the second. 10-17, 77 to 11-5, 71. Collingwood by 6 points.
Some tense Collingwood fans in the crowd.
It's a story we've seen play out in so many grand finals. Kick back to the club on the wing, and Mason Cox, towering even over Joe Danaher, drags down the mark. The lanky Yankee gets to his feet, limps back, gives the handball to Crisp, who was floating by. Here they come again. Myercheck couldn't lift up. There was some interference there, and it's a Brisbane free, and it goes to McKenna in the back pocket for the Lions. He was a bit vulnerable at full stretch. Runs forward, kicks back to the shadows at halfback. Good body work by Darcy Cameron. And as a result of that, he prevails in the air against the frustrated Joe Danaher. Re-entry is imminent. Billy Frampton, I just wonder, can he run and jump the pack? Andrews, though, he does it instead. He held it just long enough. Myercheck for a moment, his eyes lit up. But the umpire has paid it. Andrews short to McKenna and safely out the other side. Or is it, Tim?
Starcevic fumbled a mark. He couldn't shake the tackle, and he's gone for holding it.
Bobby.
A horrible moment for Brandon Starcevic. Short kick by Hill to Lipinski, who is 65 out, or will be as he kicks the ball. Jackie, before he does, quickly.
Well, Mason Cox has come off the ground. He looks a little bit sore after that big mark over Joe Danaher. Briefly went down into the rooms, and now is receiving some treatment on his lower back.
That's light and easy tackle of the match, that one. We could look back on that tackle and say that was the turning point, and I'd keep Darcy Cameron in the ruck for most of this last quarter because Mason looks spent. Cameron has much more run in his legs.
Short kick to DeGoey, who is just inside the boundary and outside 50. He loads up. He kicks it to the goal square. Andrews in front. Can't mark. Taken by, I think it was Robertson it was. He was tackled, and he desperately got a hand pass away in the general direction of the scoreline, and it goes through for a rush behind Collingwood by 7 points, and they are turning the screw on Brisbane right now with 6 minutes into the last quarter.
15 times they've been in front at three-quarter time this year. 15 times they've won. The Lions having to defy history then to come from behind. They control the footy on the way out. Zorko is going to go left. He takes a slightly straighter line. Charlie Cameron needs to lift, and he does up into the air, and he kept his footing when others went footing, when others went to ground. Got a handball. It was a rushed offering though to Zorko, who did a pretty good job of winning it, but couldn't kick across the ball enough to keep it in play, and it lands over the line on the full, and it's still Collingwood 78, 28 scoring shots to 16, or scores to 16. Jared Lyons ready to get out there for Brisbane. Brisbane 11-5, 71 as Howe takes the kick and a searching ball back to the wing.
Collingwood on top at the moment. Hand pass to Mitchell out of traffic, gets a kick. A bouncing mongrel ball into half forward. Starcevic attacked it, quick to get rid of it that time. Taken by Andrews to Bailey, and now to Zorko, and a hurried kick into half forward. And McCarthy from behind takes a fine mark. He's 65 out. He kicks quickly, and Danaher on the lead has marked it 30 out, as good as directly in front.
Haven't looked like it. Brisbane, Collingwood seem to be outnumbering. Bobby Hill's putting a heap of pressure on in the forward half, but Joe knocks this through. They're only a point down.
And Joe's been working at this part of his game for a decade, Joey. And he's had his moments. He's lost his head. And this is what you do it for. All those hard hours out there on your own.
To cut it to a point, Danaher comes in and kicks poorly. He just did not get that right. It had too much loft. He just didn't time it. And he misses, and the margin is 6 points Collingwood's way, 10-18-78 to 11-6-72. 8 minutes into the last quarter, and thus far it's an action replay of the third term. Collingwood making the early running, Brisbane defending effectively.
The replay for Bunnings, the kick to the wing. We'll get to Jack with the sub news in a moment. Disrupted play on the way out. And they climb on in and force another ball up. Jack.
Yeah, Calamachi has been subbed out of the game. Jared Lyons has taken his spot.
That is for Spotlight. 10-18-78 plays 11-6-72. And they form up around it again. It'll be another ball up. No inch given there from either team. McCluggage, the last to hand it over to Max Stevic, who waits for no one, throws it straight up. Darcy Cameron taps it to the outside. Lipinski's earned his keep today. Works well with Mitchell in tight spaces. Tough bounce for Pendlebury. Even he couldn't deal with it. That could be high on Mitchell. Umpire didn't have the same vantage point as us, or the same opinion as the Collingwood masses who have swelled around the MCG. They watch as the ball's thrown up. McInerney had a couple of grasp at it, but Darcy Cameron got it. Kicked it back towards a loping Coleman. He threw his head back in the tackle from Myercheck. The ball came out. Myercheck cleverly tucked it back under, hoping for the umpire's whistle to go his way. Alas, it didn't. It'll be a ball up again. 10-18-78 to 11-6-72. Coleman didn't quite have the energy required
spot
there.
on, Hutto.
Maybe there are signs that Brisbane are wilting. Lyons gets a hand pass out of traffic here. It bounces well for Fletcher. Gave to Bailey, rammed on the brakes, lost his footing, picks himself up, gets a kick to the 50. Danaher with the flight made a spoil. Fletcher there to crumb it, but he's immediately mown down by the Magpie defence, and there'll be a ball up just inside Brisbane's 50 at a 45-degree angle to their goal as they search for a straight kick to level the scores. At the ball up, aerial ping pong. Dunkley's got it. A couple of Magpies bring him down, and there'll be another ball up in the same spot, still within a good kick of the Lions' goal.
Well, listen to the crowd, totally absorbed. Rayner tried to just burst his way through, and the umpire said he took them on. And when he failed to get out the other side, the call has gone against him. It took 2 or even 3 to stop him. Scott Pendlebury was the man. That's a tough call on Cam Rayner. But that's the way it goes. 11 minutes now in this last quarter. Super short from Pendlebury to Quainer. Who's going to have the juice left to find a way forward? Quainer runs around to the right and kicks straight down the wing. Frampton trying to hold Andrews at bay. He reached politely over the top. Juggling attempt has been paid by Darcy Cameron. Just for a moment, a rush of blood. He was going to handball. Thought better of it. Stands on the wing. He wants to bring Mitchell in. Mitchell kicks. It's an up and under. It sits there. McCreary has the sit, but Coleman wouldn't be denied and wouldn't be disturbed. He got his hands around it and made sure it got over the line and out of bounds as the spy camera sweeps on the wires across the MCG, buzzing around, the helicopter swinging over Light Tower 4. It's quite a sight in a great grand final that could still go either way. Tapped away by Lyons, who's on the ground. Scooped up by Dunkley, back to Jared Lyons. On the boot in haste to half forward. Howe versus Hipwood, and now Crisp. Hipwood, the tackler, takes him and the footy over the line and out of bounds. And it's 12 minutes now in the last quarter as Craig McRae, with close vantage point, stressed as anyone but not showing it. 11 minutes to go, the Pies by 6.
Members wing, ball falls in the Lions' direction. He's got plenty of Collingwood company. Dunkley, a little hand pass stolen by Hoskin Elliott. Kick smothered, picked up and rammed forward by Zorko, but into the hands of the enemy. Jeremy Howe, who centres boldly. He overshot the mark. Robertson gives to Coleman from outside 50 with the left. He misses. Should he have had a shot? You can understand why he would with his kicking power, but he missed. Margin is 6 points once again. 78-72, Collingwood lead.
Moore takes what was on offer, which was just a little 15-metre chip shot. In the back pocket, Chris Fagan now standing up. He can't sit still. He's not alone. Howe just plays it along the wing. Cox astride ahead of Andrews. With the reach, he made the spoil. A Collingwood jumper being tugged, but Hoskin Elliott kept his eyes on the footy. So did McCreary. Back to Chris, but his kick was wiped out in the smother. Andrews hesitated, gave it to Fletcher, gaining in confidence, but he can't get past Hoskin Elliott, who just forces him back over the line and out of bounds. And the numbers, the big numbers, go up on the scoreboard. 100,024. Even if it wasn't, it deserved 100K. And what a game they are witnessing. Grabbed by McInerney. In a flash, it's at half forward. Eric Hipwood. Could he?
Just calm down, Eric. He hasn't had the best of days. He's kicked the ball poorly, but it can be your moment.
Oh, is it just outside? He's going to have to kick this 55 metres. It's maybe just outside his range. It can force you to pull the ball to the right goalpost as a left footer, but it's a big moment for him.
It is. Between the mowing strips, he goes back. 45-degree angle. Socks three-quarter length. He comes in. 55 metres required. That part he achieves, but not the accuracy. Again, just beyond him. And now it's Brisbane's turn to not quite finish off their opportunities. His first score of the day is a behind. It's 10-18, 78 Collingwood. It's 11-8, 74 Brisbane. There is 9 minutes remaining now in the grand final.
And it's all on the Colorbond Steel scoreboard as Howe kicks long. Harris Andrews arrived, almost marked fourth in line. De Goey cleverly soccers to McCreary, who broke away, had a bounce and lost the footy. Gardner's got it, gives to Andrews. He turns it over. Hand passing to Pendlebury, who sold Candy. Cox provided a good shepherd. Beautiful kick, Pendlebury. Ginnivan just forward of the middle, drives it long, one-on-one, Hill and Starcevic, and Starcevic with nerves of steel holds his ground, takes the mark, kicks quickly to Fletcher, to Lester between fullback and halfback. He goes short to Andrews and wide now to Dunkley, high on the halfback flank for the Lions. Collingwood 78, Brisbane 74, 15 minutes gone.
The gravity of every kick now is immense. Up to the wing, to the numbers. It's whacked away by Berry. Off hands and over the line and out of bounds. 8:18 remaining now in this last quarter. Neither side have kicked a goal, would you believe? 3 behinds Collingwood, 3 behinds Brisbane. 4 points the difference after that high-scoring second term. It's tightened up out of the ruck. Critical kick from McInerney on the half volley. Too much for McCarthy. Crisp the hands, short but effective to Markov. And now to Quaynor. Coleman about to close. Quaynor gets the kick away. Finding himself with a bit of space is Hoskin Elliott not inclined to rush forward. He takes the mark and then decides to play it wider and short to Quaynor. It's still Collingwood 78, Brisbane 74. Breathless we are. And so is the crowd on this hot September day. Short to Scott Pendlebury. And then more of the same to De Goey now. They inch a little closer. Same mode, more danger in the kick. Hoskin Elliott can't hold on. Lester with great expertise to Coleman. Crisp kick through the air. Charlie Cameron versus Maynard. Ball bounces. Cameron had it, lost it instantly. Maynard had played to his favour. Across Shawley and Soundley to Pendlebury and across to Nick Dacos. It's almost as if Collingwood is saying to Brisbane, you have to make this happen now. Collingwood has the lead. Will there even be a goal in this last quarter? At the moment, Collingwood lead by 4, and that is on the Colorbond Steel scoreboard.
3 behinds apiece in this last quarter. Pendlebury is taking charge at the moment, controlling this game.
He has been a huge factor in the second half. The Magpies switch play. Jeremy Howe over on the members' side of centre. Takes a mark, has an option in Elliott, whose hands are true and strong. And he marks despite the spoiling attempt. He's 70 metres out. High on the left half forward flank. He pokes it inboard to the accidental Collingwood recruit Oleg Markov, who has it about 80 metres from goal. He kicks into the forward pocket. There's a big pack. Cox is in the middle of it, can't mark. Neil for Brisbane gives to Lester. Short kick to Dunkley. A little hand pass. to Berry, running forward, drilling to the wing. Danaher against the more mobile Jeremy Howe. Gives Howe a shove, takes him over the line and forces a throw in right on the wing. Maybe a few centimetres Brisbane side thereof. 18 gone in the term. Plenty of time left yet for a goal or two to be kicked. But by gee, they've dried up. Mason Cox slaps it down. Pendlebury again to the fore. Taken down. And the ball won't come out. There'll be a ball up. Still on the centre line this time. Marginally Collingwood's way.
And he's like a traffic cop. Also around stoppage. So now they've sent Dunkley to Pendlebury at this period. If Collingwood can kick the next, they'll control the last 5 minutes of the game.
Without a goal, time is racing away. 6 minutes to go now. Elliott is toppled, managed to scrape the handball out. Grabbed by Starcevic. Decisive hands to Lyons. And again to Berry. Spin move was terrific. Nick Dacos cops his own medicine. Deep to Cameron and Maynard in time again. And Maynard goes down. Cameron keeps his feet. Here it is! Here it is! Take me home, Charlie Cameron! He snaps a left foot goal. And Brisbane get the precious first and only goal of the last quarter. And it comes off the boot of Charlie Cameron, his third goal. Brisbane 12, 880. Collingwood 10, 18, 78. 19 minutes into the final term.
Jared Berry, so clean under a high pressure moment. Took the tackle on with the blind turn, which allowed the ball to get in deep. And I thought Maynard did everything he could. Just lost his feet, but the ball just bounced out to Charlie Cameron, who's again at top speed able to pick up the ball. Probably the only player to pick it up at top speed and run away.
Yeah, but he got out the back again. Yeah. So now Collingwood have played pretty controlled. Now they have to go high tempo speed again to try and score, because they can't save this. They tried to in a way, but now they've got to score themselves.
Plenty of time. If Brisbane hang on courtesy of that goal, the Bunnings replay will be shown hundreds of times north of the Tweed. Umpire Stevic gives Collingwood a warning here. Cox wins in the ruck. Eventually Nick Dacos gives to Pendlebury. A kick out of the middle is potent into the 50. Fisted by Gardner. Straight to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Degoe. 49 out. Swings it. Goal. He's done it. The Magpies are back in front. They are the masters of these tight situations. It took nearly 20 minutes for the drought to break either way. It fell Brisbane's way, and Collingwood answer in about 15 seconds. Collingwood 11-18-84. Brisbane 12-8-80 on the Colorbond Steel scoreboard.
Brisbane centre bounce crew, where were you? It was all of Collingwood's centre bounce numbers. Pendlebury kicks it forward. They're looking on the replay. They just got to front and square. They were still standing in the middle of the ground. Dacos, who's out of the centre bounce, first back. Degoe out of the centre bounce, handball received.
What a great spectacle this is. 5 minutes and 10 seconds left in the season. Collingwood leads by 4. What's it going to be from here? Cox gets the tap out of the middle. Wilmot has the audacity to kick it out of the air. It pitches it left half forward, but it favoured Quainer, who controls the kick to Steele's side bottom. Still 50. Trying to own that. Well, it's 50. Jared Berry overstepped the mark on the follow through. He held on just a moment too long, and Steele's side bottom, with 50 metres in his favour, will be marched to almost within range. Jared Berry, in disappointment, stands where he's told. He is right on the 50.
Hutto, smart player, side bottom. What's he got up his sleeve here? Will he try and just drop one and get that easier shot, or will he take it?
They get another mark. They can drag another 30 seconds off the clock here.
4 minutes 40. Steele's side bottom is standing 60 metres out. He'll kick from 55. Over 300 games of experience. He gives it the lot. He gives it the lot. And it's a goal. A golden goal for Steele's side bottom. Absolutely nerveless. imminent around the MCG. What a kick. The Pies, 12-18-90. The gauntlet is handed down to the Lions, 12-8-80.
Hey, but it is a dangerous position to be in because Brisbane just go all out here. 2 goals in 4 minutes is nothing. It's absolutely nothing. We've seen it in previous finals with Carlton coming back against Melbourne. So let's see how this plays out. Brisbane will have to go hard, and Collingwood could be back within 3 points within seconds or 4 points within seconds.
That would be a twist in the tail, almost too great to get your mind around after this magnificent contest. Ball up will be recalled. Just slewed off the line, and umpire Meredith decides this is a moment for an absolutely fair ruck contest. He throws it up. Cox the better of it too when Nick Dacos couldn't collect. The Lions swarm and force another ball up. They're after a clean takeaway.
Tim, this is what Collingwood do then. They didn't want to even let that bobble out, so they just let seconds pour away by not letting the ball get out.
Cox a good win, knocking it forward. McCreary in traffic, got it onto his boot, kicked it backwards. Taken by McInerney, he was smothered. Nick Dacos to Josh, kick forward. Oh, stolen brilliantly by Harris Andrews. It looked to be Frampton's ball. Andrews just read the drop, and Frampton without confidence now. Andrews kicks to a leading McCarthy. Brisbane with no time to waste. They need 2 goals. A bold kick into midfield. McCluggage couldn't quite hang on under pressure. Spillage with Josh Dacos. Quick kick. No advantage for Collingwood. There'll be a ball up. Collingwood side of the centre circle. Their army now in full cry as the premiership is within touching distance. They lead by 10 points.
Bounces back to side bottom again. Kicks it deep. This time the bounce favours Andrews. Does he keep it in? He's trailed by Frampton, and that suits Collingwood just fine. It's deep in the heart of their forward territory. They lead on the Collarbone scoreboard, 12-18-90. Brisbane at 12-8-80. 3 minutes 23 remaining. Brisbane have twice got to get the ball through the big sticks. It's a long way away now. Tapped down by Cox. Lipinski. It comes out of his hands. Grabbed by McKenna. Rush ball back to halfback. Collingwood have got the answers. Jack Crisp was going to lap this up. A career that started at Brisbane, but has maxed out at Collingwood. He has been an incredible acquisition. He had all that drama and trauma to deal with.
Yep, here they go.
But he's going to just keep it in Collingwood in friendly hands. He takes it across to Howe. The onus is not on them to score right now. It's possession footy. Their experienced players stand up. Howe to side bottom. His bald head gleaming sweat, the beads of sweat coming off as he kicks it towards the pocket. Can Brisbane get it away? Big tackle, Lipinski's done his job. Locked it away with 2 minutes 30 to go. Collingwood 90, lead Brisbane 80. It's a free kick though, plucked
Played
out.
high.
And it's high, and it goes to Coleman.
Who goes straight down the middle. Can Danaher snare this? Can't quite hang on. Again, there's a swarm of black and white. And Brisbane can advance no further. The ball is Collingwood's side of the centre. The quarter 26 and a half minutes old. Time ebbing away. Cox, another brilliant piece of ruck work. Stolen though by Neal. A little hand pass to McCluggage, surrounded. Hand pass straight to Cox, not expecting it. Zorko helped it towards
Free kick
Rayner.
to Neal. Cox grabbed him.
It's coming back. Cox behind the centre. The Lions can build. Myercheck stands the mark. Neal drives it long to within 40 of goal. Huge pack. Where's Leo Barry? It falls to Hipwood. Got a hand pass out. Gave McKenna half a chance. McCluggage paddles to Lyon. Hand pass to McCluggage, who kept the ball in play in the Wayne Harms pocket. Centering kick. Finds Danaher, who plays on it. Goes. He goes. And the margin is 4 points. There is time. Collingwood 12-18-90. Brisbane 13-8-86 on the Collarbone Steel scoreboard. Who has the nerves of steel now?
Oh. You don't know what to say.
Was play on called?
No, he just played on.
He just decided himself.
Yeah, he just decided himself, and Now, that's the thing about it. It's a long time to try and hold on, and 2 goals isn't a lot in 4 minutes, and 90 seconds will feel like a lifetime for these players. So, this clearance is critical. Both teams will get a chance to score here, but who can get the ball locked in their front 50 is critical from this clearance.
A minute 33 on the clock. The umpire said it's going to be thrown up in the middle. 666 warning, perhaps. Collingwood leads by 4. Just over 90 seconds of mayhem to go. The tap from Cox. Jared Berry with stealth. Out of the middle. It's not a great kick. It's loose. Hoskin Elliott challenged by Neil. Half full for Brisbane. Big tackle Zorko. Neil, terrific hands. Bailey screws it back. The danger grows. Danaher. Darcy Moore. This captain knocks it to Dacos. What a kick that was. Under all sorts of strain and stress. He gave it beautifully across to Hoskin Elliott, played it back to Mitchell. Umpire calls play on, down to the last minute. Brisbane have got to win it back. Dunkley reaches, can't mark, Andrews can, plays on, gotta go son! He goes deep to half forward, they're outnumbered. All the forwards are back for Collingwood. Myercheck full-bodied attack on the footy. And we will have a ball up. There is 44 seconds remaining. Collingwood lead by 4 points after one of the greatest Septembers ever. It all comes down to this, Tim.
At the ball up, McInerney got a hand onto it, but Collingwood will get a free kick. It's the Magpies' ball, and time now is very much in their favour. We're beyond the 29-minute mark. Just 3 goals kicked in the last term. Mitchell goes backwards with his kick to keep it in safe hands. Pendlebury marks it, told he's got to go. He kicks back to Mitchell, and Mitchell has the ball 60 metres away from Brisbane's goal, and I don't know whether they've got the time to get it there.
It would take a huge error from here. We're down to the last 10 seconds. Myercheck kicks for his life down to the wing. Andrews in the hustle. They've got possession. It comes to Hoskin Elliott. It's a grand final that had absolutely everything. Collingwood are the 2023 AFL Premiers. It's a flag that just makes you smile. Play the game. Side by side, they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting, as all barricades show. Oh, the premiership's a game, for the good old Collingwood. And the rush is on to be part of it. All those who didn't take part come charging out to share the joy. Craig McRae has done the near impossible, not just winning a flag in his second season, but he's made Collingwood not likeable but lovable. How did that ever happen? They know how to play the game, Lloydie and Jimmy. We have just seen a classic exhibition of football.
We have, Hutto. I think it's the greatest grand final I've ever seen. That's how good this game was. The Pies, I'm just watching Scotty Pendlebury and Steele Sidebottom embrace. 2 men who win a grand final 13 years after their last one. Oh, the ebbs and flows of this game. Brisbane are shell-shocked. They hit the lead, and then Collingwood, as they do, find a way to play out the last quarter. Pendlebury's last quarter was one of the great quarters of grand final football. Steele Sidebottom goes back and does what he does, Hutto. The big players stood up for the Collingwood Football Club late.
Their 16th premiership to join Essendon and Carlton. Here's one. Look at the embrace between Darcy Moore and his father, Peter. It's amazing scenes here at the MCG. And look at that embrace, a big bear hug out on the wing between father and son. It's the sort of stuff that makes you recall Teddy Whitten with Teddy Whitten Jr., different circumstances, but that same emotion. A 4-point win in a totally absorbing game of football. Tim, I wonder if you've called any better games, better grand finals than that.
Well, Hutto, I'm just reflecting. After so many decades of heartbreak for Collingwood fans, all those near misses, 4 points in 64, 1 point in 66, the Carlton comeback in 1970, the drawn grand final of 1977, the Wayne Harms knock into play in 1979. It is an extraordinary litany. This is the first time Collingwood have won a grand final by a kick since 1903, when they defeated, guess who, Fitzroy, by 2 points.
Well, this is Collingwood under Craig McRae. They just win the close ones.
The attention to detail. They just nailed all the big moments. They didn't lose their head when Brisbane were coming at them, especially in that second quarter. And then they just controlled the game. And Lloydie touched on it, led by the champion of the Collingwood Football Club in Scott Pendlebury. They knew exactly where to be. They were all on beat with each other. They knew where to be, the short kicks, the marks, even with a minute to go under the pump. They had options to go to. They played the final 5 minutes of each quarter remarkably better than Brisbane. If you had the rest of the game on par, but it's the time on period, I'll go down to the last 2 minutes of each quarter, when we all expected Brisbane are used to the heat and all that sort of story going on. Collingwood kept their head. They were calm and they executed the fundamentals better than Brisbane in the big moments.
You can't do this by accident, can you? They've won 3 finals by 7 points, 1 point, and now 4 points in the grand final. 3 games, 12-point aggregate.
Discipline, playing your team role. Lloydie highlighted with the forwards who keep their width, and that allowed Bobby Hill to thrive. But even when it came to the stoppages in the last quarter, and the last quarter was a grind. It was stoppage contest down the line. But they just structured up really well, and it took a couple of individual brilliant moments from the Lions pretty much in the second half. You think about a 50-metre penalty, the play down the wing here, and then it was Danaher and Cameron ducking out the back. Collingwood probably just owned the game and with the footy smarts.
I thought when they went down, like they had a surge goal, so they just hacked the footy forward, fisting it. DeGoey launches it within seconds to get back in front. It did have 14 more entries. So I think the right team got there in the end. Brisbane would have been worthy grand winners as well, but the right team got there in the end, I think.
Gee, they had a scare though, didn't they? It looked like they had control of the scoreboard. Side bottom kicks the goal there. 10 points ahead, and then unexpectedly, really, it got down the other end, and so Brisbane got their shot and just couldn't quite capitalise.
And I thought he panicked a bit, Hoskin Elliott. He went too fast. He could have just gone back behind his mark, and he kicked it to a player that it wasn't the full meterage. But unbelievable scenes out there. They are such a united group, passionate group, and
they're so even too, Lloydie. Like from top to bottom. Like I know the stars that we all talk about, the Dacos boys, Pendlebury's still a star, and then you even DeGoey. But they all had their moments throughout the game. It was such an even contest. Bobby Hill was brilliant today, but Chris worked his way through the game. Pendlebury last quarter, Howe down back. Just everyone played their role magnificently well for the Pies.
I'd like to see Bobby win it. I hope he does win it, Bobby Hill, for his performance. Even like not kicking goals late, some of his chase down tackles and pressure was just off the charts. With he must be so fit to keep doing what he did. Your man who you predicted, Jack Crisp, he shouldn't be too far behind with the game he played as well.
Yeah, I'd be leaning towards the way you're going, Lloydie. He's 4 goals himself. He's had a direct hand in another couple, and then just the pressure in the big moments in the last quarter as well.
Other Indigenous players that have won the Norm Smith medals: Cyril Rioli, Morris Rioli, Andrew McLeod, Byron Pickett, Peter Matera, and Michael Long. McLeod saluting twice.
Looks as though the Wags are on the ground now, and Collingwood have captured some magic, which we've never really seen. I suppose it's a bit more overt, but do they have, in greater measure than anyone else, what used to be simply known as team spirit?
Now Peter Dacos is out there, Tim, embracing his son Nick, who was outstanding. Nick will be in the top 3 now. There's Josh as well.
You want to hear a fun fact? Nick kicks the first goal of the grand final. Guess who kicked the first goal in the 1990 grand final?
It was a freak goal too by Pete back in the day, wasn't
a freak goal. For Collingwood, of course.
But you're right, Tim. I think Craig Kelly's out there. Congratulations to him as well. Darcy Moore, the way he captains the club and is so rounded as a person. Oleg Markov, what a story he is. Delisted by the Gold Coast. trains with Collingwood, then moves to Carlton for a session, then gets listed by Collingwood, and he's a premiership player holding out Johnny Noble.
And Billy Frampton called into the team. I wonder how Dan McStay's feeling about it now. There's always hard luck stories, isn't there? Mason Cox is now a premiership player, gets a big hug from cement head Ned Kelly down there. And, it's just those scenes and the contrast between pleasure and pain. We all know them well, even if you can't see the screen right now. You know the contrast, the feelings, the emotions that are running through the Collingwood players and all those that have played a part compared to the Lions who have to stay out there. Jimmy, you've experienced that. I mean, you've experienced the other side multiple times.
But it's going to be harder for the Lions because when the margin is this close, each individual player will be doing their what-ifs. What if I, pushed up onto that direct opponent? What if I just hit the target there? Or you'd be playing it over and over and over in your head. And because when you go down by 4 points, you think it's only moments in the game. Like, they weren't blown off the park. When sides get blown off the park, you go, look, we got torched by a very good side. We're never in it. But they were in it to the last minute and 35 seconds.
Taylor Adams out there too.
Oh, yeah.
He's out there with Peter Dacos. Peter giving him a big embrace.
Has a father ever done a lap of honour? No. I think Dacos was on his way there.
Can you imagine the cashies for Pete? Wow.
Just repeating that full-time score, 12-18-90 Collingwood defeating Brisbane 13-8-86.
Jeremy Howe, we touched on Scotty Pendlebury. Jeremy Howe in the last quarter also had 9 disposals behind the ball. He took care of Eric Hipwood, but also had 9 disposals, some big marks, 4 marks as well for him. So Pendlebury has 11 in the last quarter. Howe has 9. Crisp has 8.
Yeah.
So the big boys stood up.
Side bottom as
well, the big goal. And I love Nick Dacos' game. Consider how long he was out for. A super prelim and then the most disposals on the ground, Nick Dacos. We expect so much of him. He set such a high bar in his second year of footy, but 29 disposals for Nick Dacos. And he was tough, and did his work on the outside.
It's a low possession game, isn't it? 340 to 308, and Coleman had 26, most of those in the first half, just I think 6 after half time. Nick Dacos with 29, the only player with Coleman over 25 touches. Then for Brisbane, it's down to, I think, 21 for Dunkley, and for Collingwood, Jack Crisp with 25.
I love that about grand finals. It's a different game. Every disposal is just precious. Got to treat it like gold. Joey misses a set shot in the last quarter as well that he would have loved, to have back. But looking at the scoreboard, 30 scoring shots to 21, more entries. They deserved it.
Our post-match coverage from the MCG continues until 7 o'clock, so don't go away. There's a lot to talk about. There are the formalities not too far away. They're pretty good at getting them happening pretty quickly. They will consist of the umpires medal being presented by former grand final umpire Glenn James. The Norm Smith medal will be presented by Chris Judd. You wouldn't want to be a judge of the Norm Smith medal today. It's a pretty difficult task, isn't it? 2 even teams. The Jock McHale medal will be presented to Craig McRae by Mark Bomber Thompson, Jimmy Bartell's first premiership coach. Premiership medallions to be presented by NAB AFL Auskick participants. And finally, the Premiership Cup will be presented by Peter Moore. I sort of can't get over the synergy of this, who played in a string of grand finals for the Magpies, captained them in 1981 when they lost their 3rd in 3 years, and today he presents the trophy to his son Darcy, who has led this Collingwood team so superbly through the year.
And by Vice President National Sales,
here's Hamish
Marketing,
McLaughlin,
Franchise
the on-ground
Operations,
announcer.
Sean Hanley. Massive thanks to Toyota. Please now join me in congratulating today's field, boundary and goal umpires on their contribution to today's match. I'd like to invite former VFL field umpire from the 1982 and 84 grand finals, Glenn James, to present the AFL umpires' grand final medals, and invite retiring boundary umpire Chris Gordon to accept the medals on behalf of the umpiring team.
Glenn James, a much loved umpire, 82 and 84, a couple of good ones there. Carlton and Richmond in 82 and 84. Essendon swarmed over Hawthorn in the last quarter for a drought-breaking premiership. Required a cool hand and good judgment as an umpire.
I'm told, Tim, it's the first time since 1968 that a team has won a grand final having kicked fewer goals than the opposition.
That's a very good spot, Hutto, because that record had been enduring, and I can give you the score. Carlton 7-14,
Today didn't
beat
deserve
Essendon
a
8-5.
losing side. The Brisbane Lions have had an extraordinary season and were brave in defeat today on the game's biggest stage. Would you please welcome one of their captains, Harris Andrews, to come forward and say a few words.
Difficult moment always for a team leader filled with such despair in this moment. Harris Andrews steps
Firstly,
up.
just to the AFL and Toyota, thanks for a great final series. To Collingwood, Craig and Darcy, congratulations on a great season, well done. And lastly, to our boys, we'll go again next year. Great effort this year. It's going to steal us again, and thanks very much to all the fans coming out today.
He was outstanding today in the end, Andrews. 16 disposals, 9 marks.
Well done, Harris. Please join me in welcoming Chris Judd to announce and present the Norm Smith Medal to the player judges best of field in the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
Chris Judd,
The winner of the 2023 Norm Smith Medal is Bobby Hill.
And the Magpies surround their goal-sneaking half-forward flanker, who kicked 4 in the first half, probably should have finished with 6 or so. Just couldn't put them away in the second. But a born-again footballer at a new club takes a Norm Smith medal.
Just like to thank Brisbane for a great game. You were a hard opponent all year, and thank you. To everyone at the at the Collingwood Football Club, thank you for obviously making me and my family welcome here, and to the Collingwood faithful, love you guys, and up to play.
He fully deserved it. Bobby Hill, I'm glad they went that way. 18 disposals, 4 goals, 2, 5 huge tackles.
So every young footballer's dream to be on the grand final stage on the last Saturday in September. So it's with much pleasure that we welcome the 23 winners of the NAB AFL Auskicker of the Year competition for the NAB AFL Auskick program, who will now present the medallions to each player of the winning team. Number 1, Patrick Lipinski.
Got his chance early when Nathan Murphy was subbed out of the game, and the disappointment of being relegated to the sub role has been well and truly overcome now.
Number 2,
Lipinski finished.
Jordan DeGoey.
Lipinski finished with 16 touches. Jordan DeGoey, 18. 2 monster goals, and that one to put him back in front for good.
Number 3, Isaac Quainer.
Not his biggest day, Isaac, but he finished really strongly. 12 disposals, but he's obviously on Bailey types and Charlie Cameron types. Hard for him to attack like he normally does, but he's had a wonderful season.
Yeah.
One of the most improved players in the year.
Number
Career
4,
best season for him.
Braden Maynard.
Fan favourite of the Collingwood fans, the hard man. 13 touches. It's tough in the clinches. Well, he kicked a nice goal, just hit the post late.
And very happy to be there. He was on the mark when Dom
Number
Sheed
5,
kicked that goal in 2018.
Jamie Elliott.
Ended up with 14 disposals, Jamie, but didn't hit the scoreboard, just the one behind. But they were fortunate they found so many goals elsewhere with Bobby, the Norm Smith medalist, kicking 4.
A career with so much injury. In the end, he
Number
becomes
6,
a premiership player.
Tom Mitchell.
He's just had one of those games, Tom Mitchell, where it's just gone under the radar. He took Lockie Neal as a direct matchup. He's had 24 touches, 7 clearances and 13 tackles.
Played in a losing grand final in 2016 with the Swans. He's now a premiership
Number
player.
7, Josh Dacos.
Josh Dacos, 17 disposals, didn't waste one. Really had metres gained. heaps of it. He was a solid contributor today, Josh. All-Australian this year as well.
Here's a big one.
Number 10, Scott Pendlebury.
As we said, Jim, that last quarter was one of the great quarters by an individual in a grand final. It's not like kicking 5 like an Ablett or anything like that. Here he is, so he should enjoy it.
Game 383 joins Robert Harvey on position number 6, all-time games
number
played.
14,
24 and a goal.
Darcy Cameron.
Big fella, combining with Mason Cox in the ruck. Eventually wore down Big Oscar. They nullified him as much as they could. Had 12 touches himself, Darcy Cameron.
One game at the Swans, Darcy Cameron, now a premiership player for Collingwood.
Number 17, Billy Frampton.
Had a job to do. Unfortunately, couldn't get the job done, really, because of the job Andrews ended up doing for his team. It's tough just trying to nullify somebody, but at least he's going to be forever known as a premiership player.
Number
Billy
22,
Frampton.
Steel Sidebottom.
One of Collingwood's best all day, super consistent, out on the wing. Kicked a huge goal, huge goal, 20 touches, just professional as always.
Like Pendlebury, now a 2-time Collingwood premiership player.
Number 23, Bobby Hill.
40 seconds. Yeah, and he may well win Collingwood's best finals player. They'll have that award, and he'll go close in the Gary Ayres medal. He was best on ground about in the first final, and now best on ground in a grand final.
Number 25, Jack Crisp.
I think this guy might be second in the Norm Smith voting when we come to get all the votes. He's had 25 touches, 2 goals, 1, and goals towards the end of each of the first 2 quarters when they needed them most.
Number 28, Nathan Murphy.
Unlucky. They go down so early in the game. He's been marred by head injuries throughout his time, but another one who's had a wonderful season with Collingwood.
He looks in good spirits too.
Looks a bit better, yeah.
He's been such a big player for them during the season. He fully deserves to be a
Number
premiership
31, Beau McCreary.
Just keeps working his backside off Beau McCreary from half-back all the way deep into the forward line. Could have had a big day, just missed some shots early. Finished with 3 behinds with his 13 touches.
I wonder if his mum inspired him again today.
She won't be driving him home.
Number 32, Will Hoskin-Elliott.
It's a big improver. Just think that he could go to a half-back flank and make it work when the coach asked him to. And he had some big, strong moments in the day today. He's got harder and more trustworthy as his career's gone on.
Number 33, Jack Ginnivan.
How'd you see his day? Pretty quiet, Jim. 7 disposals, 1 behind.
Had some opportunities early, and we know he's a flash player. He can come into the game and hit the scoreboard, but it just wasn't his day today.
Here we go. Number 35, Nick Dacos.
I think he'll be top 3 also in the voting. Pendlebury may get some. Obviously, Crisp may get some, but his day was huge, Dick. 29 disposals for Nick Dacos.
Little Nabos kicker in his wheelchair presents the young champion with his premiership medallion.
I wonder what his
Number
accolades will be by the time his career ends.
Markov.
Oleg Markov, I think we fell in love with Oleg when we did the post-match interview here one Saturday, Tim, and he was just refreshing. He was energetic, knew he was on his last football life, and he's just embracing it, and I think Collingwood fans are embracing him. He's good fun. He's had a dozen touches playing between wing and half-back today.
Number 38, Jeremy Howe.
24 disposals, 9 marks. Murphy goes down. He has to play everywhere. Deep, high, and when it was at its most critical late, he was awesome.
What a comeback in a season from that horrific injury.
Number 41, Brody Myercheck.
He kept working hard. He probably didn't get the reward he deserved. He got to a lot of contests. He's had some big games for Collingwood throughout the year to get into this point, but 10 touches and a goal for Brody.
Let's see if the USA chant gets going here.
Number 46,
here we go.
Mason Cox.
Oh, he's dragging it
He's
out.
asking for it.
He's
Humble in victory.
He took his time to give him some time to wind it up.
He tried his guts out today,
Yeah,
Mason.
A couple of big hit-outs to advantage in that last quarter.
Number 30, the captain, Darcy Moore.
Darcy Moore, 7 disposals, beaten by Danaher on the day, but he symbolises the Craig McRae Collingwood regime. You know, they embrace everyone. They make it a happy place to be.
I think everyone will look
And
forward to
welcome
hearing
the stage,
Darcy
the
Moore.
coach, Craig McRae.
He's transformed this footy club, hasn't he, Craig McRae?
Please welcome Mark Thompson to present the Jock McHale Medal to the coach of the 2023 Toyota AFL Premiership team. I'd now like to ask the winning captain, Darcy Moore, to say a few words.
Firstly, to the Brisbane Lions Football Club, congratulations on an incredible season. You've played some unbelievable football and you've held yourselves in great character, and we've really admired you all season long, and today felt like a fitting end to what was an amazing season of football. So congratulations and well done on an incredible season, and we look forward to many more battles like that in the seasons to come. To the AFL's premier partner, Toyota, thank you for your support. Without your support, today is just not possible. To our club partners, the Emirates Airline, Latrobe Financial, KFC, Nike, AIA Health and CUB and Asahi Beverages. Again, running our club as smoothly as we do is not possible without your support, so thank you. Today's success is a culmination of so much work over so many years of so many people behind the scenes that make up the Collingwood Football Club. So to you, all of you, you know who you are. Thank you so much. You guys make it possible for us to live our dream out here today as players. I want to give a special shout out to all of the past players of the Collingwood Football Club. So every person who's pulled on the black and white stripes over our history. It is not lost on us, the 23 that run out here today and every week, that we represent you and we represent your years of dedication and hard work, and we do everything we can to make you proud. So today is a culmination of a lot of that hard work, and we hope that by bringing this thing home, we've made you proud to be a Collingwood past player. A special thanks to Jeff Brown and the Collingwood board. Jeff, your leadership has been extraordinary and again allowed us to live out our dreams, and you've left an incredible mark on the whole playing group this season. So thank you so much to you, and again, we hope we made you proud today. And last, but most certainly not least, our 19th man out there in the stands and watching at home, the Magpie Army. Your passion, your dedication and your loyalty has made being a Collingwood player this season something really special. So thank you so much for all those times you've dragged us across the line, all those times you've yelled at your TV. We feel it all and we're so grateful. Thank you so much, and go Pies.
It's a great story, and who can begrudge it? Darcy Moore had an
Just want to
injury
start by
plagued.
thanking our major partners.
Here's Craig McRae.
In Emirates, Nike, Latrobe and KFC. We can't be here today without your support, so thank you very much.
Also, just like to pay my respect to Fags and the Brisbane Lions. I'm not standing here at my time with the Brisbane Lions. I've always got a soft spot for you guys, and it was one of the best games I've ever been involved with. So, congratulations on the year. I always thought this group was a real special one. I could see little things happening throughout our training, and we just kept getting better every day. And now they're premiership team. So, congratulations. We love you very much. 2 years ago, we started our journey, this campaign. One of the major focuses was to bring the fans along for the journey. It's been a hell of a ride. Thank you to the Magpie Army. We love you very much. You're incredible. You drive us every week to win those close games. You inspire us. This one's for you. Today was already the best day of my life because my wife gave birth to a little girl this morning at 7:45. So, darling, I'm coming home tonight with a cup. I love you.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any better.
Oh, congratulations, Fly. Brilliant news. I now have much pleasure inviting Collingwood club legend Peter Moore to present the Premiership Cup to the Collingwood captain, his son, Darcy, and the Pies coach, Craig McRae.
Peter Moore hands over the silverware. It is exultantly raised to the heavens by the coach and the captain, and the dais is invaded by the rest of the black and white playing army. Collingwood are premiers, 4-point winners, 12-18-90 to Brisbane 13-8-86. Let's hear it one more time.
Premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
It wasn't won easily. In fact, it wasn't won until the last 30 seconds or so of the contest. But Collingwood, after losing 6 straight to Brisbane, none of them at the MCG, have reversed all of that. And this is the one that will be remembered. Collingwood winning a 16th premiership and getting a foot back on the top rung of the premiership ladder.
Collingwood forever, they know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together.
We'll pause for a break on 3AW Grand Final football. Back with more after this, but the Magpies have won the flag, and you've heard it here, brought to you by Macca's.
Premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
5AA is proud to present Australian music icon John Williamson. This year, John's celebrating his 53rd year in the entertainment industry.
I've been around the world a couple of times and maybe more.
5AA wants to get you along to experience the legend as he performs some of his biggest hits from his career, accompanied by his full band. Make sure you keep it on 5AA for your chance to win tickets. Don't miss John Williamson, True Blue himself, at Her Majesty's Theatre on Saturday, October 14. Book now at Ticketek.
Good Ride Tyres. What's your ride? A family hatch SUV or four-wheel drive? Are you into trucks, tractors, earth-moving equipment, or do you own a forklift? In fact, if it needs tyres, Good Ride Tyres have got the right tyres for all your on-road and off-road applications. Quality, reliability at an affordable price. Good Ride Tyres. Tyres you can rely on. For all vehicles, great and small. For your nearest Good Ride Tyre stockist, visit goodridetyresaustralia.com.au.
This one's for all the barbecues out there. It's Aldi's classic tender hit, lamb, loin, chops, Now Only $19.99 per kilo. From Aldi. Good. Different.
If you've ever wondered what the extra stands for in Physio Extra, that's easy.
Extra everything. Extra time with every appointment.
Extra care with a genuine hands-on approach to healing.
Extra expertise. Extra treatment options.
Extra appointments with same-day treatments available. Extra convenient because we have 6 Physio Extra locations around Adelaide. That's right, 6.
It's the extra in Physio Extra that makes all the difference. Visit physioextra.com for your nearest location or call for a same-day appointment.
It's a great time of the year to be out and about in the garden, but the place to be in first is Vidoulis Garden Centre. Right now you'll find a huge range of pots in all shapes and styles, fresh from the Orient. Outdoor pots for any garden, plus thousands of indoor styles to suit your home. Vidoulis has a huge range, but the prices are staying small. Pick up or delivery available. Vidoulis Garden Centre, Main North Road, Gawler, opposite the racecourse. Vidoulis Garden Centre. It's closer than you think.
For nearly 40 years, no one has done certified used cars quite like Steinborner Automotive, with dedicated yards including SA's best range of commercials loaded and ready to go, including SA's only dedicated small car and SUV centre, and SA's only large SUV and 4x4 centre suited for any lifestyle. Steinborner still also has the best range of Commodores, from ZBs to the collectibles. View all late model used vehicles at steinborner.com.au. Steinborner Automotive. It's well worth a trip.
Choosing appliances is a big call, so at Adelaide Appliance Gallery we do all the little things to make your big decision easier. Whether it's calling the manufacturer to answer tricky questions or arranging a demo so you know it's the one, we've got you. Plus, we always search far and wide to bring you the best offers in one place, like 10% off Asco appliances plus a 10-year warranty. So make your life easier with Adelaide Appliance Gallery, Paynham Road, St Peters.
Thinking of painting and don't know where to start?
We do, because we know paint at Crowe's.
So, visit Crowe's. And while you're there, join Crowe's Club to get 10% off everything.
We know paint at Crowe's.
5AA's coverage of the 2023 AFL Finals Series.
3AW congratulates the 2023 AFL Premiers, the Collingwood Football Club.
Worthy winners, magnificent winners, but the losers also deserve the most sincere accolades, because Brisbane made this a superlative contest and in the end fell a kick short. Collingwood 12-18-90, Brisbane 13-8-86. Just the historical perspective. A 16th flag to Collingwood brings them level with Carlton and Essendon, and they share the top rung for the first time in 41 years. Carlton went past Collingwood when they won the 1982 flag after years and years, decades of Collingwood domination. But Collingwood now climb back, draw level, and the race will be on next year.
This could be a very slow lap, Tim. They haven't got too far yet. The Army are down at the city end, and
you take as long as possible, because it is seriously, it's the hardest thing to describe. And Lloydie, you've been there as well, but it's the biggest, best moment. You get this rush of energy, and then you go, I just played 2 hours of the most intense football out in the sun, but I've got all this energy, I could go again. And it just, you're seeing people everywhere. You finally clock your family and friends and mates, and you wish it just could last forever.
Nick Dacos, just a big group hug there with Graham Wright and Brendan Bolton. Just isn't it amazing? I'm lucky enough to be at a few post-premiership celebrations, and when people see somebody and then they go, oh, and they share the joy with them, and then they see, the recruiting guy. And speaking of, I mean, the list changes they made at the end of last year have all played a part, even though Dan McStay obviously missed out. The things they were able to add, particularly Bobby Hill, made such a difference.
Bobby Hill and Tom Mitchell. So they get Mitchell in, and Mitchell does the job on Lachie Neale today. Like, Lachie Neale had 21 disposals, but didn't really impact the game at all. Whereas Mitchell has 24, 13 tackles for Tom Mitchell. So that's a huge win for him. And then, as you just touched on, Bobby Hill, Norm Smith medalist. It's amazing. But it's about Bobby Hill. He's come into an amazing environment for him to to thrive and prosper. I'm not questioning what the Giants did because he played some okay footy there too, but I think the Craig McRae type person would be good for him.
Yeah, and people forget, he came back for family, had a young child, but he also battled testicular cancer as well, Bobby. So that's a great comeback story in itself. And there's no coincidence these two teams are the best two teams in it, Lloyd. And you look at what missed out and the depth, and that's a great reflection of the strength of these two clubs, Brisbane and Collingwood, because we've highlighted how unlucky Johnny Noble is, Taylor Adams, Dan McStay. The fact that you can fill those players and really effectively, of course, for Collingwood, but then you flip over to Brisbane, Gunston doesn't get up, Payne doesn't get up, Rich has been moved out of the side by younger half-backs, and then Ashcroft, who did his knee, would be in this best 22, 23 side. So the depth of both of these clubs, a strong 28 players.
We're about to bid farewell to our audience through 4BC in Brisbane. We're sorry we couldn't bring you better tidings, but in the end, Collingwood were just too good. Thanks for being with us, and we look forward to you joining us in one way or another for more AFL football in 2024. Meanwhile, we continue, and the Nick Theodosi open line is there for you, 133693. Love to hear your reactions. We were talking about this at halftime as being as good a grand final as we'd seen. Its character changed in the second half, which in a sense only makes it better, I think, because we saw the other side of the modern game. Goals became very difficult to come by. So, want to hear your thoughts. 133693. Cookie, you're a regular. What's on your mind?
Yeah, no, when are we going to make the actual umpires accountable?
Who do you barrack for, Cookie, first?
I barrack for Geelong. I love Jimmy. I barrack for Geelong.
Well, what upset you the most today, Cookie? Was there something in particular? Was there not enough free kicks or too many free kicks?
No, the inconsistency. Like, you've got rules. The rules aren't hard to abide by. There's a book there that says about the rules. Why are we abiding by what the rules say?
Cookie, I'm disappointed. This is such a great game. I reckon it's for another day. I know you call in and you want to talk about umpiring, but it was just such a great game. Yes, the head-high one's probably the most contentious.
That was the grey area,
The grey area,
today?
probably
so
head-highs.
6 were paid to Collingwood, 4 to Brisbane. But overall, it was 22 free kicks to Brisbane, 16 to Collingwood, and they were really all made up by 6 holding the man, 6 extra holding the man.
All those late ones on Harris Andrews, when Collingwood got caught behind behind Harris Andrews.
Let's just celebrate the game, I think.
Yeah, well, the 50-metre penalty was telling, wasn't it, that gave Sidebottom that shot for goal, which it was there, wasn't it? The 50-metre
gave away too.
Yeah.
Okay, Cookie, you've got the ball rolling, but in controversial manner.
Peter's not happy with Cookie.
No, I've enjoyed the game too much to talk free kicks.
Peter, go ahead.
G'day, guys. Look, it was a terrific game. I wouldn't say the best team won it, and people have to probably stop blaming umpires for, crucial decisions. At the end of the day, I reckon what cost Brisbane that game was the 50-metre penalty that Berry gave away, which resulted in a Collingwood goal.
Markov gave away one too, though. Markov gave away a 50... Yeah, he did. McCluggage kicked the goal from a Markov 50-metre penalty. So it all evens out. This was just a game of moments. It was flip of a coin stuff. That's how tight it was from start to finish, Peter. So, yeah, it just could have gone either way.
133693 to have your say on the open line for Nick Theodosi. Prestige Cars supporting 3AW football so wonderfully again in 2023. Deb, how did you see it?
Oh, honey, I don't agree with those last two people. I don't know if they really saw the game or heard the game. I thought it was absolutely the best grand final I've ever seen. And last time I thought, oh my God, that was when Eels and I think Essendon was playing and I lost. But look, I'm from Brisbane here, and I'm a Lions supporter. But oh God, the Lions should be so proud that the defence in the third and the fourth, brilliant. And you know what, guys, I heard it on the radio because I had to go shopping and then come back. And I said in the shopping centre, we've only got 6 minutes to go. I've got to get going, to listen to you guys. And it was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, guys. Thank you very much.
Good on you, Deb, and what a good sport. Lions supporter, but enjoyed the game thoroughly.
Can I just give you... I've got the Norm Smith voting in here from the good buddy. All votes went to Bobby Hill. He got all the 3, so he had a perfect 15. Next on 5 votes was Kadeen Coleman from the Lions with a 2, 2 and 1 vote. 4 votes went to Nick Dacos, where he received a 2 and a 2. Tom Mitchell from Collingwood received the last 2 and a 1. Jack Crisp received 2 votes total with 2 1s, and Scott Pendlebury received 1 vote.
Okay, clear win to Bobby Hill, and his name is etched among the legends who have won the Norm Smith medal, first presented to Wayne Harms in 1979. We'll take more calls after a break, and we'll also be getting down to the Collingwood rooms. Jackie Reid will be down there mixing it with the best of them, and the best of them are very excited right now.
They've got the right half back, Tim. They've started at full back. They've got the right half back. Still a bit to go.
Okay, we'll pause and come back with more on 3AW Grand Final football from the MCG. And it's been brought to you all day, all year by Macca's.
5AA is proud to present Australian music icon John Williamson. This year, John's celebrating his 53rd year in the entertainment industry.
I've been around the world a couple of times or maybe more.
5AA wants to get you along to experience the legend as he performs some of his biggest hits from his career, accompanied by his full band. Make sure you keep it on 5AA for your chance to win tickets. Don't miss
Choosing
John
appliances
Williamson,
is a
True
big
Blue
call.
himself,
So at Adelaide
at Her
Appliance
Majesty's
Gallery,
Theatre on Saturday, October 14. Book now at Ticketek.
Good Ride Tyres. What's your ride? A family hatch SUV or four-wheel drive? Are you into trucks, tractors, earth-moving equipment, or do you own a forklift? In fact, if it needs tyres, Good Ride Tyres have got the right tyres for all your on-road and off-road applications. Quality, reliability at an affordable price. Good Ride Tyres. Tyres you can rely on. For all vehicles, great and small. For your nearest Good Ride Tyre stockist, visit goodridetyresaustralia.com.au.
If you've ever wondered what the extra stands for in Physio Extra, that's easy.
Extra everything. Extra time with every appointment.
Extra care with a genuine hands-on approach to healing.
Extra expertise. Extra treatment options.
Extra appointments with same-day treatments available. Extra convenient because we have 6 Physio Extra locations around Adelaide. That's right, 6.
It's the extra in Physio Extra that makes all the difference. Visit physioextra.com for your nearest location or call for a same-day appointment.
This one's for all the barbecues out there. It's Aldi's classic tender hit, lamb, loin, chops, Now only $19.99 per kilo. From Aldi, good, different.
It's a great time of the year to be out and about in the garden, but the place to be in first is Vidoulis Garden Centre. Right now you'll find a huge range of pots in all shapes and styles, fresh from the Orient. Outdoor pots for any garden, plus thousands of indoor styles to suit your home. Vidoulis has a huge range, but the prices are staying small. Pick up or delivery available. Vidoulis Garden Centre, Main North Road, Gawler, opposite the racecourse. It's closer than you think.
For nearly 40 years, no one has done certified used cars quite like Steinborner Automotive, with dedicated yards including SA's best range of commercials loaded and ready to go, including SA's only dedicated small car and SUV centre, and SA's only large SUV and 4x4 centre suited for any lifestyle. Steinborner still also has the best range of Commodores, from ZBs to the collectibles. View all late model used vehicles at steinborner.com.au. Steinborner Automotive. It's well worth the trip.
Choosing appliances is a big call, so at Adelaide Appliance Gallery, we do all the little things to make your big decision easier. Whether it's calling the manufacturer to answer tricky questions or arranging a demo so you know it's the one, we've got you. Plus, we always search far and wide to bring you the best offers in one place, like 10% off Asco appliances plus a 10-year warranty. So make your life easier with Adelaide Appliance Gallery, Paynham Road, St Peters.
Thinking of painting and don't know where to start?
We do, 'cause we know Paint at Crowley's.
So, visit Crowies. And while you're there, join Crowies Club to get 10% off everything.
We know paid at Crowies.
5AA's coverage of the 2023 AFL Finals Series.
This is 3AW's post-match coverage of the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final between Collingwood and the Brisbane Lions from the MCG.
And we are chewing it over at the MCG through until 7 o'clock. Good to have you with us. We're taking your calls on the open line thanks to Nick Theodosi Prestige Cars. 133 693. We would love to hear you have your say on what I think is generally considered to have been a magnificent grand final, the like of which we haven't seen too often over the years and indeed the decades. 133 693. Adrian, you can lead us away.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Thanks for taking the call. Richmond supporter, family neutral, but so you've got to give Collingwood credit. 3 finals, a total of 12 points.
Yeah.
The qualifying, the prelim and the granny, they've won the whole lot by a total of 12 points, cumulative total. You've got to give them credit, really.
Yeah, I think it made it 8-1 for the year in games under 10 points.
Yeah.
Not bad, is it?
They just do the big moments better, and Lloydie has touched on this. It's just they know how to game manage better than most, and we always are quick to push players out of the game once they get past 30 because they're just not blistering. But look at what happens when you keep some of them around. Pendlebury, side bottom, Howe down back, Crisp, the maturity. They know what to do at the exact moments.
Tommy Mitchell
as well. So something to be said for that.
It almost defies sporting logic. I mean, you'd think at some point or other the wheel will turn and you start to lose more than you win, and yet they seem to have this capacity, and Craig McRae has talked about how hard they have trained themselves for these moments. But I mean, last year in the finals they lost narrowly twice. Geelong beat them by 6 points, Sydney beat them by 1 point. No doubt they've learned from that because they won a lot of close ones last year, but this year the record is just unbelievable. And now they win a premiership doing this.
Their gap between their best and their worst is so thin and so narrow, and also between their best player, Nick Dacos. But you look at the rest of the group, the gap isn't that big, and so that allows you to stay in games for longer. It gives you multiple options to score. It gives a good unit to defend with. And as we've seen this year, by going and getting Tom Mitchell, Adams moves to the half-forward line. We've seen different guys come through the midfield. You just keep spinning the options until an option works during the game. So that's why I think there's probably teams who get beaten or blown out in games, but they just keep it close and keep giving themselves a shot to win them.
Poor Taylor Adams, he would be feeling such mixed feelings right now. He has been so much a part of the heart and soul of this Collingwood team. Similarly, John Noble, I saw players getting around him and he was distraught quite clearly to have played every game during the regular season and then to lose his spot in the finals and not be able to regain it. The news is that the Magpies have made it around past the punt road goal and they're coming around the members' half-back flank.
They're going too quickly, actually, Tim, now.
Yeah, well, Jackie will put you on notice. They should be there in about 15 or 20 minutes from now. Adrian, well done. Tiger fan acknowledging Collingwood's magnificence and indeed the game's brilliance. Brett, what about you?
I think Collingwood is the best team all year, weren't they, really?
They were.
They covered everybody. But what do you think about Carlton or GWS next year? They should go up a little bit.
Oh, well, it's hard. The next step is often the hardest, going from third and fourth. I think it's hard from getting from the eighth, first week of the final to top four, and then it's even harder to make it to the grand final day and then go on and win it. So no guarantees for anyone. You lose a Toby Green or you lose a Jacob Wiedering. Suddenly, so you just need to strike. I saw Toby Green before, and he's still kicking himself that they were not here today because it's hard to get back there a year later.
Gotta love footy fans. The Premiers haven't even got off the ground yet after winning the flag, and they're calling into next year.
They're looking for hope already.
What about Craig McRae and the little secret about his wife giving birth this morning at 7:45? And
he'd be exhausted.
Well, his wife would be.
I don't think he was doing any heavy lifting there.
He might have been in there from 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Who knows? Being with his wife.
What if it was extended out to game time?
Yeah.
Oh, the adrenaline going through his body right now. He's going to crash and burn in a couple of days.
Keep the calls coming. The Magpies are on their way to their rooms, but just a little way to wearily make their way there yet. 133693 to give us your thoughts on what is a memorable day of football at the MCG. 133693. But a couple of our awards. And the defensive player of the game, thanks to Truecore Steel, is in the capable hands of Jimmy Bartell. Jimmy, how did you see it?
I thought it could have been Jeremy Howe. It's been a split decision, but we're going to throw something the Lions' way. I thought Kitty Coleman, especially in the first half, was dominant. He was on track for 60 touches, really. He's had 761 metres gained from his 26 touches. When Collingwood was coming, he actually provided them with a little bit of composure early in the game and opened it up to allow Brisbane the opportunity to score. So, Kadeen Coleman for me.
And all those numbers have been provided, of course, with the barbecue stats. It is barbecue season, with thanks to Barbecues Galore. And their Barbecues Galore sale is now on. 20% off all Ziggy Classic barbecues and electric barbecue grills. And you might have guessed I'm in the market for a barbecue.
He did tire, though, Coleman, didn't he? You called it, Hutto, on about 5 minutes in the last quarter. He just couldn't go, and he was set upon by players. So that's an area for him, as good as he is. I still think his body shape could get leaner and fitter. Strips him a little bit of weight.
He needs to be able to get up involved in the game, because at the moment they look for him and they'll kick it so he can mark, and he just stands there and picks you apart. The next step for him is getting that overlap. Able to rip a side apart coming up through the middle of the ground.
Speaking of defensive efforts, and I mean, team defence is just so central to successful performance these days. Collingwood led at halftime 9-9 to 9-3. Which means that in the second half, Brisbane actually outscored them 4-5 to 3-9 by 2 points. So they pulled it back from 6 points to 4 points. And yet, I reckon those sort of half-by-half outcomes almost fly in the face of the way in which the game was being played. I'd have thought Brisbane might have deserved to have been in front at half-time, and they coughed up a goal or two very late in the first half. And Collingwood looked as though they were going to overrun Brisbane for long periods of the second half, but didn't ever quite manage to do it, and were indeed outscored.
Yeah, footy's a game of momentum, and it just kept swinging back and forth. When Lincoln McCarthy kicked that amazing goal, I thought, they could blow this game away. But
what a catalogue of goals from that second term to look back on. I mean, some amazing goals. The angles that they were able to negotiate to kick those goals, and a lot of those Brisbane players will probably never watch them back.
No, Zach Bailey, I thought, went quiet after half-time. Like, he was huge in the first half. Didn't quite find the footy much. He had one disposal in the third quarter, Zach Bailey, and then also only had a couple in the last quarter as well.
Magpie players haven't headed down to the rooms yet, but Jackie Reid has found someone that she'd like to have a chat with.
I've got Craig Kelly here. Congratulations on the win. What a game that was.
Amazing, Jack, and obviously we're filling time until the players get in here, so we'll grab me, but it's pretty special. I was standing out in the middle with Righty, myself and Dakes, and so it wasn't bad. A fair while ago we were here, and it felt as good. So obviously being part of it, being lucky enough to come back, the leadership of Jeff and what we were able to pull together, it's a special club, and I think there's a lot of great things to come. So, humble and proud of all the supporters and the way the players and everyone handled themselves. So it's good.
Hey, Ned Lloydie here. Congratulations.
Hello, Lloydie. Hello, buddy.
Congratulations.
Thanks,
so it's up there with being player this premiership for you, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit like Harlebury, mate, isn't it? Sort of, wherever you win them, they're pretty special. But when you're at the front of that many people, 100,000 people who turn up, and the wonderful fans that are over in our Oval AA Vitality Centre today, Lloydie, it's very emotional. So looking forward to. I think the lunatics are coming around to my house on Sunday, so that's a bit scary. So I'm not quite sure I've done the right thing there, Lloydie. But anyway, we'll see how you go.
And Ned, your coach, unbelievable. And that surprise, we didn't know, of course, but his wife had a baby at 7:45. What he's done to the club, and I know it's a lot of people involved in that, but he really has made the club likeable, and that's Collingwood we're talking about.
Yeah, no, and everyone says Fly, and Fly would want me to say this. It's not just that Fly. It's about, you know, Righty with Lepper, with Skippy, with Selwoods, with all the footy program. There's a genuine want to engage and bring people in and not be all too precious. And you know, the highs, we don't want to have. We've got an amazing high today, but highs and lows of Collingwood for a long time have been really high and then really low. And what we're trying to do is be just a bit more even and let's get on with the job. But I'll be celebrating the next. I reckon the boys will struggle next few days, mate. So they may not see me at work. If anyone's ringing me at work, good luck with that.
Craig, Jimmy Bartel here. Congratulations to you and the whole club. I reckon your first couple of beers might be a couple of relaxers.
Yeah.
Where were you in the last 2 minutes? Because you couldn't leave your seat.
No,
you want to be down.
Well, I was really good because I had Craig Drummond. I said to Drummo, they thought obviously you guys last year had smashed it, so you sort of go down and I'm going, I don't know when to leave, so I didn't want to lose it. So here they come, they're coming in a sec. So, you know, you're right. I'm sitting there. Do we go up or do we go? Scotty boy, how good is that?
Let's go.
Baby.
Let's go.
So that's little Scotty Selwood here.
The best Selwood, eh?
Anyway, sorry, boys.
Ned, we'll let you get away.
Enjoy. I've got to go and just have a bit more yelling, mate. So leave it to you.
Well done, Ned. Well done.
And just got through. Little Maggie is the name of Craig McRae's little daughter. It's just come through.
Thought it might have been Bobby.
I thought Bobby would be nice. And Bobby might get a run as the second name. Hutto, maybe.
And you'll love this too. The stage, which is now empty. Some of the kids, presuming the players' kids are just pretending, and very young kids too, getting up on the stage with all the confetti and just lapping it all up. It's just those great minutes. Just want this to last forever, I imagine, Jimmy.
Yeah, once you go down the rooms and all your family and friends, and then some people who you've never met before have managed to get into the rooms, as we all know. But you're throwing out hugs and kisses, and you're telling everyone you love them. There's a good moment that teams do now. They just come back out on the oval with the team, and you take it all in, and you realise just how fortunate and how lucky you are. Not only do you play the game, but you've achieved the ultimate success, winning a premiership, and you've done it here at this amazing Coliseum, the MCG.
Yeah, and Ned came in and he made some hard calls, I think, and obviously losing the netball side and investing more in footy. Yeah, he was interesting about making it more even, not get riding the highs. And
I think that was. I mean, he was the manager, long-time manager of Nathan Buckley, and I think Bucks. That was something that he couldn't do much about. Eddie was the president, and it was all about being big, and that was Collingwood. And I think it was a frustration to Nathan at times. And
we're going to streak it. Now you got smashed.
And I think that's something that Ned and Jeff Brown and obviously Craig McRae by his nature. That's what they've turned Collingwood into.
Let's get down to Jackie. You'll be barely audible in about 30 seconds' time, Jackie, but you've got another guest.
We'll keep this quick then. Paul the Courier, congratulations watching on today. That must have been pretty special as a past player who got the shout-out as well.
Yeah, it was. Thank you for that. Look, it was just awesome for us. I know how hard the guys and the team have worked behind the scenes, so to be able to, and congratulations to Fly, and to be able to turn around in 2 years and win a premiership's been awesome for us.
And they're in the winning rooms.
They actually might be walking down the race, so we might have to cut that short. So thanks so much for your time, Paul, and have a good night tonight.
And stay there, Jack, but the winning rooms, of course, with thanks to Tobin Brothers, heading to the winning rooms, the premiership rooms, to celebrate the win, with thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Thanks very much, Hutto. Yeah, you're right. They're making their way into the rooms, and it's going to be pretty hard to hear me in a minute, but Craig Kelly's just leading them in. He's gone out there, he's come back in. The Premiership Cup's being held up by Braden Maynard and Darcy Moore. It's red hot in here now, guys. There's plenty of people crammed in, lots of media too, so I'll try to get as close as I can for the team song. Darcy's wearing a Collingwood flag as a cape. Pretty fitting being a superhero defender that he's become. And the players are walking. Bobby Hill, the player of the day, walking in with Jack Ginnivan, bringing up the back there with Bo McCreary too. We've been in the rooms here a lot this year, and we've gotten very much used to the second or minute of silence before they launch into the song. It's a pretty fun thing to watch. It's going to be pretty hard to keep the crowd quiet to do that today, though, I'd imagine.
It's going to be a while, Jack.
I think it might be, yeah. We've still got some players out on the ground, do we?
Yeah, Mason Cox has almost refused to come in, and now eventually some Collingwood people said, you might want to head down, bud.
Well, we've got the Gatorade sort of esky as the stand for the Premiership Cup, which will go in the middle of the circle there. So all the photographers are getting pictures of that, and Darcy's just looking around the room, just in a bit of awe at what's going on, just nervously laughing because the fans here, everyone's got their mobile phones out, everyone's filming, so lots of eyeballs on the players at the minute. I think a few more might still be out on the ground. Billy Frampton is pretty popular in the crowd over there, getting lots of pictures, lapping it up over there.
I think they're all on their way in now, Jackie. They're heading down the race and along the hallway towards the Collingwood rooms. Mason Cox is bringing up the rear with the Star-Spangled Banner tied around his neck and hanging down his back. If you've got it flaunted, I think is Mason's motto in life.
I think it's going to be one heck of a party tonight, guys, going by this, and so it should be. What a magnificent season. I can see now Tom Mitchell is coming in. I haven't got eyes yet on Mason Cox. I think he is the last one at the minute. Yep, no visual on him, and I don't imagine I miss him given he's the tallest guy in the room most of the time. You can see Nathan Murphy having a lot of hugs with his family. Pretty emotional day for him, not how he would have wanted that one to go. Will Hoskin-Elliott coming in with his little daughter on her shoulders. I'd imagine there'll be a lot of kids again in the song. We've got Bobby Hill has his kid with him as well. They're walking in. I reckon we've got Jack Crisp here with his daughter. All the guys are just sort of, I actually think that by accident the media have made up half of the circle, so we're going to have to walk out a little bit to make room for some of the players. But Oleg Markov, our favourite 3AW zone, is in front of us now, just joining the circle. And again, we're waiting on Big Mason, who I have eyes on now. He's walking in pretty slowly, just fixing his hat, taking a deep breath, adjusting the USA flag. Kids are being pushed into the circle here to get in, and I don't think we'll be far off here now, guys.
And an even deeper silence than normal will be commanded, no doubt, before they burst into song, Jackie.
No doubt. I think we're ready to go, guys.
So the Magpies complete their circle.
Side bottom!
Free-for-all down here, guys, so I'll see who I can grab.
Good on you, Jackie. It'll be quite an experience to be surrounded by that. Collingwood premierships haven't come along at regular intervals in recent decades, but maybe they're about to become more plentiful. They broke a 32-year drought in 1990, another 20 years and a drawn game before they clinched the title in 2010, and now 13 years later they win it again. Number 16, and they are up there with Carlton and Essendon at the top of the table. Before we get back to Jackie, Hutto.
Yeah, the debate with the umpiring on social media is the advantage paid with about a minute 20 to go when Lachie Neale got it to Zach, I think got legged, handballed out to half forward to Zach Bailey, and the umpire called advantage. Basically, as Bailey just rushed the ball high into the air, and the feeling is that that shouldn't have been called advantage.
Yep.
So that's one that will be looked back at. But I say that a little because Lloydie doesn't want us to talk about the umpiring, Tim. So
one decision, Hutto, wouldn't have made a difference.
With a minute 20 to go, no, of course not, Lloydie.
Jackie, you're hearing another rousing rendition.
Here we go, guys. Speaking of. Circle, we got pushed to the wall, but very, very excited team. As we can imagine, season. I'm going to see if I can grab a couple of players.
Not sure how long that love for Collingwood's going to last, Tim, that we talked about once we hear the 48th rendition of good old Collingwood forever.
It starts haunting people.
Yeah, we'll give them a little bit of leeway, but it won't last for too long. We'll get back to the Nick Theodosi open line. We've still got Lloydie's votes to come. We look forward to hearing those.
He's had a help too, hasn't he, with all the Norm Smith votes too.
Or maybe they copied his.
Now, Jackie, you're with Jamie Elliott.
I've got Jamie Elliott down here. Jamie, you've done it. You're a premiership player.
It still hasn't sunk in. This has been a long run. I'm just so happy. It's going to sink in over the next 24 hours. So proud of the boys. We've had this 2-year campaign on the fly. I can't describe it. We've worked so hard for this. Everybody, there's so many different journeys. Like, you don't have to look further than Leggy. He's just one example, but everyone's got their own, and I honestly can't put into words right now.
Jamie, Jimmy Bartel upstairs, congratulations. Enjoy every moment. It's more than well deserved. You mentioned journeys, your own journey alone, the horrific injuries that you've had, but you fought your way back and you become Collingwood's Iceman to get them to these moments. The last 2 minutes in particular, where were you and what were you thinking? Because Brisbane just kept coming.
It's a bit of a blur at the moment. Danaher, he kicked that goal, and then I don't know, we played the minutes, and we played the minutes better than anyone else, and that last quarter showed it. Yeah, they got that goal, but then we just went into our system, and we've done it over the last 2 years. Everyone's seen it, so we had faith in our game plan, in our system, like I said, to ice the game. There were so many big moments. Steele's goal from outside 50.